I mean, if it's possible, if it's a viable approach, definitely, but I don't know. An amphibious landing.
Right, so I can answer some of those questions. I put a bit of thought to it a while ago when they first put in. It was, I think they first started putting defences in, on the sort of the close to the Kherson Oblast going to Crimea and the rest of it. I was looking at it and going, you know what? Because it's really relative to the number of troops they've got, right? How many troops do they have? Where are they stationed? And what sort of troops they are. So Axel and I have sort of talked about it. Maybe they do, the numbers of people they've got there, maybe they do, but they might be mainly logistics guys, not people who are used to standing in a trench and doing something. And there are some areas, so if they got it right, they got the movement right, some of those trenches would cease to be operational or combat effective areas for them, and you could get some people in behind, right? Not so sure whether you would need a huge amphibious landing to do this. I mean, but all of this comes down to the numbers that they think are on Crimea or where they are, right? They've got loads of people in Sevastopol, right? Well, they're not even going to get to that area quickly enough to close off that entry. And we're talking about the entry that's in the northwest of Crimea as opposed to the northeast.
The only staging area I see is northwest of Evropatia, so Novozerne it's called. It's behind the lake. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we're not talking about big landing ships here. Depends on what you want to do, right? And how many people are in those defensive positions, and that's what you would be getting from the intel. Right. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to Hans. The super Hans. It always makes me laugh. So I'm going to go right to left. Florian, Luca, Iwana.
Since I'm not too knowledgeable about military matters, but there's another thing. If you would start freeing Mariupol and get the world press to it, that would really help to create an international outcry and help to rally Ukraine's allies. I think not only Crimea matters if you would take it or endanger it because it makes the Moscow regime to fall, but also getting to Mariupol and getting international journalists there and visually showing us in the West what happened there, I think would be politically extremely helpful for the Ukrainian cause. That's why, if it's possible to get to Mariupol and free it, and then really show what happened and do the counting and the probably 100,000 deaths, that would really help in rallying support and everything. So there's of course military considerations, very, very clear, but on the political considerations, if you would get to Mariupol and really have the CNN television crews running around there, that would really help.
Luca?
Yeah, about Crimea, is the amphibious landing the only approach? I don't know who we are.
No, it's not. I think that's what we're saying. It's not.
Right, you can drive. I mean, it's a little narrow road, but you can drive down those roads if you have enough protection. I mean, I don't know how that would be done technically, or if it's harder. I hear amphibious landings are hard, so I guess maybe just driving down it's hard but easier. I don't know.
Look, I mean, it depends. All these things come down to troop disposition, don't they? Right, as to where they are. Look, if they're worried about, if they're worried about an amphibious landing, right? And see, there's different types of amphibious landings. You don't have to come on a big amphibious troop ship that's got 300 people and some tanks and the rest of it. You may just want to do it differently. It depends on what you're trying to do, right? You could just get 40 ribs, right? 12 people in each rib and come across, right? That gives you some people to be able to come in and do some damage at the back, create confusion and chaos, right, whilst people come in from the other direction. It depends, right? And the other one is that they you have the Ukrainians, they're getting their homegrown rocket in there. All of these things come into play. It depends. Look, right, I'm you know I'm not a planner, not anything like that, but I go, it makes sense. And I'm sort of in General Ben's camp, really. I think it sort of makes a bit of sense. You could spend for ages looking at stuff and say you can't do that, you can't do that. But how many times has you can't been proven wrong, right? We did that pretty spectacularly with Singapore, didn't we? Right? No, we'll put our guns here, and then guess what? The Japanese did, right? So there's always a way of getting around these things if people put thought to it.
Right, yeah, like in a sense, you're right that like the Russians might be scratching their heads to figure out, where the next counter, will come from and go to, because they know it's gonna come. And suddenly this whole idea of like having like a 1,200 miles front to defend for the Ukrainians actually switches around. It's like it's a 1,200 miles front that could be attacked, and if there is a swift force to penetrate through, the Russians might be in trouble if they don't know where it is, and it could be anywhere. And if I remember correctly about information by the Allies, where the or the areas it did, and that created trouble for them to defend. So yeah.
No, exactly. Another one, right? They may just even make it a feint. Listen, this is what we're trying to do, and then the Russians just do what they did last year, which is move troops from the northeast, right, down to Kherson, and that made the northeast weaker for them to make the inroads there.
Exactly, which is an area where perhaps like troop attrition and concentration around Bakhmut will cost the Russian dearly, because suddenly they'll have less troops to move, and they're all like concentrated in that area. And now perhaps the Ukrainian will punch through in a completely different area, and then the Russians are gonna be screwed.
This is all really around what General Ben was saying, and as I said, I've always thought that would be an option. Iwana, and we've got Gunny coming up as well.
Yes, I will try to. Of course, I'm not a military person, but from Novakovka to Armyansk, which is the entry to Crimea, 75 kilometers. To the east of that, the strip of land that is there occupied by the Russians, I think they are extenuated by now by the artillery, by the fact that they were left to their own devices. We know that the discipline is not very. And of course, we want Mariupol to be liberated. And since the first time that we heard about battles in Vuhledar, out of the reach of HIMARS. So an advance there will be also significant. And last thing I want to say is Ukrainians took quite a long time for preparation, and I think they are preparing a surprise for us and for the Russians. And I think we should trust them to do something that we didn't expect. And I don't know, I speculate now, but maybe 2 offensives. They did that with Kharkiv and Kherson, so I don't know. I'm waiting for more wise persons to respond to that. Thank you.
Laughing Tommy?
Yeah, so if you're looking at fortifications that the Russians have erected, because there's this lovely chap who's done basically an amalgamation of everybody that's ever reported a satellite photo of a trench, and he's put all of them on a map in Google Maps. And if you look at it, it's Mariupol, like the front southeast of Vuhledar, is very, very lightly fortified compared to Melitopol, the one north of Melitopol. But the only problem I can think of is that Mariupol was the location where troops that were being sent towards Vuhledar were massing. So you're going to be riding right into the reinforcements, that any reinforcement that the Russians have for their southern attacks. But then again, that's also the place where a bunch of HIMARS and other weapons crates have been eliminating concentrations of Russians. So, you know, you pick your poison.
Yeah, no, exactly right. It's look, it's all a game of chess. It's how people move, and the rest of it, right? We're just trying to second guess what may or may not happen, right? So yeah. Gunny, listen, I've tried to bring you up about 6 times. So what I suggest you do is recycle and then try coming back up again. Mockers, I'm going to need you to give me a hand at my brain is empty as normal. Yes, I know. It just
I cycled Gunny up.
I'm also trying to bring Klaus up, but that's not working for some reason either. So I apologize.
I can see Klaus on the host phone as already being registered as a speaker. Give it a sec.
Gunny, go for it.
Yeah, cheers, David. All right, so there's different types of amphibious ops. So as an example, 1991, off the coast of Kuwait, you had SF teams inserted ashore onto the various Kuwaiti beaches. The main way of doing that was by submarine. There's at least one, maybe even 2 Royal Navy submarines, diesel electric boats, and they put teams ashore. And the idea was to grade the beaches and to do it in such a way as to try and appear innocuous, but also leave enough evidence that the Iraqi army thought that an opposed landing was going to be staged in Kuwait City kind of area. All right, so that's typically what you do, SF kind of style. Now, I said from the start, the reason that the Russians were digging linear trenches was because they've got a complete lack of night vision equipment. Therefore, if you're worried about special forces teams coming ashore, you don't have good night vision equipment, because they don't come up out the water with guns to their shoulders, ultimate force style. You know, they do it at night. You're going to have to dig trenches, and you're going to have to man them. You're going to have to put people in every few feet or whatever, and essentially it's a tripwire. Okay. So an amphibious landing, there are various prerequisites. All right. First of all, you've got to sweep the sea for mines, because nobody here and nobody in the Ukrainian military probably guarantee that there aren't minefields being laid on the beach. And to do that, you need minesweepers. Ukraine hasn't got minesweepers, therefore it's a non-starter. Then you have to suppress any beach defences. So you need either airstrikes or you need ships offshore doing naval gunfire support. And the problem with all of this is the Russians have air dominance over Crimea, right? That's not being negative. That's a simple fact of life. You're not seeing Ukrainian aircraft at the moment pushing the issue over the Black Sea because the Russians control the airspace. So you would have to knock them back to get anyone ashore in numbers. Then if you're talking non-SF, if you're talking about a substantial number of people, well, the problem is you hit the tripwire when you start killing Russians in the trenches. Therefore, the game is up. and anyone is going to be hunted down. The Russians will dedicate everything to it. They're not going to last very long. The Russians control the literal battle space around Crimea because they have a navy. All right, they don't have to put the frigates into the sea, into the area to start killing stuff. They've got corvettes, they've got Raptors, they've got all that kind of thing, and a bunch of Ukrainian Marines in ribs trying to get ashore. They'll be dead before they get within 30 miles. I absolutely guarantee you. These kind of operations need certain conditions in order to be carried out successfully. If you're going to do it covertly, you need a means of transport to get to the beach or get to your point of landing, and you need to dodge anyone who is defending that area so that you can get inland and you can start doing stuff like blowing aircraft up and things like that and having well over time. And I think, to be honest with you, the Ukrainians have already got SF in Crimea anyway. If they're not actively destroying stuff, then they're certainly doing what you used to call close target reconnaissance, CTR, stuff like that. And they're mapping beach defenses. They're probably fairly overtly to give the impression that something might be coming. They'll be looking at airfields, surface-to-air missile batteries. They'll be logging Russian aircraft sorties, times, logistics, all of that kind of thing. So I really think, and look, I was there in 1991. One of the prerequisites in 1991 was total air dominance. Right, nothing was taken off and flying over Kuwait City if it had an Iraqi flag on it. We controlled all of the sea after the naval engagement, where we absolutely thwacked the Iraqi fast patrol boat force, which was an absolute massacre. We could pretty much do what we wanted, but mines were the massive constraining factor in operations. And it was a crawl through safe transit lanes and boxes all the way up. And if that mine threat is there, and I suspect it is, nothing's happening before we even start talking about Russian naval ships and the aircraft. So I think there's probably better ways to get people ashore. I think they probably are on Crimea, as I say. I think trying to put anything sort of above a company size force ashore, there's too much chance of them running into a random Russian patrol or something. And you know, David, once it turns into a two-way range, you're fucked. Whatever you were planning to do, the Russians know that you're about, and they're just going to saturate the place, the area, with idiots and helos, and your plan's gone to hell in a handcart, essentially. So I think the Ukrainians are going to be looking at disruption tactics there, but they're going to have to go back to the World War II manuals and see how the Germans and the Russians crossed into the peninsula. Or something exceptional happens where the Ukrainians manage to establish something approaching air parity over Crimea. 1982 Falklands, we had air parity. We didn't have, no, correction, we had air superiority during the day, I think, and we managed to get everyone ashore. But it was really touch and go. I don't think the Ukrainians have got the ability to take over Crimean airspace and then carry out any sort of major amphibious operations. They're going to have to do it old school, old style, which is going to be well within their capabilities with the equipment that they've got.
I don't think anyone's suggesting they would be doing it now, right? Because they're not in that situation, are they? I agree. Look, I would be astonished, and I'm sure, as you've already said, that absolutely astonished if they didn't have reasonable numbers of guys in Crimea watching it, doing all the iStar stuff and all the other bits and pieces. They will have a considerable number of resources, I'm sure, are dedicated to looking at that region, aren't they? Right, and who knows, right? This could all be part of General Ben's statement, and the rest of it could all be part of a double bluff, just to make the Russians start worrying, right, and do what they did last year, which is move troops from the northeast. We just don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the Desert Slash in 1991 tied down, I think, two Iraqi mechanized divisions on the coastline, which was sorely needed elsewhere. So, and that was the whole purpose of us sticking around up there. There was never any intention. There were only about 2,000 US Marines on board the landing ships. They was, you know, they had all the aircraft, but they were the mission was sort of giving that impression and destroying shore batteries ashore, that kind of thing. So obviously the Ukrainians don't have that capability, but what they can do is they can give the impression that they might be thinking about it, and then if that ties down 2,000 Mobics on the west coast of Crimea, you know, they're going to be fairly happy with that. I think they could reinforce that by whacking Sevastopol harbour. Certainly sinking 1 or 2 ships alongside would give credence to the idea they might be looking at some kind of amphibious operation as much as the Russians are concerned. But we're just not, apart from the aborted UAV strike a couple of nights ago, we're just not really seeing that. And I think that's an admittance by the Ukrainians that airspace over that part of the world belongs to Russia at the moment.
No, exactly. But let me give you a scenario, right? Let's say and that may just you know, be one of the things they think about. Let's just say they have found out that the troop numbers that were thought to be extensive on Crimea aren't correct, i.e., and they very few combat troops on Crimea. Then that, I guess, would influence their thinking, right?
It wouldn't matter if they've got 100 people there because they own the sea. So assuming that they've got some kind of fairly comprehensive offshore surveillance, look, you've got to get through that naval cordon. And if you're in ribs and you run into 2 Bora-class corvettes, you might as well cut your own throat. You really are screwed. So.
I know. So I think you're fixating on the guys coming in over the sea part, right? So the bit we were always talking about is that they're never going to just do one, right? It's always going to be more than one, right? So there'll be if there actually is an attempt to go into Crimea, it's going to be land forces, aren't there? So it's not one. It's not just one. You're always going to do more than one, aren't you?
No.
And at the point where guns are going off in the prepared positions and mayhem and the rest of it, and the Russians will start running around, then maybe that might paint a different picture. Do you not think?
No, because it's going to be a one-way mission. You're not going to get ashore, even in platoon strength. And you're going to really struggle to get maybe a section or 2 ashore because it's their lake. It belongs to them. So if they're if they're just a quarter competent, they'll have rotary wing patrols, they'll have corvettes out and stuff like that. And I don't think the Ukrainians are going to waste veterans and well-trained Marines on something that effectively would be like a Rio Grande 1982 proposed mission where the SES rebelled and went, no, that's not happening. I don't think that they'll do that. I think probably they're all tied up doing riverine warfare, which is much more productive. You might see probes. You might see what on the face of it looks like attempts to test what that bubble around the coastline is. But I think that will all be part of a deception plan. The Russians will be too stupid to think that it would be a one-way trick, and the Ukrainians will be quite happy if everyone thinks, maybe we're sort of thinking about it. But at the end of the day, people, I know there's this mistake, but if you chuck Lego at a Ukrainian, they'll build a nuclear reactor within 24 hours and a ship to Mars in 72. But I think this kind of amphibiosity operation is a lot more difficult. And I think there are probably better ways to get people in, to be honest with you. If they've got SF in now in Crimea, either they were embedded pre-war or there is some kind of route in and out that we don't know about. But I really, really doubt it's seaborne, to be honest with you. Certainly not on the west coast. There might be options on the east side,
but that would be foolish because that's closer to the other troops. So the point, the thing is that in this respect, if you think about it, because obviously, right, if you were to go, firstly, if you're taking troops that have come from the south and the Kherson region, or even from let's just say Zaporizhia, and they go down the east side, that's a very, very small, narrow band that they can get through. The west is much wider, isn't it? Right? But and the question also is that when we talk about using ribs and the rest of it, where are they going? Right, that's the big thing, right? Mm-hmm. May we?
May I jump in a second, because Prince
Of
had
course.
an update from Stratcom, which will clarify the situation.
Oh, go on.
Yes, actually, this has been released from Strategic Command of Ukraine and the General Staff. The occupiers are still temporarily in Novakhovka. Information about the alleged withdrawal from the enemy, from this settlement was made public as a result of an incorrect use of available data. So.
Okay, so I was going to add to that. It's interesting. So I just received a message about 20 minutes ago. So I was going to repeat. Someone who has friends and family in Novakhovka and said, no, the Russians haven't left. Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. So the General Staff and Stratcom have communicated that was put out there as an error, and they have not evacuated. And so I wanted to get up and get that information out to you guys as quickly as possible, because we hate to give out incorrect information. And when we are wrong, just like the General Staff of Ukraine and Stratcom, we correct ourselves as quickly as possible. So just thanks for letting me interrupt there for a minute to clarify that information for you guys.
Give it 48 hours, Prince.
Yeah, I think it's an indication that it's probably coming, but it's not quite there yet.
So the message I got was that the family were going to go out food shopping tomorrow, and they were going to report back.
Right. I had something for Gunny before.
Yeah, we just got back from Pets at Home, and I let him pick a toy and a chewy, so he's happy now.
Very good.
I'm talking about my dog, not Tim Sennett. Obviously, he's probably got loads of toys.
And I guess that Gimpy's probably better behaved than Tim.
Gimpy after the gun, mate. Come on.
But why did you put an eye in it then?
Because otherwise people would think that I've just given 4 random letters as his name, wouldn't they?
Well, but then I would have known what you meant.
Oh, God.
You need to rename your dog so I know what you're talking about, Gunny.
Yeah, you imagine going to the vet and then thinking they've named their dog after 4 letters. GPMG. That's a bit of a weird name.
Okay, can we just, by the way, before we go to our friend Hop, who will probably confirm that as well, because everybody is now going nuts about yet another round of BS coming out of US media in this case. It's another round of people who've been drinking too much Kool-Aid in the same hotel, because they all stay in the same hotel. And trust me, Tim and I know, in Kiev, where journalists and aid workers and everybody else congregate. There's maybe 2, 3 more, but this is the main thing. And that's where they all bottle about, quite literally. And yet again, today, the Wall Street Journal has been coming out with an absolutely gloom and doom article that Ukraine would find it difficult to have enough men to man the barricades against the large hordes. That's complete and utter tosh. At the end of the Second World War, Britain had more than 6 million people under arms, and therefore one should be very, very calm, given the fact that 9,300 men who supposedly have defected are absolutely nothing if you take, just for fun of it, The male population between 18 and 55 currently is about 10.25 million men. Then currently, the Ukrainian armed forces report different numbers, one of which is that they have up to 20% of their total force now female. That includes different roles. There were indications as to how many do combat. Many are in combat medics, a disproportionately high number, but nevertheless, if you see we have 12.25 million men and you maybe have another 2 million available women, then you have a large force. There is no shortage of human capital.
Yeah, look, we've said this for ages. We've been saying it for ages, right? At the end of the Second World War, the UK had 6 million troops, right? So numbers aren't going to be a problem for Ukraine whatsoever, right? Anyone who thinks that Russia's got unlimited numbers is well, deluded, right? Gunny, you want to say, oh, and it's not Gunny, I'm looking at the wrong thing. That's Laughing Tommy. Oh, sorry, hang on, I've got it wrong. Hopsy, then Laughing Tommy. Hopsy.
Hey, gentlemen, I'm in the car. How's the mic sound?
Loud and clear, thank you very much.
How's that? Couple things. I had a question for Gunny, but first I wanted to ask if they're thinking of renaming that bar in Kyiv the Echo Chamber. It's a rumor I heard. And then for Gunny, what do you think of this idea that we're already seeing shaping of Crimea going on, and then when we start seeing more jamming and more sort of nascent air ops down in the south, that we might see continued shaping. What I'm thinking we're going to see is a pinning down as much as possible of Russian forces and the exhaustion logistically and physically in the morale department that comes from being on alert constantly. The further degradation of their combat capability. And I'll sort of step back and listen. What do you think of that, Gunny?
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. So what do they need to do? What are some of the nice things to have? Well, if you're going to start shooting other aircraft over the sea, first of all, you have to accept the fact that you're probably going to lose some aircraft, and because they are relatively important, these jet jockeys, if only because they sustain the world's mustache wax industry, you need the ability to rescue them out of the water when they punch out. And what did the Ukrainians get? 3 Sea Kings from the UK, painted grey. All right, not painted land camouflage sort of paint scheme, painted grey. So clearly the Sea Kings are being tasked or were purchased with an eye to overwater search and rescue. So what do they need to do? Well, we saw where the Predator was knocked down. So clearly the Russians are operating fast air over Crimea. So they're going to need to push that back. Really, they want to push it back so the Russians can only kind of do local air defense. I think that would make sense. So they're going to need to start killing jets in the air. The other factor, obviously, as you and I know, is surface vessels. And the surface vessels, particularly the 2 frigates, I imagine they've got some kind of fighter control capability. I mean, when I was in, it was only really destroyers in the Royal Navy that had that. But let's safely assume they might have the ability to at least locally control aircraft. And if they push them a little bit out west, it extends that air defense bubble, doesn't it? And it gives them sort of forward-based surface-to-air missile capability. So what do you do? Well, they can't come within Neptune and Harpoon range. So you want anti-ship missiles mounted on aircraft. But in order to go after the surface ships, if they're halfway competent, they'll have a combat air patroller. So you've got to kill the cap, kill the ships. If they start doing that and we see a burning Russian frigate, and the combat air patrol that was overhead killed, the Russians are either going to have to forcefully stage out more assets to keep the air defense bubble for Ukraine, or they're going to have to pull back slightly and then just try and retain sort of local air supremacy, that kind of thing. That's what I'm hoping will happen. What are Ukrainians going to need? Well, you and I know, mate, they'll need some kind of anti-shipping capability. They'll need to be able to stage 2 ship strike packages with overhead cover to knock back any combat air patrol. And they'll need to go in fast and low because they don't have air-to-air refueling. So they're going to launch, they're going to have to go in fast, low, drop off a couple of missiles and then leg it back. That's what I'm really hoping that we're going to see. If they get capabilities like everyone loves Exocet, it's crap, really. It's.
Well, I was thinking more along the lines of Slam ER, mounted on the proverbial MiG-29 with a repeated feints down to the south that just nibble at the edge of the combat envelope, the engagement envelopes rather, for their SAM systems, and you just continually poke, and then eventually and you're looking at evoking responses, exhausting the defense, and then as you slowly sort of lay the battlefield to get these frigates and start putting I believe the U.S. has given them air launch the version of the Harpoon. Very tricky on the ranges and the ability to use that, but if nothing else, you're pinning down forces. I agree with you. I don't see any kind of a waterborne invasion of any importance of going into the Crimea. That's just not how things are going to go. But that's kind of one of the we can scenario it all day, but that's one of the things I was thinking.
Yeah, I think you're bang on. Look, sinking surface ships, if the opposition are stupid, we both know it's actually fairly easy. 2 Argentine Super Etendards managed to get within 16 miles of HMS Sheffield, and air defence is our thing. We were doing it for a very long time, and they just waltzed through, mainly due to incompetence, and put an Exocet through the side of a Royal Navy destroyer. So are the Russians as good as us? Doubtful. What's their anti-ship missile defense like? How well trained are they? I don't even know what top plate radar, how good low level detection is. I kind of assumed it was like 996 radar, sort of 90s version for us. But could the Ukrainians sort of look for an opportunity and then sneak 2 aircraft in and stage a diversion somewhere else, maybe to pull the cap off station? And then you do some kind of ASMD strike on a frigate. I think if they got 2 rounds in the air, I think they'd kill her. Everything I've seen from the Russian Navy screams to me their air defense capability is pretty pish. Maybe this is something a powder dry job, and they're just holding it in their back pocket because the Russians don't seem to stage routine sorties. You know what I mean? They don't have a continuous radar picket program. They kind of stage them here, stage them there, kind of thing. Probably according to what's going on with other ships off launching Caliber and stuff like that. So maybe the Ukrainians are just sort of sat back and taking notes, and then on the day of the race, when they feel it necessary, maybe we might. And I don't know about you, but I'm positively dribbling from every orifice over this. Some kind of maritime strike, which would be absolutely fascinating from NATO's perspective to watch, because we always assume that Russian maritime air defense was pretty hot. God knows they've got enough kit on there. We might just see a test for that, and I still think those Sea Kings are an indication of Ukrainian intent in the future.
David's run away. So
Haven't. I was trying to find my my mic button. It was laughing Tommy.
Yes, thank you. Just a quick bit of news and then a question for Gunny. So the news is that the Icelandic legislature has recognized Holodomor as a genocide. And then I tagged Gunny on a video that's been released. It's a video of the attack on Sevastopol with the drones, and I wanted to hear his opinion on it if he doesn't mind.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? So one got tangled up in the booms, and two made it into the inner harbour. My guess is that harbour is very electronic countermeasures intensive in there, because the Ukrainians seem to have the ability to get these uncrewed surface vessels in, but all of a sudden they lose the ability to target ships alongside. I reckon the one that was killed, blew up, is probably a result of fire. They've got like a picket vessel. I think it's a corvette. They moor it in the central harbour, and that's there. She's permanently anchored there as a kind of last-ditch defence against these uncrewed vessels. It didn't look like AK-30 six-barrel Gatling gun fire. It looked like maybe the old under over 25 millimeters, something like that. So it might have been a minesweeper they've got there at the minute. But it's odd because they've got two in, but then look, ships tied up alongside are very, very vulnerable and very easy to see. But for some reason, yet again, the Ukrainians didn't manage to hit anything. And the only reason I can think of is there's some kind of fairly heavy electronic countermeasures that really messes up the signal between the vessels and wherever the control position is. But they're going to have to rethink this boom defense thing. I would expect to see some work, and maybe, I don't know how they do it. They're probably going to need some kind of steel netting run off a hawser put over the boom to catch anything that kind of drives full speed, if you know what I mean. But that just makes opening and closing the boom a lot more difficult as well. And it speaks volumes. So the outer moles, so they've got two sort of moles where there should be a boom defense as well. The craft got past there. And those two moles, all you need on the end of each mole is someone with, a couple of people with night vision equipment and a 12.7 machine gun on each one or something like that, and you'd stop any attack really early on. So these things got in again, and they should not be doing that. They're bad. I mean, they stopped the last one because we saw the helicopter and the ship engaging at sea. So they really got caught flat-footed it. So yeah, quite interesting.
Thank you.
Yes, Mockers, I'm still looking for some information. So if you could do your bit.
I have a couple of things for you, if you would like. Yes. Do my bit. It made me sound like I was putting one in for the war effort then.
Yes, you are.
Do my bit. Starship Troopers just came back to me in a flash then. So Bloomberg are reporting that Putin's mercenary Prigozhin is looking to shift his focus. Now he is planning to shift focus back to Africa. Well, I've seen a couple of these sort of articles today that Prigozhin, after hinting that he has some sort of political ambition, that's the word, he's now preparing, apparently, to scale back operations in Ukraine after Russian military chiefs have succeeded in basically cutting off his key supplies of men and munitions. So apparently he's taken his ball and he might be taking it home with him. What do you think?
Oh, did you want me to comment?
Let's vote, David. Let's vote. Short narrative, chimera, or just miffed and going to the corner.
So I can't even vote on anything because really what I did is I stopped listening, and then all I heard was, "What do you think?" And I thought, no, was I supposed to be listening?
You were supposed to be thinking. No, Mokas laid out the case that Mr. Prigozhin, and many reports have been brought out, and I'll summarize it. Mokas, please correct me if anything is not sufficient. That many notices have been brought out that Prigozhin would now refocus and on Africa, and therefore concentrate his Wagner rights on it, in view of both his political ambition in the future as well as the fact that evidently he needs to get out of Dodge because things, and this may I add, have not gone so well for him there. So is it a Russian narrative? Is it him trying to get out of Dodge? Is it a chimera? What is it?
I'd go chimera. Go on.
I'm with you. It's a narrative and a chimera both. A, they're trying to simply mask things, and B, it's just a narrative in order to keep us all busy and guessing.
Yeah.
Laughing Tommy, you've got your hand up.
Yes. So a question regarding the lovely people from Wagner. I just thought of many bad words in a row. Anyway, I want to ask if now that they've been designated a transnational criminal organization, could we perhaps see some U.S. forces around Syria or some forces in Africa go weapons free on them at some point? Because the last thing I've seen about them is that they executed Chinese miners, but that's about it. Hello?
Even that though, we don't know really, do we? There was a narrative that they were there supposed to be protecting them, and that it may have been other people who came in, some, oh, what do they call them? Some separatist group. No doubt. I don't know. They've got these narratives everywhere. For all we know, they probably off them themselves and just blamed it on someone else just for the fun of it. But yeah, I don't think that has caused any sort of fuss, really. I think we're more fussed about that than both the Russians and the Chinese. Yeah, it's my thought.
No, I mean, I don't particularly care because given their modus operandi, it wouldn't be above them in any way. But what I'm more interested in is that now that they have a status, would it be more easy for different pro-Western forces to act on them and not consider them, how should I say, a protected group because they're aligned with Russia? That's my question.
Were you listening to that question? Because I had a message in the background.
Oh dear, don't you see? Everyone's just talking whilst I'm trying to do something. No, listen, Laughing Tommy, I do apologise. I will stop trying to do what I was doing. I've failed completely here. Say it again. You have my entire. I was going to say, my ability, which isn't very high in actual fact, but I am listening now. I'm very sorry.
No worries. So basically, My
I'm giving
idea
myself a
was,
D minus, by the way. I'm not doing very well.
yeah, okay. So basic question that I have, and I don't know, I'm basically looking for somebody to explain if there's a change under international law as to how force can be applied against Wagner now that they're a national criminal organization. So does that give NATO forces that encounter them in the wild, like in Africa or Syria, more of a how should I say, more authority to deal with them, or is it the same thing?
Yeah, it's a good question, isn't it? Right? I don't know. I've been an advocate that the Wagner everywhere needs to be targeted. There are some people who just go, no, just leave them alone. It's just diverting attention away from anywhere. But I'm just going, look, right? If anyone's in Africa, there certainly won't be helping out in Ukraine, right? And getting rid of Wagner before it turns into full on, spectre or something. It might be something that people should be looking at. Just my opinion, but I would just go, I think they should use any means necessary to cut out the disease that is Wagner, wherever they find it. As to if international law allows it, I don't know. If only Pauli was around. If we all say Pauli 3 times, maybe he'll turn up. After me, Pauli. No. Anyway, it's not working, is
Nice
it?
try.
He is in Munich, which means that at this point in time, 7:37, is dinner time, which means he probably has a good amount of beer in him. And given the fact that he only had
Schweinhaxer mit
4.5
Pommes frites, ne?
No pommes frites. In Munich, you eat Knödel. Schweinshaxen mit Knödel.
I just don't like noodle. I much prefer
Knödel,
pommes
not
frites. Thank you
noodle.
very much.
Knödel. The big dumpling, you know?
No, I know. I just prefer pommes frites.
But what shall I do?
I know. I tell you what, cook both for me, and then what I will do is I'll mark them out of 10, and then we can work it out from there.
I shall do so with pleasure and with pride, David, given the fact that when I do a knödel, I mean, it's never as good as what either the spouse or the grandma or my mother did. However, if I do it, trust me, you will never touch French fries again.
Okay, I accept that challenge. You can just talk, Marcus.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt. However, I'm looking at something here, and it's coming from the independent outlet Verstaka, or whatever they're called, Verstaka. It's a Russian, which apparently is stating that there's been quite some reaction to the Hague's arrest order for Vladimir Putin. And although they've all talked about it just being a piece of paper and, sort of saying, oh, well, it doesn't bother us, apparently there were some private chats which told the real story, with some wondering if they would become the next Himmler or Goebbels. So apparently, some of these have been, some of these have been transcribed, although it is said the reactions were mostly unprintable. Okay, so here's some of it. There was a sense that they, talking about the West, had crossed the line, and it is a slap in the face for all of us. So others soon began to realise that they could actually face war crimes charges. So here you go. There was an instant thought that not only are sanctions against us, but also more serious things, that it would be impossible now to leave the country. One source in government ministry was quoted as saying, he did not expect to face any criminal prosecution himself, but admitted that other members of the government may go down. Two sources in the Russian parliament reportedly drew parallels to members of Hitler's inner circle. One also recalled the fate of the Libyan leader Gaddafi, which I think we may have mentioned here once. And members of the Federation Council, the upper chamber of parliament, discussed with each other how Moscow could effectively respond, and came up empty. One lawmaker admitted in the writing, "We haven't come up with anything yet. This is some kind of blow to us. Our leader is an international criminal, supposedly." So yeah, it says, on one hand, it makes you want to rally round him, and on the other, it is as though we are now in complete global isolation. Well, would that be a teensy bit of truth poking through there? Sucks to be them, hey?
Yeah, it does really suck to be them, doesn't it? I'm looking at a tweet from Anton Gerashenko from earlier today, which says, "Attention, Great Britain." Right? That Russian propagandists see the UK as the main instigator and want to end the war by inflicting a critical defeat on Britain. Yeah, there we are.
Are you ready for them coming? You know, like, you know, in all their boats that fall into bits.
Yeah, no, exactly, right.
How many do you think would actually reach us? Probably a few.
They're the angry folks at Dover, though, wouldn't they? I mean, what's a critical defeat? There you are. Interesting. I'm feeling very worried now.
Well, they'd have to come and get us first, because, you know, we're not going to bother hauling our way over there just for them to come and pester us. So yeah, when the Ukrainians are finished with them, they can come and say hi, no doubt. Jens, good evening.
Good evening, everybody. I just read a tweet from Noel saying that Lloyd Austin says that the US will supply Abrams from its stocks, not producing it. And then I kind of thought of the last weeks, months, we have seen big American ferries delivering tanks heading for Poland. And I'm wondering if some of the tanks going to Poland may be getting a Ukrainian paint job. But I just read the tweet that they'll supply from stocks. But I've only seen it from this guy, Noel.
I would say Noel is usually an okay source. So I don't know. What do you think, David?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's they're sort of pushing stuff out. I've not seen anything that's been really wrong or anything that's come. I thought, well, that's just misinfo or anything like that. I would think they're okay. Look, news sources always get it wrong at some stage, don't they? Who knows? But
Well, I just kind of was curious since we had this tank vendor where suddenly Leopards and Abrams joined the game, and then I kind of thought back to the last months where we'd seen these large ferries dropping off a lot of different gear, and thought, who knows when the tanks will actually arrive. And then I saw this tweet.
Gunny?
Yeah, just say there's a lot of smoke and mirrors going on here. Why did that American transport ship stop at Southampton? There's no need for it to. It was on its way to Europe. Could have been there in 48 hours, and yet it did a fast overnight stop in a part of Southampton docks. Didn't go to Marchwood maritime port, but it went to an area where there's a very, let's just say it's a very nice kind of area for offloading equipment and then being able to send the low loaders round on a different route so you don't cause any sort of traffic jams, things like that. Me and Daryl had a look. I think Daryl agreed it was a fantastic embarkation point. And she came in and she went under 24 hours later. Why would she do that? So, yeah, you know, on the face of it, the announcement was this was a routine swapping around of equipment for American units in Europe. Yeah, probably. But if you move hundreds and hundreds of vehicles around, it's fairly easy to lose stuff in the shuttle, isn't it? I think what the press release was, it's M1, is it M1A1s instead of new build M1A2s, but they'll be upgraded. Probably fire control systems, stuff like that. So in terms of capability, they're going to be not quite as good, but pretty much there. And I'm pretty sure the Americans would have bolted on some nice additional equipment, the same as we probably will with Challenger, because that's what happens for people who haven't been in the military. When you actually deploy, suddenly the cupboard is thrown open, and all sorts of shiny things made by people with enormous brains appears on the jetty, etc., and starts getting fitted to the ship. It's the same with army kit. Usually, although there are exceptions. So, you just have to wait and see. I saw the Spanish have announced that their 6 Leopards are now ready to be sent, and they're probably going to be in theatre by close of play next week as well.
Things are starting to come together, aren't they?
They are, aren't they? Right, and we had the there's images of Mardas that look like they might be here next week as well. Or say here, not at my place, but in Ukraine. So that's quite interesting stuff. So we just had not a DM. There's someone tagged me in in a tweet. Yeah, come up, stick your request, come up, and you can explain the international law for us. That would be wonderful.
In the meantime, Laughing Tommy, go ahead.
Yeah, just quickly on the Abrams that were supposed to be sent. So we're talking M1A1 SA, which is the situational awareness package. So they're going to have the forward-looking infrared, fire target locate sensor, tank infantry phone, comms gear, including FBCB2, which is a battle command, a communication platform, basically. And the Blue Force tracking, so tracking other vehicles in the cruise situational awareness package, and a thermal sight for the 50 cal. And it's a variant that is basically an export variant that had the depleted uranium armor removed. So maybe they have found stockpiles of those because they were supposed to be exported to the Royal Moroccan Army. And by the way, if anybody remembers, there were a bunch of T-72s that were getting refurbished in Czechia, which got basically Morocco delayed fulfillment of the contract so that those can be sent to Ukraine. So it wouldn't be the first time that stuff that was meant for Morocco or Moroccan stock appears in Ukraine all of a sudden.
Well, and I was just watching a little video there of the MiG-29 transfer from Slovakia to Ukraine that went ahead today. that I've retweeted that if anybody wants to see that. But basically, the Ukrainian pilots went into Slovakia and picked up their jets and flew them back into Ukraine. And was that from a NATO airfield?
Well, it's from a Slovakian airfield.
All right, okay. I just wondered. Oh, well, yeah, I suppose NATO country. Yeah, right. Okay, get it now. I get the reference. Right. Somebody just said, a NATO airfield directly into Ukraine. That's all. And I was just checking what that meant. So yeah, from a NATO country. But still, it's something that they are adding to. I mean, let's face it, they've had some losses. They must have had a number of losses and a number of retirements for their aircraft. I mean, they can't go on forever, and they were pretty old when they started. So this is sort of injecting a little bit more life into that air power that they've got. Really happy with them.
Yeah, sorry, mockers. Yeah, they really do, because look, these things don't last forever. They're not like my Toyota. Well, actually, they probably did last longer than my Toyota Yaris, which lasted 20 years. But but I suspect they've been treated a bit more roughly than my Toyota Yaris. But maybe if I'd taken it to Ukraine, it would have been treated as badly. You're looking at the state of some of the roads.
Yeah, I've seen the state of some of the cars after a couple of weeks. So yeah, it wouldn't last there, I don't think.
No, it wouldn't. Ah, dear. So anyway, the gentleman who said he would come up and explain, you have to request, right? So if you're still listening, just make a request at the bottom, at the right, so on the mic button, and then we'll bring you up, and then you can explain to us the international rules.
And in the meantime, we'll go to Klaus.
Thank you. I was out walking in a spotty mobile area, so that's why I lost connection a few times. And I was also laughing for myself, but luckily I live in a rural area, so no one was watching me laughing. So regarding these airplanes that flew into Ukraine, I thought the Russians were supposed to shoot them down. They've threatened with that. So. And regarding the Abrams, I think that U.S. made that was announced yesterday or the day before they would deliver M1s instead because they have them in stock. So thank you.
Technically, they're all M1s. It's just that they're going to be M1A1s, not A2s, which are the newer upgraded armor package.
Yes, sorry, A1, M1A1. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, look, right. I don't think anyone here is going to complain if the whatever Western tank arrives and it arrives earlier, right? We just need that, right? Just send everything they've got. That's what you say. Just send it now, and we can get this all over and done and dusted. If anyone. I will. I think, Mockers, did you say there was a tweet in the nest that's to do with T-72s? Also, oh no, the T-55. Sorry.
Pass. What were we? T-55.
No. Did you say earlier there was a tweet in the nest about T-55s?
No, I did not.
All right. I don't know. Maybe I see. Probably that was when I had a little nap, when the 3-minute power nap when you were talking, and I just dreamt it. Right. But anyway, listen. Very quickly, we have Nuno coming on very soon. We have the amazing Axel. He's on his way. And I think he's saying we can swap in 2 minutes. So we need 2 minutes of power action from you, Mockers, and we can get this sorted, and and we'll get some military updates.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to use those 2 minutes to hand over to Laughing Tommy because he's got his hand up.
Yes, so I'm trying to figure out where the Abrams are coming from, and as far as I can see, the Moroccan Royal Moroccan Army has 300, almost 400 of those tanks, and they have 162 of those are M1A2 SEP3, which is the basically the newest exportable variant. SEP4s are only for the US Army, as far as I know, and 222 M1A1 SA, which are the ones that are going to be sent, the same kind that is going to be sent to Ukraine. So what I'm thinking is happening is maybe they've been upgrading some, and they have given up their place in the queue, if that makes sense, so that those can be sent to Ukraine, and they'll get SEP3s that are basically being made new. I'm guessing that's the sort of deal that happened behind the scenes. Not that I was much interested, but I found it curious.
I know, it's very interesting, isn't it? I mean, look, the North Africa, Middle East connection that we've talked about quite a bit. Jordan's still got those 392 Challenger 1s that were upgraded to a Chally 2 standard. With the exception of some of them have still got the original barrel, and some of them have got a smooth bore. Klaus.
Thank you. I also just saw the tweet that Marka talked about Russia inflicting something on Britain, and even though that Britain have tried to do some self-harm the recent decade, I don't think that Britain is so weak that it will even notice. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not that worried, because they'd have to come through Germany first anyway, wouldn't they? Right. So there we are. And that would be another reason for Germany to, in actual fact, get on and sort out their military spending. Go for it, Russia. Go for it. In fact, I suggest that good old Poland, you make a little corridor for you to make your way into Germany, and then they might rethink their strategy, right?
Also, though, David, that us Brits, we're generally at the stage now of come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. So, we do it everywhere we go, don't we? Start fights and stuff. So if someone wants to bring one to our doorstep.
Yes, the most dangerous fighting machine in the world is a Geordie after 4 pints of Newcastle brown ale, and he's carrying 2 of those bottles. I suspect exactly. I just suspect that, in fact, drinking Newcastle brown ale makes you angry because you're thinking, why am I drinking this?
Is it that bad? I wouldn't know. I don't do dirty beer. It's grim.
Exactly, it's grim in Grimsby as well. There's some other angry people there. Just there, we'll send them to the Russians. Yes. So I think we need another 30 seconds or so. What are we looking for? I'm looking for a tweet. Yesterday, the tweet that we got from State, which was the 5 misinformation techniques by Russia. That was brilliant. We had a good question and answer and a good old laugh about that.
I have a wee something for you to chuckle at. Just it amuses me anyway. Cat, stop it.
It sounds like I'm going to say this. It sounds like your cat might be chopping something up.
No, he's attacking a cardboard box with his foot. The Indian Air Force has announced that Russia is unable to deliver the vital defence supplies that India was supposed to receive this year. Would you believe? I think they were S-400s, and well, they've been delayed, and possibly because they can't get the parts to make them. So that delay might just be forever.
Could very well be. Didn't they have a problem? Some of the aircraft parts that they've been looking for haven't arrived as well.
Oh no, that's shocking.
This is what happens when you buy Russian, right? You'd have thought people would have understood by now.
Alrighty,
You know
I'm
what it
cycling
is.
up Noodle, who couldn't get up with the initial invitation. Let's try to get this done now. And then, Mockers, shall we
Well,
swap?
there we go.
Oh, Noodle. Good evening.
I will say good night, folks, and good evening, and enjoy Nuno's segment. I will be listening.
Me too, I'm listening.
So, hello, guys. I'm a bit out of a voice today, kind of a sexy radiophonic voice. But anyway, how are you doing? Everything all right?
Brilliant. Well, obviously you got a voice, but how are you in general, Nuno?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Just a little rough on the voice. Anyhow, I think we should get started, everyone. Been last week it was a bit complicated, but I think I'll share to the nest here a tweet I just did with with a few of the maps we're going to need for this segment. So, Axel, shall we start with a short military overview? What you think?
Let's give it a go. Absolutely. Let's have your 30,000 feet view and then drill into it.
Okay, so first of all, we've been hearing in the last couple of hours some reports about the Russians leaving Novakakova. On one of the maps here by Military Landnet, you can see on the fourth picture. The fourth map is of that Novakakova front. Now, the Ukrainian military command also redrew its previous statement. Somebody jumped the gun. It would be really astonishing, to say the very least, to see Russians abandoning Novakakova. Because for those of you who don't know, which I believe are not that many, Novakakova is a very important hub because it's one of the repairable. It commands the Dnieper River with a large dam in the region. It's also where you can control the flow of water into Crimea. And Novakakova, which sits upstream and commands the basin of the Dnieper Dam. It's a very significant crossing point for any operation across the river, and it's repairable. So, in that sense, it would be very strange for Russians to abandon this village, this city, because it would create because Ukraine could cross the river, and that would be a massive complication for Russian forces on the eastern side of the Dnieper River. Of course, there's been some river crossings by mainly reconnaissance units and special operations units, but I would say that this needs to be handled closely, needs to be reviewed closely, but we're probably looking at a rotation of Russian forces or some forces that were pulled out and to be replaced or to be consolidated. I don't think we are seeing any retreat. It would be astonishing to see people retreat, to see the Russian army, the forces retreat from Nova Kakova. I think it would be bewildering, but alas, we're talking about the same guys who got bombed 50 times or 20 times or whatever in Kherson, in that airport in Kherson. So you never know, and you may need those forces somewhere else. That leads us to something we've discussed extensively over the last few weeks, and last week we discussed, and the space was almost all about it. Funny enough, which is Bakhmut. So Bakhmut holds, and as we've discussed here last week, apparently the gamble, the operational risk, the operational gamble that Ukrainian command decided to play in Bakhmut by defending the city and by holding the city while not overextending and overcommitting their reserves is apparently paying off. And I saw a lot of ink being written on how holding Bakhmut was was a suicide mission, was a political mission, was X, Y, Z. It would never. Ukrainian forces would get slaughtered, would get cut off, would get encircled. Well, apparently, apparently Ukrainian command knows their terrain in their area of operations far better than many of us. Even if I will say that at first sight, a few weeks ago, I would consider the possibility of abandoning Bakhmut because it has no real intrinsic strategic value right now. However, they decided to hold it. They took the risk. They an operational gamble, and apparently it's paying off because even Prigozhin is trying to maneuver his way out of this mess in Bakhmut. That said, if we look here at the map, we see that the lines in the city haven't moved significantly over the last week, and Ukrainian forces have been holding their positions. Have even in the south of the city, they even staged some localized counterattacks to release some pressure, and we are seeing that there's even by General Sivsky, who's in Bakhmut, we saw we saw the general say that the forces have held, that their operational plan is working, and that Russian forces are culminating. And this is being supported by intelligence from the West, from the British, the Americans, and others that are saying that Russian forces are losing offensive capabilities. Wagner is clearly in a tight position. We'll get to Wagner a while later in the show. But as we've been saying, Bakhmut holds, and that's a very tricky proposition for Russia.
They're opening themselves up on so many fronts.
And Axel, the thing is, and that's my point about Bakhmut, it's Ukraine, first of all, does not require a counterattack in Bakhmut. They can counterattack locally to relieve pressure or to reopen or to relieve fire control by Russia from the ground lines of communication to make it easier to supply the Russian forces, the Ukrainian forces in the city. Sorry, but Russia is left with a proposition where it has not very good defensive positions. Its offensive power has been depleted. They have culminated. They'll need to refit and rearm. And they are opening themselves to Ukrainian counteroffensives in other axes of the front. And this is where the gamble pays off. Ukraine doesn't need to retake anything from Bakhmut. They can fix them there and stage operations across other places of the front where the Russians will then have to decide what to do. Because as we've been saying, forces don't stretch that much. I see we have M with us and with his hand up. So let's talk about Bakhmut a bit. And I know people always have a lot of questions about Bakhmut, so let's get some questions on. First of all, M, welcome. Happy Ramadan, my brother. Salam alaikum. What's your question, man?
Alaikum salam, Nuno. Thank you so much for the Ramadan greetings. Yeah, it's two questions. First of all, or firstly, wouldn't you say that committing limited troops to Bakhmut and holding Bakhmut is more or less the same as what happened in Mariupol? By defending Mariupol, you pin down more than 20,000 Russian troops, preventing them from maneuvering on other fronts and therefore denying Russian forces operating on other fronts, those troops. Basically, the defending force in Mariupol managed to fix those troops in place and therefore deny other fronts their efforts. So it's more or less Operation Medusa 2.0 being repeated in Bakhmut by pinning down those Russian troops, which allows the Ukrainian high command to focus on training reserves and also economizing on expending munitions in anticipation of a spring offensive or their upcoming offensive. That's the first part of the question. The second part of the question is hindsight is 2020, and we don't know the amount and the type of intelligence Ukrainian command has access to. But after seeing the Battle of Bakhmut and the winter offensive, the Russian winter offensive unfold, their losses in Volodar, and the divisions we're now learning about between the Russian Ministry of Defense and Wagner, wouldn't you say that defending Bakhmut was actually also the right decision to make, and that it might have driven a wedge between Wagner and the Russian Defense Ministry, and therefore kind of upset the power balance back in the Kremlin and accelerated divisions between competing factions within the current the current Russian regime and its collaborators or aiders or people who aid it or want to be part of one inner ring after another or just want to climb up that blood-soaked ladder to power.
Those are two very good questions then. So first one, I'd say you're correct. Bakhmut is a fixing operation, most of all. It's when I describe it as an operational gamble, it's because it's exactly that. It's a repeat of Mariupol, but with larger assets and a garrison and the forces committed to it are not cut off, as Mariupol's forces were due to geography. The forces committed to this operation have are in a very awkward position where you have more forces committed to defending the main supply routes and the main lines of the ground lines of communication to keep them supplied and keep that fight alive. Then you have in within the city fighting the Russians, and in that sense, it has a difference that these forces are not cut off, but it is the same. Let's say the same framework, operational framework that we have seen previously, both in Mariupol and to a certain extent, even if that has ended with the retrograde operation in Severodonetsk. So what we are seeing is you commit just enough forces, because the gamble here was not only holding Bakhmut, but holding Bakhmut in a way where you do not lose or you do not commit necessary reserves for the coming operations. So in that sense, that this is the core of the gamble. The operational risk is you're going to lose people. You you're going to exchange soldiers in soldiers' lives in some units for time. But you also know that if you succeed, you not only fix a number of maneuver units of the enemy, but you also guarantee that these maneuver units are not in a position, because of attrition, to conduct further offensive operations, which means that a time will come where they either move these forces to other places of the front and Ukraine can retake Bakhmut, or they keep them there and they'll be needed elsewhere eventually, because we're back where we talked about mobilization. Russia has not mobilized. They have this semi covert effort to mobilize 400 contractniks, but honestly, that's not going to cut them any relief in the short term. And I have my doubts about the ability of Russia to supply this amount of forces. So it's working. This gamble has worked. Now, to your second part of the question, regarding the operation, the more political and strategic options. We really don't know the kind of intelligence, because the intelligence you're referring to is not battlefield intelligence. It would be national assets and human intelligence by mostly. But there can be a calculus. I see a venue where you have a calculus of trying to create is not the word, because the Russians and the diverse stakeholders have created division. Both Prigozhin and Shoigu and even Kadyrov, they have created division. I would say that having that division, what Ukrainians try to do also would be accelerating that division. And they're apparently succeeding, because we've seen news today, at least I've seen them today, that Yevgeny Prigozhin is stating that is going to be leaving the Ukrainian theater and focusing on operations in Africa, which means, in my view, my humble view, that probably he understood that he cannot take Bakhmut. He's lost support within the power structure, and he's being set up by Shoigu as the fall guy for Bakhmut. So in that sense, I would say that the Ukrainians probably have better strategic sense, have better intelligence perception of what's going on in Russia than we have, for sure. And in that sense, they may have also conducted a sort of strategic political level operation by holding Bakhmut, which is accelerating, in fact, some divisions within the battlefield in the stakeholders in Moscow. If Prigozhin really leaves, and it's a big if he really leaves and Wagner leaves for Africa, Russia has an additional problem. How will that work? I have no idea. But it's an interesting prospect. I hope that answers the question, brother.
Is it fair to say that
It does.
we discussed it a little earlier? Sorry, but we discussed it a little earlier here on the space, David and I asked him point blank whether this is a chimera, a narrative, or just Prigozhin's pursuit of bailing out. And I think we both came to the conclusion that A, it's a chimera, and B, it's a narrative. The GRU will not leave with whatever kind of force it has built up.
I'm not that certain. Honestly, Axel, I'm not that certain. And the reason why I'm not that certain is because I don't think Prigozhin wants to be the fall guy for this. So I'm not really sure that he won't try and leave the theater eventually. If that works or not, it's a different ballgame. But I'm not as certain that it isn't real. Let's put it this way. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so quick follow-up. So to sum up, albeit not having any intrinsic value, according to all analysts, the Battle of Bakhmut turned out to be a strategic victory for Ukraine and a strategic defeat for Russia. Ukraine managed to attrit Russian forces at a much higher rate than their own troops were being attrited. Again, goes back to show that the highest cost in this war is the human cost, which is being shouldered by Ukrainians who decided to fight and defend their land and take back their land and stand up to the invading force and rise up to the challenge. We're now approaching 170K casualties as announced by the Ukrainian Defense Ministry, which is almost 85% of the committed troops at the beginning of the invasion. Minus, of course, the mobilized troops later on and the mobilized or contracted Wagnerites afterwards. And if they, like you said, it's a big if, like Axel says, and we're still not sure, but if they manage to play out Wagner and remove them out of the equation by hammering at the animosity between the power players in Moscow and fueling the divisions that they had already created, like you said, then again, it's another political victory. So it bears the sign of several types of victories in one. You know, you defend the city holds, you get another legend that you can use to boost the morale of your troops. And also you're treating the invading force at a much higher rate than your losses, which are more precious, of course, than the losses of the enemy. And you're fueling or speeding up political divisions among the upper echelon in Moscow. So you would definitely call it so far a strategic victory, right?
I would call it, first of all, a very well played out operational gamble. And if this plays out to a moment where we see the fraying of Russian forces and the fraying of several stakeholders, definitely becomes a strategic victory by Ukraine. I have something to say that will probably not go down well with many people, but I saw a lot of very reputable and very good, but very reputable early on military analysts bashing the Ukrainians about the war. People writing op-eds how Bakhmut was a Zelensky decision and how it will collapse Ukrainian capabilities and how it was a mistake, and because we were there, we saw it, we talked to one battalion commander, or we interviewed two guys. What I believed in, first of all, from my early assessment of this is, okay, I don't have all the information. I wasn't in Bakhmut, and honestly, if I had to assess the Battle of Bakhmut, I wouldn't go to Bakhmut. I would go to Kiev and talk to the general staff and eventually Budanov of the GUR, of the GUR, to have an intelligence picture of the overall battle, because it's easy to go and talk to some guys in Bakhmut, and the guys in Bakhmut will tell you, well, this sucks, and we're getting hammered, and we don't have enough artillery, and we don't have enough X, Y, Z. Of course they will. If I was there, I would say the same thing. I'm being basically told to hold a position and to defend a strong point with a bare minimum amount of support. So it sucks, right? It really does. But the guys in Kiev, Zaluzny, Ukrainian command, the intelligence apparatus of Ukraine has shown us time and again over a course of a year of war that they have quite a decent understanding and quite a good understanding of where they need to take risks and hold. And in that sense, if you want to assess what was being done in Bakhmut, you need to look at what they've done previously. And that's what led me to say weeks ago that it's an operational gamble. They know they have a risk. They had a risk in Mariupol. They had a risk in Severodonetsk. But the fact that remains that Mariupol was a success. Severodonetsk, not that much. But Bakhmut is proving to be a success. And so if you're assessing anything, if you're committing to analysis of anything, what you need to do is go a little. That's why when I do these spaces, I try to go like more 30,000 feet view, because at the technical level, the guys in Bakhmut will tell you that the war is basically going badly, right? Because they're in a terrible position, and that's what's important here. When you analyze these kinds of things, you need to analyze the intentions of commanders and the overall operational situation. And when they did this, I found myself thinking, well, what these guys are doing is gambling on a risk that, if it pays off, it can be a major success. And here we are.
Thank you so much, Nuno. After you, Axel and David, I'll cycle down to listener.
Well,
Thank you, brother. Take care.
then let's move forward. I think we covered Bakhmut.
Yes. So our the Russians have been trying to hammer their heads against Avdiivka, which is one of the other areas that I would like to talk about. Avdiivka is south of Bakhmut. It's a key hub, has been for, it's a key railroad hub, has been an important Ukrainian strong point from back to 2014. And it's a very well defended and very fortified city. But Russians have been trying to encircle the city. And they've had some success, especially in the northern part of Avdiivka, and they've advanced to the south, a little bit in the south. So this is also another example of their need to push this front westward. They've been trying to straighten this front for a while. And they've been hammering their heads against Avdiivka for a while. And this is something that we need to pay attention to. It's one of the key cities in the theater. And this in particular has massive, as you can see on the third map that I shared, has a key railway hub. And in that sense, it's an important target for Russians. But it's also a very well defended strong point. It's heavily fortified, and I don't really think they're throwing enough combat power at it to hold it. Will they have the ability to break through the city? I'm not certain. They would they will have much success in this region. It's one of the best defended places in Ukraine. It has been from way back. So Avdiivka is a place to watch, because losing Avdiivka would be a blow to the Ukrainians. But I'm not really very worried about it. But it's nonetheless a place to look at. I see we have Gary with a hand up, so please go ahead, Gary.
Thank you, Nino. I was just going to hopefully finish off what we were discussing, what you were discussing about Bakhmut, because we've obviously talked about it in terms of logistics, operational, strategic, the gamble, the risk taking. But I was just going to mention the point that Ukraine is walking the talk. They have made it very clear that they will not give an inch of their land. And so that heart, that soul, that iron will is also what we're seeing at play politically with Bakhmut. That preparation, that preparedness, that determination to take that level of risk. They have remained absolutely resolute throughout. And we have seen we've seen partner countries delaying, stepping back, going forwards again. We've seen Russian lying. I would say from everything that I have seen, that Ukraine and their political leaders, their main political leader, he is very careful about what he says, very, very careful. And the key thing that he has demonstrated is an absolute clarity of purpose, which has never wavered. And that has been essential to message not only to to current partners, to the amount of commitment they're prepared to make. He will not go back on any commitment he has made to his nation, to his people, and to prospective future support and donations. And it's as much about that iron will and not being seen to track back from that at all, knowing the challenge, knowing the risk, feeling, the deep pain of what that means, both him and his colleagues and his closest military allies. They know how tough this is, but they are standing their ground, and that must be so utterly, utterly terrifying and demoralizing for the Russians. And I think that is as strongly a part of it, that and strong signaling to their partners as any other reason to hold on to Bakhmut. And the fight is not over there, obviously, but I think that utter clarity and intention to not give in will be and is so powerful.
Yes, it is. And that's one of the reasons, the political messaging is one of the reasons that President Zelensky and his part of the senior staff, and even General Sirsky, have been in Bakhmut this week, which tells us quite something. If you can move the president of Ukraine to the front line, so the ground lines of communication are mostly secure, and that's the reason why Zelensky went to Bakhmut. It's a political message. It held, it holds, it will continue to hold, and we are seeing actually some desperation on the Russian side. We will talk further ahead about all this depleted uranium juju that Russians are cooking up, and their useful idiots in Europe and the US are repeating to an extent, and even people who should know better are repeating some nonsense about that to an extent. But honestly, we are seeing some fraying of Russian political messaging and Russian I would say political capital and political will. There's signs, and the Ukrainians are capitalizing on it. And this Wagner issue, be it or not propaganda, is still a reflection of what's happening around the Battle of Bakhmut. It's shaping up to be, as I said previously, it's now an operational risk that has gone well. It's at operational level. It has shaped the battlefield for the future, and it's turning out the possibility that it is also a strategic victory for Ukraine. That remains to be seen, but honestly, it is now an operational gamble that has paid off and is probably keep paying off along the way. On the military situation, I would like to point out another thing. We've seen this week the first probing attacks by Ukraine coming from Orikhiv, which is in the Zaporizhia line. It's one of the maps you can see here has this front. And we've seen some probing attacks along this front by Ukraine. And this is significant. And it's significant because it's a very interesting proposition. We've talked here extensively. I believe anyone who has followed me knows that I believe an attack will come in the south. Part of the offensive will be in the south. But we are now seeing not only deep strikes by long-range fires, but we are also seeing the first reconnaissance elements of Ukrainian ground forces probing the lines. And south of Orikhiv, they've probed the lines with a degree of success. So there's plenty of room. And I say again, this is 1,500 kilometers of contact line. So it doesn't matter how many trenches the Russians build, they don't have the manpower to staff those trenches and have the necessary reserves to rove around and to move around and stop any breakthrough. So Ukrainians are starting. We are seeing the first signs of ground reconnaissance by advanced elements. So there's work being done for sure, and very advanced work being done for sure to start probing obstacles, fortifications, enemy positions, axes of approach, all that. And we see here the first signs of going through the planning and not the planning, going through the execution side of a counteroffensive. So I would say that it's worth what it's worth, but we are seeing signs that we've moved to a next stage where Ukraine is actively probing the lines. It will not come in the coming weeks, the attacks, eventually, unless there's some degree of success because or some catastrophic failure by Russians. But I would very much be inclined to say that mid-April, as soon as the ground conditions are better, we may face the first real serious attacks by Ukrainian ground forces. That's which we have now seen some signs. So Axel, that's the military part. I'd say we open up to the audience to ask questions on the military side. What do you think?
Sure. Let's see.
Or do you and David want to add anything?
No, I'm fine with this. I think this is very comprehensive. Lots of our people have asked questions during the day today. They might have just needed exactly that kind of consistent summary which you just gave, and thank you for that. David, do you have anything else? David is hunting for his microphone.
Yes, I was hunting for the microphone because it disappeared. No, I've nothing. I think it was brilliant. I'm just listening. Wonderful.
So anyone with questions, please go ahead. Since there's no questions, we'll move ahead. But
yeah, let's move ahead.
There's always good to have some. Let's move ahead. Okay, so on the military side, also we've seen the news that the French are training Ukrainian pilots on the Mirage. That's not exactly breaking news, but we're following the same line of the main battle tanks, which is basically people saying, okay, we're the French starting the conversation about the fighter jets. Now, it makes sense because the Mirage are going to be, I have been already replaced in the French fleet, but they are in operational conditions. They were replaced, I believe, in 2022. And France only retains the F version for its nuclear strike capabilities. But even that will be eventually replaced with the Rafale. Now, if they're really training the Ukrainians, which I believe they are, it means that we'll have a very decent fighter bomber coming to the battlefield. It's not exactly the best air superiority asset, but it's a capable aircraft. And we are seeing also the first Slovakian MiGs arrive, the first 4, and we are seeing some others going. So there's plenty of MiG-29s going to Ukraine, which means that there's going to be a more robust Ukrainian Air Force that will be able to support probably operations over the theater in at least some localized attacks and gain even superiority in some of the localized offensive. So in that sense, it's good news. It's good news. We'll see how that evolves. We'll see if the Mirage make it there. We are now seeing also the first Bradleys and the first Patriot systems being in Ukraine with trained crews, Ukrainian crews. So things are moving ahead. But the amount of hardware and training that's going on, and that's being shipped, and the amount of training that's going on, I would say that we should point a more comprehensive offensive up to April, May, eventually beginning of May, late April, beginning of May, depending on weather conditions. We are a month something from a major offensive. That is significant because it means that Russia has not mobilized, and Russia will not be able to inject that many forces into theater. And I usually say I keep hearing this extraordinary thing, which is the real Russian army will eventually come. Well, I don't think so, but we've seen it multiple times in British intelligence, American intelligence, French intelligence says, and even others say that the Russians have about 80% of their forces, their combat forces in Ukraine. And when you're seeing T-55s being shipped from storage, it's not exactly the best sign of your life.
Very well.
So you want to move to the politics?
I think we should.
Apparently,
We could go through the Mirage in so much detail. The funny part is that you and I were discussing this here on the 2nd of March, if I'm not quite mistaken, after people claim they've already discussed it at the end of January, but then again, I've not seen anything. But still even flouting the Rafale, which was completely impossible for many, many good reasons. The Mirage, obviously, there's an opportunity. It's an intercept fighter. It can fulfill a function. We discussed it a few days ago here with both HOP-C as well as our colleagues and friends on the aviation side, LATAM amongst them. By the way, LATAM is actually trying to get up, so we'll cycle them up. Maybe that helps in that moment. But we discussed it in quite some detail also yesterday. Whilst it is an older plane, whilst it does not have all the capabilities Ukraine actually needs, it is good to have. It's better than not having it. Will it be decisive? Not at all. Can it fly air cap in the north? Absolutely, and therefore relieve other planes for other actions. I mean, the MiG-29 has a longer combat radius, has better armaments, has better capacity in so many ways, but it's good to have because they are simply short of planes. So as a consequence, it's not a bad idea. I wouldn't consider it a suitable version. I mean, I would even take more Tornadoes than this. But still, hey, France has very little else to give.
With the Mirage.
Huh?
Rafale is completely out of the question.
Exactly, Rafale is completely out of the question. I agree.
It's a superb aircraft. But it's completely out of the question.
Yeah.
But Mirage has one thing. I believe these are already capable of that, which is you can integrate the scalp immediately.
Nope.
Which is
unfortunately not. That's
no. It's the F. Only the F.
This is exactly the problem. Is that these are the early versions, and you can't put the scalp onto them. That's exactly the problem.
Okay. I thought my bad. I thought it was the D already had it, but apparently only the F. So let's go to Jens. Jens, please go ahead. You had your hand raised.
Yeah. Good evening. Since we are on the border of talking politics, I had some thoughts about Bakhmut, where it maybe seemed like uh, uh, people looked at Bakhmut as a political objective, or I don't know what, because Zelensky visited it, where I maybe saw it if it was strategic important and it was very important. It made sense that Zelensky visited the forces to instill, to put himself on the front line, so to speak, because it was of such an important. And if Prescott, what's his name, Wagner, Mr. Wagner,
Prigozhin.
he was a
Prigozhin.
yeah,
Prigozhin.
he was a rising star. Then Bakhmut became kind of a black hole that sucked Wagner into it, and more or less now he's fleeing to Africa.
That was our point we've addressed, gents. But yeah, absolutely, I mean, Bakhmut has, first of all, an operational interest, which is fixing and degrading Russian forces. Period. Ukrainian command decided to exchange men and hardware for time and for attrition of the enemy. This is a gamble, an operational military risk. Then it has strategic implications for Wagner and eventually for the Russian campaign, because it holds, it's not envisioned. The Russians are culminating, or their offensive power is culminating. In that sense, it's probably a strategic victory, and it may turn into a strategic victory. And the fact that Zelensky was there is obviously politically significant. It's operationally a display that you can move the president of Ukraine to Bakhmut, which means that the ground lines of communication remain open to all extents and safe. So it just deepens the failure that Russians in Wagner in the Russian military have seen. So in that sense, I think it is. Latin American, please go ahead.
Hey, Nuno. Sorry, I was just communicating with Axel on a back channel. I'm not going to get too granular on this because we did discuss quite a bit yesterday. But to your point about the potential for Mirage variants, like with most types, variants matter, and you were indicating that the 5F is the one that continues to operate a beyond visual range missile, so a medium range missile. So that would be if the French were to, it's still in operational service with France. So I don't see it being offered at this point. Like Axel said, the earlier 2000C base model is the one that still has a role to play. Could be useful. It would be, I would have no problem seeing them arrive in Ukraine, with the only caveat of that it's potentially the integration of a French, particularly medium range missile to those earlier aircraft. Would not be too much of a reach technically, and would really add to their effectiveness. Now, as far as the MiG-29s, the big news there, I think, with the video that I saw, I think it may have come out within the last hour. That's when I saw it, anyways. It does seem
the pylons.
Yeah, it definitely confirms. You would have seen potentially some other additions and aerials and whatnot, but they are standard aircraft. There's no visual evidence there of any integration of Western weapons. So useful, but not. We can put to rest any of those rumors about them having been modified over the last year.
No, I've seen what I've seen from the videos. It's the standard MiG-29 Fulcrum, so no big addition there. no integration with. Eventually, in Ukraine, they'll maybe integrated with harm. I don't know if the Slovakians are also supplying the missiles for the planes and the weapons for the planes. Not really sure. I hope so, because one of the problems with integration is, in one of the factors that drove integration is the fact that well, we basically don't have that many Soviet missiles and weapons around, and eventually they will run out, and we cannot buy them basically anywhere. So that's one of the main drivers of integrating first the HARM missiles, then the JDAM, and eventually the MRAM into the big 29s. Go ahead, Latin, please.
Well, just to add to that, I agree with you that in the case of Poland and Slovakia, if they are transferring pretty much what's left of their MiG-29s, it would make sense that they would also transfer what's left of their Soviet air-to-air missiles, which they would have no need for at that point, and would really help the Ukrainians. Any addition to that stock, as you said, would be useful. But just as around the time that video came out, there was also a statement by, or in an interview by someone that those of us who follow the Ukrainian Air Force are familiar with, Yuri Ignat, the spokesman for the Ukrainian Air Force. And he is categorically, and I'm not seeing any nuance in his comment here, he is categorically saying that there is no integration of AMRAAM to MiG-29 happening. It was always a reach. It was always something that seemed a little bit far-fetched. These aircraft are useful in the short term, but the long term, medium to long term, and that critical period that you were referring to of kind of more offensive activity later this spring and summer, it's not going to be with Western aircraft there. That'll be later in the year, but I think it is coming.
I believe it is coming. Yes, I agree. I agree with you, and that's why I speak about, when I talk about this, I say that Ukrainians will need local air superiority in any given area of operations that they decide it's critical. They will not be able to sustain a theater air superiority. You need a robust number of 4th gen aircraft for that, and 4.5 gen aircraft at the F-16 to guarantee theater air superiority. They'll be able to probably guarantee air superiority both with their aircraft and ground-based air defense in particular areas of the theater. So that is important. Go ahead, Latin, please.
Slightly related to this, but just on a sort of on a side note, we know that JDAMs were going to be sent to Ukraine, and now more recently, within the last couple of weeks, we heard from, I believe it was the commander of U.S. Forces Europe, that Ukraine now had JDAM. What we have not seen is any kind of integration. But a question that you may or may not be comfortable answering, Nuno, but some of the more recent strike videos that we've been seeing of strikes on certain targets, I know that, okay, there's different opinions out there. I'd like your opinion. Do you consider that any of those, if you've had a chance to see them, could potentially be JDAMs?
I've seen a couple of strikes that look like JDAMs because of the explosion, the detonation, the big explosion, the precision hit which target was hit, more ordnance than a Gimler with a GMLRS would carry. So I've seen a couple of strikes that could be them related. I have not seen the integration yet. I have not seen any videos where the JDAM-ER is being flown by Ukrainian aircraft. I haven't. but I've seen a couple of strikes, especially at night, which are consistent with more powerful ordnance and eventually JDAMs. And funny enough, strikes around Bakhmut. That's what I saw, but I can't confirm if it's JDAM or not. That's my view. Also, I've received. Go ahead, Latin. You were saying something, please.
I was just going to say that thanks for sharing that. That this is the opinion that I've heard from others. I mean, my opinion is not one from ever having seen a JDAM in person. In my feeling on it for a few days was that yes, possibly, and I had read and communicated with people that have a lot more experience, and they all agreed that yes, there's a couple of them that is possible. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple of them, especially at night, that are consistent with being JDAMs, but it's hard to tell. And until we see the aircraft with the bombs hanging from their pylons, it may not be. Either way, I had a direct message from someone in the audience, Hansen here, who is a Norwegian, who's been following us, and he says there was a reconnaissance, a cavalry reconnaissance of the city of of the lines around Tokmak by Ukraine, which again makes sense. I haven't seen that information, but Hansen says it was. So it makes sense that we are now seeing the first stages of operations of executing an offensive plan, which is obviously reconnaissance. We are going to see probably some fighting around some areas across the front that are basically not that people should be fooled as being counteroffensives, but probably reconnaissance. And please, for the love of God, to all the analysts out there, people may run an aggressive reconnaissance screen and then fall back, and it's not a defeat; it's a reconnaissance. You can also run reconnaissance by fire, which is perfectly within doctrine. In the fact that the reconnaissance screen of Ukrainians goes to a position, gets bumped by the enemy, and makes their flees the region with less casualties. It's not an attack that failed; it's a reconnaissance that's going on. So that's something that I think a lot of folks will need to hear because we're going to see a bunch of these when you're probing obstacles and fortifications and stuff like that, and you're trying to determine the best line of approach, the best axis of approach. Where are the minefields? Where are the enemy's fortifications? Where are the strong points? That's something that will cost some men, will cost some assets, and people will, of course, say, "Well, we are seeing that the Ukrainians have launched an attack and it has failed." No, my man, an attack is a different thing. This could be a reconnaissance. Go ahead, Latin, please.
I just wanted to mention on the again, as I tend to kind of lean towards the aerial side of what may be happening. What we are probably on the edge of beginning to see this counteroffensive activity in the weeks and a couple of months to come. And like I said, the Ukrainians will be doing this without Western aircraft, right? Full stop. That decision was made a little while ago. But I think it's important that people realize that the way that I see it, anyways, playing out. Because I've heard some people question on the space and ask, well, without the Western aircraft, what role will the Ukrainian Air Force be able to play in these offensive operations? I see two things. The first thing is three, if I could. The first is that a lot of the chatter that I see on Twitter, we have to really dispel this idea that the MiG-29 is somehow junk. It's not a junk aircraft. We would love to see the Ukrainian pilots flying more capable Western aircraft, and they should have been by now. But the MiG-29 is still a capable aircraft interceptor in a modern battlefield. It just doesn't quite close the gap with the Russian combat air patrol that we'd like to see. And that will cost lives, but that's where we're at. That in combination with the ground-based air defenses, and especially the Western systems that are being brought in, is what's really going to push as they move forward, is going to open up airspace and push that Russian combat air patrol, and especially their multi-role platforms, the aircraft that can deliver, that the Russians have, that can deliver precision-guided ordnance, that have been very risk-averse, that have not been very eager to really get into this battle. And so the ground-based air defenses will play an important role in keeping that back as things stand. And the third factor that I would put in there, which is the unknown one that we just spoke about, where there's smoke, there's fire. And right now I'm seeing smoke that's telling me that there is a JDAM fire somewhere, that they have integrated somehow. They have a delivery platform. And that's what, and in any operation, I'm sure you can attest, Nuno, that as far as hitting high priority targets as they move forward, this will be, JDAM is going to play a crucial role.
Yes, two things about what you said. First of all, yes, the MiG-29 is not exactly the F-16 D or M or V, definitely not any of that. But it's still a decent and capable aircraft, as Latin was saying. It will be able to run some combat air patrols, or even in sufficient numbers, guarantee some localized air superiority. The ground-based air defense, Ukraine has now very interesting, when all the systems are available, they'll have a very interesting multi-tiered ground-based air defense. We're talking short-range air defense platforms. We're talking man-pads by the truckload. We're talking short-range air defense like the Avengers, the American Avengers. And then we're talking in the French Crotal, and we're talking medium-range air defense like the NASAMS in the IRIS-T. And then we'll have high-end systems like the Patriot and even the SAM-PT eventually in theater. So in that sense, we're talking some serious, if Ukraine's push the envelope of their ground-based air defense closer to the front lines, they'll have some significant capabilities to down any aircraft in where they choose to run. That's an important role. And yes, we will lose Ukrainian pilots along the way. It's the nature of this. And there's not going to be a Western jet. That I agree completely. There's not going to be jets for the coming fight. Regarding JDAMs as a key enabler for ground forces, sure thing. Absolutely. You want to hit, when they break through, you'll want to, the first thing to do is get special operations units to target the strong points with JDAMs and Gimbler attacks and HIMARS attacks by guided MLRSs to hit the strong points, to soften them up, and then you can roll in under artillery cover with the armored cavalry elements. So that's how it's going to play out. But I was focusing that reconnaissance will be ongoing along the front, because Ukrainians are probing us, will start to probe the front. And this doesn't mean a long-range attack, but it will be one of the, I'm very interested about this reconnaissance, because that's where we're going to see the AMX 10RC that French supplied play a role. Because the AMX 10 has a very interesting proposition, which is you run a reconnaissance screen, and if you break through for some reason, there's the strong point isn't well defended, the forces fled, they were destroyed, you can throw some 105 guns and make it your own strong point from a recce breakthrough. So it gives more teeth to any reconnaissance screen, and I'm very interested to see how we evolve and how are they employed in this reconnaissance role, because it's an excellent platform for that, and it can puncture any Russian tank easily. Axel, shall we go back to the politics? Shall we go forward to the politics?
Yes, and I've never said that the MiG-29 is junk. It's just not good enough.
When it's what you have, it has to be good enough.
I agree. Absolutely, no question about it. But then again, that'll change soon.
And Axel, they've done quite a remarkable adaptation work.
Yeah,
integrating some of these weapon systems.
Don't disagree.
In the MiG.
Don't disagree. From an F-16 or F-15 Strike Eagle point of view, this is all lipstick on a pig.
Yeah. From if you're talking like F-15s and F-16 or Rafales or Typhoons, it's bad.
Yeah.
But anyhow, so
Politics.
we had a big political week going on around Ukraine. First of all, we had God Emperor Xi Jinping visiting his vassals in Moscow. And for an ethno-nationalist government like Mr. Putin's, it's strange to see that they basically mortgaged Russia and Russia's future to China. The Chinese had economic agreements, pipeline agreements. They will be buying energy at a discount. They'll be taking over some assets of corporations, of Western corporations in Russia. And all of this, and then some additional political support, all of this without the Chinese committing to supplying lethal aid to Russia, openly at least. But they gave them some political cover, but that's about it. What Vladimir Putin got from this was political cover and an economic lifeline, but an economic lifeline that mortgages the future of Russia to a very significant extent. So I'm kind of curious how even the more nationalist elements of Russia see this, because it is known that in the Russian security services, for instance, they had some resistance to Chinese encroachment, especially in the Far East, for quite some time. And honestly, I'm very, very interested to see how this plays out, even internally in Russia. But one thing I think we can immediately, one of the immediate takeaways from this is China has basically a massive leverage in economic and political terms over Russia. And the idea that Vladimir Putin had at the beginning of this war, that he would wage this war to reclaim the rightful place of Russia as a great power, has gone up in smoke, literally, and is being basically co-opted by the Chinese leadership into a Chinese sphere of influence. Now, this is something that for us isn't exactly the best of things, because one thing I will say about this, and one thing that has me worried, is we are seeing basically the materializing and the crystallization of what is an authoritarian bloc headed by China. And we even saw it in the Middle East recently, where China negotiated and an agreement or a détente, to be more honest, between Saudi Arabia and Iran, which are two totalitarian states. So basically, they pride away the Saudis, and we are seeing materializing a global authoritarian bloc against a global democratic bloc. Because at the same time this was happening in Moscow with Xi Jinping visiting Vladimir Putin, we saw the Japanese Prime Minister visiting Mr. Kishida visiting President Zelensky in Kiev during Bush
Biggest
during
smile ever.
European, yeah, biggest smile ever. But we are seeing another major Asian power, but on our side, on the democratic side, visiting the war of Ukraine. So, to an extent, I would go as far to say that Ukraine has become a catalyst for a division between two. Has been a catalyst in the first iteration of a bigger conflict between what is an authoritarian bloc and a democratic bloc. And this needs to be understood, especially in Europe, in the US. It needs to be in all our other partners, especially Japan, South Korea, Australia, other nations in our bloc, that the first lines of a new Cold War, of a new competition in the world are being drawn. So, in this sense, the war in Ukraine is at the same time the first iteration and the catalyst for this change that was already in the air. Let's put it this way, but it's now crystallizing and it's now materializing into a concrete international system. And there's been some very interesting analysis about this, and this is a very important moment for the world, because we are seeing the UN being instrumentalized by China and Russia. We are seeing our bloc of democratic nations facing internal problems, but also clearly there's a perception that we need to defend this space against a more authoritarian view. And then we have the global south, which is a term I don't very much appreciate because it does not reflect the variety and the different interests of many other countries. But we will be seeing these many other countries having to choose between aligning with one side or the other. So this visit from Xi Jinping and this visit from Mr. Kishida are basically two Asian powers stepping up to a conflict, to sides of a conflict in Europe. And this is a clear sign of a much larger, much more deep, much more complex challenge that we will be facing in the 21st century.
That's a good point.
I see we have some.
No, just very briefly, because you
Go
said
ahead.
it seems that because it has taken so long, but we are, and I've stipulated this here all the time, I don't know whether you agree, but it seems that we are at the end of the Second World War. The unfinished business of the Second World War is now coming to a close in Europe. You could even see that in the Pacific, the Second World War definitely has ended, and Japan, the most sensible, most important democracy in that regard, coming out of that crucible of the Second World War, having reformed itself. And don't forget, this is the third strongest economic nation on the planet, is on the side of the light. But there is the new Cold War coming up. So it's quite interesting that one thing has to finish and the other thing is coming.
I would say that we've, sorry, the Ukrainian war has buried for good the international system that came out of the Cold War, of the Second World War and the Cold War. It has buried that system. That system is dead. There's no going back to it. The UN are a failing organization. That system is done for. We are now seeing a new Cold War emerge where, as you say, Japan and Germany will be two of the major drivers for a democratic Western bloc, along with the United States, the European Union, and all that, and other countries such as South Korea, Australia, eventually Taiwan. And I say eventually because that's another thing brewing. But honestly, the bigger thing I would say is the international system that resulted from the Second World War and from the end of the Cold War has ended. It is now being buried in Ukraine. And the faster we understand this, and the faster we understand the challenges that are coming, the faster we adapt, the less problems we will have. But this is for the long haul. Have no doubt about this. We're all in this for the long haul, with significant differences to the initial Cold War, which are, first of all, and I think the most significant difference is that economically we are intertwined. And that is a very different factor because in the Cold War, the Soviet Union was not intertwined with the West, with NATO countries economically. But China is heavily intertwined and interdependent with the United States, with Europe, and other places of the world where we compete with the Chinese and the Chinese compete with. So, like Africa and Latin America and whatnot. So, in that sense, it's a substantial difference from what the Cold War was. And that's something that merits a lot of thought and a lot of process and a lot of processing on our side. But I see we have some hands up, so please, Dennis, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon and good evening, everybody. Nuno, I just had a question for you. What are your feelings on the reason why President Biden won't give F-16s to Ukraine? You think perhaps maybe because he doesn't want to be the first to do it? Maybe he's waiting for one of the other NATO countries to do so first?
I think the U.S. administration is playing it cautious. It's a way also to force Europe to step up. Same with the main battle tanks. And it's something I've heard an interview on the War on the Rocks podcast later last week, with Colin Caldian, the Secretary for Defense of the United States. And he said something that's quite apt, which is the US has the DoD and has a certain budget for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. And yes, you could spend it on F-16s, but you would not get, if you used it for F-16s, you could not get Ukraine, which will be on the battlefield at best 6 to 8 months to 12 months from now. But if you gave them that, you would be able to give them some of the other stuff that is much more important in the immediate for the immediate fight. So in that sense, I believe this is a process, same as the main battle tanks in the IFVs had to start somewhere. It will probably start with the Mirage, and it will evolve from there. I think the Biden administration is also playing keen political games within. As everything we have, all of us have our internal politics, and there's a need to balance that internal politics with the financial commitments, with the management of the coalition that supports Ukraine. So it's harder than it seems, but I think the F-16s will be coming because it's the plane that makes sense. It's a plane everyone in Europe, or almost everyone in Europe, operates. So that will be coming. There's the facilities, the spare parts, there's all that in the weapons, there's all that in Europe, but it will take some time. That's my feeling on this. And I think that the coalition that supports Ukraine is more focused on supplying them with things for the immediate fight. And that's ammunition, and that's IFEs, that's intelligence, everything that's the immediate spring and summer fighting. That's my feeling on this. Deco, please go ahead.
Decoding trolls.
Hi. Hi. Yeah, your comment about how you wondering how the Russian Siloviki will respond to the move closer to China provoked the thought, or helped me form the thought. I mean, I worked for 7 years very closely with Russian Siloviki in Ukraine, so I understand the visceral depth of their distrust of China, and they are haunted by the prospect of 700 million Chinese coming over the border in Asia. And it strikes me that what China and Russia have just done is they've given a gift to people like me and people with a lot more power than me to provoke and stoke and goad this fear, this visceral fear, which will manifest in every level of contact between China and Russia, from the lowliest official sent from Moscow, to talk about the pipeline or whatever. And this is a great boon, which we shouldn't lose sight of, because the Russians and Chinese hatred of us is completely artificial. It's just in the disinfo space, whereas their hatred of each other is real and deep. And yeah, you just sparked that thought. So it's not really a question, but maybe you had comments on that. But anyway, out.
I agree. The Russian security apparatus and the Siloviki mostly, but the Russian security apparatus in particular, is very, very aware that they are playing a really bad hand by falling into China's orbit. Sorry, they have already a demographic problem in the Far East, where Chinese population is in significant numbers. The Chinese always had appetites for what some call the Northern Resource Area, because China really has one big weakness, which is they don't have any natural resources in form of hydrocarbon, oil and gas. So in that sense, what Moscow just did by opening Russia up to be in the sphere of influence of China, sorry, is basically something that I don't think will go down well. And it will play a role if anything happens with Vladimir Putin. If anything happens with Vladimir Putin, this particular subject will be a strong point of contention. That said, the Chinese are happy with the war going on. Make no mistake. I think that China is doing two things at the same time, walking and chewing gum. For one side, it's presenting a peace plan, a 12-point peace plan, which is, they know it's unworkable, but it's meant to help Moscow politically, because when Ukraine and the supporters of Ukraine say, no, that's unworkable, they'll paint it, listen, the Chinese had a plan, they wanted peace, blah, blah, they were trying to end the death, the conflict, the pain, the suffering, blah, blah, blah. And that is some political cover for the Kremlin, because the Kremlin has kowtowed to the plan, even if they don't like it very much. And also, it's a propaganda play for the so-called global South, which China has the great peacemaker, blah, blah, blah. But it's a propaganda play. But for the Chinese, the war going on, it's perfectly fine for them, because they haven't fired the shot, they haven't wasted the shell, and they have the US focusing on helping Ukraine. They have NATO focusing on Ukraine, and they have a weakened Russia. And the weakened Russia, I believe, is something that pays off in spades for them. Unlike many that think that China wants a strong Russia, I don't think so. It's my assessment that if China wants anything, they want a weak Russia, because a weak Russia is a vassal Russia. And if it's not a vassal Russia, if for some God-forgotten reason Russia changes, which I find highly difficult, or gets embroiled in internal turmoil that threatens its nation, threatens the unity of the Russian Federation, which could happen. Either way, it's good for the Chinese, because if it's embroiled, eventually, if Russia changes, but it's substantially weakened, they'll be able to seize whatever they want. If Russia is embroiled in internal turmoil, it's a vassal state. If Russia doesn't loses in Ukraine, and it's a pariah, it's a vassal state. So China sees Russia as the big swing state in the larger competition for Eurasia, and sees them as a gas pump for cheap oil and gas to fuel their economy. I don't think the Chinese really want this war over. The Chinese want this war to continue because it serves their interests. And the deepening of this war is something that serves Beijing perfectly fine, because you have the US bogged down in it. The only thing I can see China being a little scared of is the coming the more robust militarization of Europe, and losing its status as a reputable and finding a trading partner with Europe. That's something that may scare them much more, because let's make no mistake, we are dependent on China for so many things, but they're depending on our markets also. So in that sense, it's a mutual interdependent condition. Jens, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was thinking that if it's in China's interest to draw this out to attrit the West's political power, just tie us down with Ukraine, it seems to me that our interest is to end this conflict as soon as possible. And tonight I read that Solution said that the next thing will shock the world. And I am wondering if the next counteroffensive has been planned almost since last summer. And the things that we have been asking for a whole year, tanks, planes, ATACMS, if this is something that will be revealed, we see all over Europe trains with Martyrs and Abrams and whatever is going east, and from the east we are seeing trains with the naval guns and the T-55s going west. And I'm wondering if we are in for a big surprise this summer. That was all.
Well, I think we're in for a big surprise. I have had this discussion on another private channel with a good friend. Let's call him that. And what I was told, and I will not repeat openly, is this is going to be a big surprise. Some of the things I was told are hard to believe that they would try it. It's something that will take, if it pays off, it's for the history books. But that's all I'll say about this. But I think Ukraine is thinking about this big, and they know that panic, as Moshe Dayan used to say, I think it was Moshe Dayan, correct me if I'm wrong, Axel, every retreating soldier carries with him the banner of panic and chaos, something like that. Something along these lines, I believe.
Yeah, that's the soldier's backpack.
Yes, exactly. So I think Ukraine is thinking about that quite literally.
Well, I was thinking about even if I should say it out loud, but
yes, but this is without revealing anything. But I think they're thinking about it really in, let's say, in that light. Let's put it this way. Alan, please go ahead. Good to have you.
Thank you, Nuno. Love listening to you. I have a quick geopolitical question for you. How do you assess the de facto alliance of China, Russia, and Iran? Is it an alliance of necessity, or will it be long-lived? I mean, most alliances are established with a common interest, like the NATO alliance, the defense of Europe. But China, Russia, and Iran really all seem to be looking in different directions. Is this an alliance that will last and challenge the West, or will it fade away?
You're asking the $1 trillion question, Alan. My assessment on that, I would first of all put some other countries in that. I would put Saudi Arabia eventually, and I would put some countries even in Latin America and others. I don't think it's a de facto alliance, right? In the sense that we have an alliance with within NATO. It's not. It's more of a contingent alliance because they see themselves as the great forces that will upheaval the system on which the dominance of the West has been built. And for China, it's a matter of reclaiming what they believe is their natural status as the great Middle Kingdom. For Russia, it has become a matter of survival, and for Iran, it has become a matter of survival. So, looking at that, Alan, I would say it's more of a contingent alignment of interests than exactly an alliance, but it's dangerous nonetheless. And I may be, it may evolve to be something else, yes, in time, but I don't think it will be a de facto alliance because let's face it, NATO dates back to 1949 or 1948. I would have to look up the Washington Treaty, but it's a very robust, well, it's infused in all of our militaries and all of our populations that we are NATO members, right? So in that sense, it's very different than a contingent geopolitical alliance. But go ahead, Alan. Please follow up question. Go ahead.
Well, I was startled by your suggestion that Saudi Arabia in the future could become a partner in this alliance. That would be a stake through the United States' very delicate balancing act in the Middle East. I mean,
I have no doubt. Saudi Arabia and the UAE. I have no doubt. Zero.
That would be world shaking, wouldn't it?
Not really. Would it? Because if you look at the very national defense, national security strategy of the United States, it is clear the United States are leaving the Middle East. It is clear that Saudi Arabia has understood that. In understanding that, it has shifted to try to align itself with the other great power, because the Saudis know that they cannot survive a thriving Iran or the thriving Iranian regime. So in that sense, the only way to have a security guarantor, and if the United States is not full on to playing that role, the option they have is China. Yes, they can have other regional actors like Israel who have significant power, but Israel is a Western actor by all accounts. So I would say that UAE is a trickier case because they have Dubai, and Dubai is completely tied to European and US economies. But the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, I have little doubt, Alan, that eventually they will come to a sort of detente with Iran and will see China as their security guarantor. And yes, it's a stake through the US, and I think the US would do well to reevaluate that. But yes, and the same goes for India, because India will eventually align itself with the West. But India has a very particular position because India has the possibility to become another player in this overarching scenario because of its dimension, its population, its economy. It has all the necessary its geopolitical its geographic placement, but it will align, I believe, with the US in Europe eventually. Sorry, I hope that answers your question, Alan.
Yes, that's a fascinating answer, Nuno. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Latin, and then go ahead, Latin, please.
Thanks, Nuno. Just on a slightly different subject, if I may, and only because Zed Goldman, our friend Zed Goldman, posted a video that I would love your insights, and I'll DM it to you, if that's okay. Just given your special operations background, I'd really love your insight on this.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Zed Goldman and I, one of the areas of Ukrainian operations that we really zone in on is helicopter operations. And what we had started to see beginning probably around the new year, around January, was little bits of video coming out, probably out of Germany and other locations, showing Ukrainian infantry training in air mobility, in helicopter operations. And this is not something that I think that their traditional or their post-Soviet doctrine had really emphasized. I had not seen a lot of that from them. Zed Goldman just retweeted a video that shows them, kind of takes it one step further from what we have seen, and it showed a couple of squads of infantry getting ready to board a couple of their Mi-8, their typical Soviet helicopters, with the rear doors removed and set up for fast roping. It's obvious to us that air mobility is something that they're going to be using in the weeks and months to come. It's going to be part of their, and again, we don't want to reveal too much. This is all public, it's open source intelligence. But since I suspect you have some insights into heliborne operations, I'm just curious, and it may just be a yes answer or no answer, but the role that kind of mobility, which they are clearly have been building up now for the last few months, the role that could play in counteroffensive operations.
Quote Miami Vice, yes, no, maybe so. Yeah, I'd say there's significant training happening in that. So yes.
Enough said, right?
Enough said. Yeah, enough said. I won't discuss more details about that, but there's significant open training going on in that. Okay. Yes, no, maybe so. That's my
Okay, then let me add something to this, Nuno, given the fact that it's yes, no, maybe so. Bill Zed Goldman, and we had been discussing this many times here, and we went through the need for Cobras, Apaches, and Blackhawks, and that they have a crucial role. And fortunately, the US has tons of them, loads, big numbers. And teaching rotor pilots to get into these seats is something which is absolutely necessary. We've been preaching this here since September last year. We still believe that the Cobra is a necessity. We tend to believe that the Black Hawk needs to come, and that we believe that we've seen enough of them coming into Europe recently in numbers which completely exceed any of the requirements for pre-positioned stock, forward operations, and specifically more than enough than whatever could be required in Poland. So our great hope is that some of these find their way where they belong, into their natural habitat.
David, go ahead.
Oh, well, so we've gone forward. But one thing, so Latin, so I sent you a DM. Feel free to pass that on to Nuno. He may already know. I was going to hark back to the comment we were talking about China. I was going to make a comment and then make it as a discussion point, really, because one thing you said is that, and some people here who are listening may not know, because obviously China has a big border, but Vladivostok is only 200, 300 miles away from two cities that are close to 5 million. It's a little bit more than that from a city that's almost 10 million people. So around the Vladivostok area, they have there's a considerable Chinese presence, isn't there? But the bit I was going, that was the comment really. But the bit I was going to use as a discussion point was when we talked about China and Russia, their sort of hatred for each other, the animosity between them in terms of superiority complexes. Now, how would you feel if you were President Xi and you have designs on an island somewhere, and you're someone that you've said you've got unbreakable bonds goes and does something really stupid that gets the West to start rearming?
Well, David, first of all, I squeeze the living gas and oil out of him, first of all, which is what she's doing. But the Chinese understand, and we should understand too, that Taiwan is in their backyard. So if we're going to fight over Taiwan, we need the US totally rebalanced to Asia, and we need Europe heavily rearmed to take care of Africa and Russia and Central Asia. That's not something that is liquid that will happen at this point. And also, as long as this war goes on, first of all, you can assess the strength of the West. And one thing the Chinese will be probably looking at is how far are we able to support Ukraine? And because if this commitment, as I hope so, carries on to the future, they know they have an issue. The second aspect is, as long as this goes on, we are focused on Ukraine and focused on this conflict. And the US is also focused here and cannot rebalance to Asia in full. This is for the Chinese, this is an opportunity. They tend to see it as an opportunity, I would say. But will they try anything in Asia? I'm not really sure. I think they're not ready yet. I think they have other options they need to exhaust first regarding Taiwan, mainly political and economic ones, before they start setting up a military operation. And make no mistake, a military operation on Taiwan is something that will not go unnoticed by a mile. So it's something that we will be able to see. We're in this, the competition / conflict with China is, we're in this for the long haul. That's my view, David.
I think we have no choice, do we, really? There is absolutely no choice. We have to be.
Yes, that's the thing here. That's especially there's two hard conversations I see need to happen in the West. In Europe, in Europe, we need to have a hard conversation on defense, on our social model, and our energy dependence, and our military capability. And let's say we need to have a serious conversation as 27 sovereign countries with other partners like Norway and the UK and even the Swiss. We need to have a serious conversation on the defense of Europe and the trade-offs that will forcibly imply. That's one. And that's a very, very hard conversation to be had between governments and populations. And I have no doubt that most governments in Europe will try to postpone or will try to not have the conversation for as long as they can. That's one. The other conversation needs to happen in the US. The more isolationist wings of US politics, on the right and on the left, need to come to terms with the fact that the prosperity of the United States in North America, because I will include Canada in this, and even Mexico to an extent, come from global commerce by integration with other markets and the defense and military issues that come with that. So those are two very hard conversations we have on our side, and that's and I'm not terribly sure that we are mature enough to have those conversations, and our leaderships are mature enough to have some serious conversation with the public about all the trade-offs this implies.
And the trade-offs, yeah, no, that's brilliant. I was going to add to this as well, some of the trade-offs with the people who are making profit from doing trade, etc., and the changes they may have to make as a result, right?
Yes, all the onshoring that will need to go on, that will have our companies and private sector actors going ballistic, because they'll be forced on the course of national security to onshore. I think I've used this term sparingly, but this concept. But I think we are witnessing a sort of regionalization of globalization, right? And we are seeing a certain economic blocks being formed, right? The bloc that comprises North America, the European Union, and Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and South Korea, and eventually Taiwan also, and the bloc that encompasses China, Central Asia, Russia, the Middle East, and then another bloc, which will be one of the great pendulums of all this, which is India. And this is an interesting development for our global future. Rich, go ahead, please. Go ahead, Axel. Sorry.
No, it was just I just wanted to say good evening to a friend of the space, Dima, because he's been recovering after having fought in Ukraine, and he's joined the panel. So, Dima, good evening. How are you? If you have any question for Nuno and us, shoot. And in the meantime, I think Rich was next, right?
Hi, hello to everyone. I'm back to Ukraine already for a long time, my friend. I'll ask my question in my turn.
Okay. Rich, please go on.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to touch back quickly on a point that was raised been wondering for a while now what roles specifically these three Royal Navy, one of which is obviously already in Ukraine as of January. My background is I'm ex-Royal Navy. I trained initially on Sea Kings, so I'm well aware of the capabilities and the roles and all the rest of it. I'm confident they're not going to be used for airborne early warning. I've not seen or heard anything in terms of an ASW role. Certainly can be used as search and rescue, but I find it quite interesting the point he's raised in terms of crews now training with them for insertion and fast roping, given that one of the previous roles for it as well was with the Junglies, with the Royal Marines on the Jungly squadrons previously before the Mark III Merlin came in. So I am wondering if any of you know anything, not that I'm necessarily thinking you might openly say it, but I'm wondering, and have been wondering for a while, if that is the specific capability that the Sea Kings have been given for, because you need more than just 3 Sea Kings for an ASW role. And I haven't seen or heard anything, like I said, in terms of early warning, airborne early warning. I'd be very curious to see if that is what they plan to do.
I haven't read anything or saw anything on an ASW, for those who don't know, which is anti-submarine warfare role, or any early warning birds. Okay, I think the Sea Kings would be interesting for soft insertion and extraction, and but not any, because the ASW roles, you need more helicopters than just 3, and you need a very specific set of tools like torpedoes and whatnot, and the sonar buoys, and that I don't think have been given.
Yeah, I've heard nothing in terms of that. And again, like you said, it's not really, hasn't necessarily been a combat aircraft. I would be interested if it was used, for example, for a very short hop over a short stretch of water for a soft potential but still tactical insert where it's not necessarily expected, without going into specifics.
One thing those Seahawks are interesting for is helo casting.
Exactly. Very good.
And some helo casting is the only, this is not anything secret. Everybody knows this. Hello, Russia. Helo casting is the only way to insert soft into Crimea.
Yes.
Because it's a peninsula.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd say those 3 Sea Kings are very interesting at helo casting. Helo casting is basically, for those who don't know what we're talking about, is basically dropping a rubber, an inflatable rib into the water, then dropping the force into the water, then the force inflates the rib, and there it moves on shore. It's basically, long story short, it's basically this. So I'd say helo casting is one of the things I could see those helicopters being appropriate for.
Wonderful, completely agreed. Thank you very much.
If I may also add, there's also the added thing of it being sea rescue as well, right?
Yes, but sea rescue for whom?
Yeah, so exactly right.
It's interesting. It's interesting to insert and extract forces, right? If you you could, they could airlift a rib full of guys out of that if it's rigid. So it's possible, right? I actually see those 3 Sea Kings as majorly interesting in seaborne operations for insertion and extraction of special operations into Crimea. Because again, nothing, it's just pure common sense. Crimea is a peninsula. The only way to insert forces there is you either swim ashore from a submarine, or which Ukraine doesn't have, or you helo cast them into the water and they move onshore. Basically, that's the way to do it. Deco, please go ahead.
Decoding
meant
you. Your title is too long.
Right. just injecting another thought, an idea which I had while I was listening to you, is maybe we can call it the axis of misogyny, because that is what the Islamic Republic of Iran, the CCP-led China, and the Silaviki-led Muscovy have in common. And yes, Saudi would get in there, and India, I don't think, will ever be part of that. So they automatically exclude 50% of their population from everything which matters in terms of power, politics, and economics. And because of that, they'll
You'll
always be
piss
at a
them off big
disadvantage.
time. You'll piss them off big time. If you go online with that, you'll piss them off big time.
Absolutely. I mean, I often had to lead gender equality workshops, and it was the Russians who had the biggest problems with it. They always wanted to register that they didn't agree with any of this because they were afraid anyone would. Most of them. But yeah, so axis of misogyny. I'm going to push that line for a while now. See if I can get any traction with it.
Push that because that's going to be fun to watch. Push that at Sakharova, she'll be pissed.
Quite.
So we shall wrap it up. We shall wrap it up. If is there any more questions, everyone? Because it's time to wrap it up.
All good. Dima, you have anything?
All good. I'm either extremely boring. I'm either extremely boring or.
No, actually, Nuno answered all my question regarding the Middle East. That was a very.
Go ahead.
No. Actually, it's with Saudi Arabia is now very complicated, in my opinion, and also UAE. They're moved lately, like many in Israel with friends, from the army I'm talking, they feel like a little betrayed because we sold them a lot of military equipment in the last few years. Undercover, yeah, but still. So it's going to be complicated in the coming years, as I see. As you told, after the Obama administration started to leave the Middle East, now it's basically many of them feel like Israel left alone there with themselves to deal with everything.
Yes, Dima, definitely.
Unfortunately,
the Israelis are in a tough position, and will be your position, the position of Israel, will become much more complex in the coming years, because exactly that entente between Iran and Saudi Arabia creates problems for Israel, which has good Arab friends like Egypt, but it will have huge problems with the UAE and KSA and Iran, for sure. I agree.
Basically, it's closing our door time if we will need to attack Iran, in my opinion, because probably we would need to use those two airspace if we wanted to reach it, because the Azerbaijani option is out of question, for my opinion. They're too close
the
to border.
Azerbaijani option is a long all around. I think you guys need to. That's coming. Unfortunately, that's coming. That's my view on that.
Yeah, not
Unfortunately, that's coming.
In the close time. It's going to be soon.
That's coming.
Probably.
That's coming.
And it's bad for Ukraine, to tell you the truth. Very bad for Ukraine at the moment.
I believe that will eventually come. I'm not really sure when, but the level of enrichment that the Iranians have achieved and the ability to strike some of these targets will mean that most likely than not, at a given point, an Israeli government will decide that, regardless if it's Bibi or it's somebody else.
It's no matter. You're right. In this regard, it's no matter what government. It's unfortunately now there is a mess in Israel with all the government change and everything that's going on there.
Yes,
so it's also might delay it, but it's no matter. It's survival question. It's
yes, and the Knesset is who decides this kind of thing.
Yes.
So in that sense,
you could argue
what
that
I'm afraid if it's going to be before. Yeah, sorry,
You
sorry.
could
Go
argue
on.
that the Chinese played their hand in order to accelerate this in the region.
I'm not
Oh,
really
one
sure.
hand. I
I'm
do
not
not
really
know
sure.
if 100% because they're playing both hands. We have like Israel have a lot of cooperation with China in the in the fields of trading and everything. They're playing everyone.
Agriculture. There's
Agriculture, yeah, because all the electronic stuff stopped in 2010 when the US told us, like, told Israel, okay, up to here, not anymore. Like, but
No,
with everything,
and the Chinese. Sorry to interrupt you, Timo, but the Chinese, I think, are the Chinese don't really want an Israeli-Iran confrontation in the Gulf because it's bad for business. The Strait of Hormuz becomes in play. When the Strait is in play, their oil comes in play. I don't think they'll want that. But unfortunately, I'm of your opinion. It's coming.
yeah, and it will hit hard all the economy around the world. That's what I'm very worried. It will hit Ukraine also hard.
It will hit
Like
everyone hard.
Yeah, it's like Ukrainian economy situation around the world will look like a children's play for what will happen here.
Yes, if you block Hormuz or if Israel strikes a number of targets, it's going to be a tricky bit of war to navigate, and that has the possibility to escalate.
Leadership
But I think we
required.
need to wrap this up. Yes, leadership required, but it's nonetheless, I think we're at the point where that will be coming eventually. Axel, I think we need to wrap this up. As I was saying,
Your voice
I'm not
is
either terribly
deteriorating.
boring. Yes, my voice is deteriorating. I won't be able to speak up tomorrow. If I think people will keep asking me if I've been on a night bender all night, which I haven't. But either way, I think we need to wrap this up for tonight. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. And Axel, we'll see you, David, everyone, next time, next week, same place.
It's always lovely, seeing you. Always lovely.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you very much.
Have a good one. Bye. Mate.
Everybody give a big hand to Felix from an undisclosed location to which he now retreats. That was pleasant. Right here, let me get Latin back up. So, Dima, you're back in country. Yeah, you mentioned that. I'm sorry, I forgot to highlight this, but how are things going at the moment? How are the boys?
They're doing their stuff. I left behind, unfortunately, because of my injury, as many times. But I'm prepared to that way and not to risk anyone.
Yeah, but you're
But
in
it's
touch.
hard.
You're engaged.
It's hard.
You're
It's
engaging
hard.
with them, so you can tell us how.
Yeah, I'm in command. I'm sometimes in spotting positions, working with drones, artillery, stuff like that. Yeah. But I'm not leading the line like I done before in some cases.
So how's the feeling amongst the troops in the area or where they are?
We're right now in Avdiivka direction. I'm not going to mention exactly where, from obvious reasons, but we're operating in Avdiivka. It's harsh. It's really hard. The last 2 months is horrible for us, for everyone, no matter what unit we meet. We're just waiting for the counterattack to happen, hopefully soon. But it also will take time. The roads and the field is not ready, for sure. The logistics, even if we strike right now, our logistic won't keep up with us.
Yeah, that's another thing which people often forget, that tactically, even if you may be able to advance, you can't be stuck in an advanced position if you can't sustain yourself, you can't supply yourself. You're like a duck in the water waiting to be shot.
Yeah, that's why right now the Ukrainian army trying, to gain some strategic spots like villages that can give you advantage. That's what I see, at least from the overall view for the counterattack. Then it's like a preparation before the main one will come.
Very well. So Latham and Laughing Tommy both have their hands up. Latham.
Hey, and hi to Dima. It's always great to have you on the space and hear anything that you have to say. I did want to just address quickly, if Rich is still there, he was asking about the Sea Kings, and there was one particular aspect of it that Zed Goldman and I know, Axel, you've heard this before, but Rich was asking, was because there are only 3 of them that we've seen and that were announced, and you put together its navigation capabilities and its that I'm sure you're familiar with, and its over water, the fact that it was designed as a maritime helicopter. One of the conclusions that we came to, and I totally agree with Nuna's assessment that special forces insertion could be one of the areas, but the other one that we think is very possible is as combat search and rescue, CSAR, because we have strongly believed that the Ukrainian Air Force at some point, when they have the assets and the weapons capable of it, would want to strike Crimea from the Black Sea with fixed wing, and to do that, they would have to have helicopters like that in case crews had to bail out over water. So that's one of the areas that those of us that are, Zed Goldman and I in particular, that are focused on helicopters, it's one of the things that we've considered.
I totally agree with you. Like probably now I don't have any inside info. Yeah, it's just my personal opinion. Probably it's right now will be more for insertion, like the GUR using now the Blackhawks, the 2 that we received. But in the future, in the main strike on Crimea, yeah, you must have some kind. But 3 is not enough for anything, unfortunately. 3 is what? 2 platoons, 3 platoons, and most that you can bring. And also, you need at least destroy 80% of the AA systems there to actually make it operational good. Because you can insert maybe with the helicopters up to 5-6 kilometers most from the beach. Otherwise, you will be shot down even by heavy machine guns, because they entrench the area for a reason. Everyone laughing why they're putting trenches on the beaches around Crimea. I guess they know what's coming. Probably they're preparing. You cannot look down on this.
Oh, right. There's a bit of silence here. So we've still got 2 hands up. So, Latin, you got more to say about that?
Yeah, just agree with Dima's assessment there, and would say that because it is such a small number of aircraft, that's why I would lean even more into the combat search and rescue tasking as a potential, because there 3 aircraft could make a difference. You're not talking about transporting, you're talking about rescuing from water air crews that may have ditched during a strike, a fixed wing strike on Crimea. That's the kind of the scenario that we think is one where the Sea Kings might be of use. So I guess in time we'll see.
Yeah, no, it's my point when I said sea rescue. Oh, sorry, Nuclear, you keep going.
No, go. Sorry, all good. Everything fine.
Yeah, so I was saying, yeah, it was my point about sea rescue. Really, the ideal thing. They're painted the color that they're not olive drab, are they? Right? They're not green colors. They're a grey color. They're that color for a reason, aren't they? Right, Laughing Tommy.
Sorry, couldn't get to my mic button. So what Nuno said about Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates joining up with Iran in China really bugged me, because the United States seems to be in pretty good relationship with the UAE, but the relationship with Saudi Arabia is more fragile, I would say. But given how these countries have been on 2 sides of a dozen or so proxy conflicts, how would an alliance like that even function?
without any issue. Middle East is always working on its interests. There is no values or, this can change in 2-3 months. Let's say the Houthis do something and then we're back to, let's call it normal. Middle East is a problematic place because everyone looking for opportunity to get his strength and safety for themselves, because everyone against everyone. There's no really real alliance. The Arab League is just a story. They're fighting between themselves more than they're fighting against anyone else. That's my personal opinion from how I know the Middle East and the mentality of the people here. So it's really hard to tell. It can change in a few weeks, but it can stay like that. Unfortunately, there is no Western ally or someone who concentrate everyone and promotes things. So everyone is for themselves mostly.
Yeah, and you need to add to that as well, I think, Tommy, the ever closer relationship with China and Saudi over oil. The discussions about, are they going to start paying for it in yuan? Yeah, I think the writing's been on the wall for that for a while, hasn't it?
Unfortunately, yes, it's already for a few months. It's a miss from US and the Israel governments, to tell you the truth. A big miss.
Laughing Tommy, do you have a follow-up here?
Yeah, so I was thinking about this basically when I was looking at the Iran-Saudi deal. I was maybe thinking that Saudi could use it as leverage to extract some concessions from the Americans. But the thing about UAE really disturbs me because it seems the United Arab Emirates were very highly trusted by the United States. I mean, it was the first country that THAAD anti-ballistic missiles were ever sold to outside the US. So this is really, really crazy.
Unfortunately, that's how Middle East. You cannot know what brings tomorrow. One political situation can change in 2-3 days immediately. That's just how this part of the world works, unfortunately.
Yeah, we're used to stability for long periods of time, right? And we have to remember that some other areas just aren't, are they?
Yeah, and that's just how it is.
Latin, you got your hand up again.
Yeah, I have a question for Dima because I asked, and apologies because for everybody who heard me ask the same question of Nuno, and I'm probably going to ask Chuck later tonight. I'd like to ask him about it. But Dima, some of us who follow on the space, who follow very closely helicopter operations in Ukraine, since the beginning of this year, we've been following, open source videos that have been posted on social media of Ukrainian, what looks to me like not special operations. They look like regular Ukrainian infantry in different NATO locations, training on air mobility. And we've seen them do it with American CH-47s. We've seen them doing it quite a bit with their own Soviet helicopters, the Mills. It's kind of a two-part question. Am I correct in assuming that pre-February 24th, kind of from 2014 on, that helicopter air mobility was not a big part of Ukrainian army doctrine? That's kind of a sense that I have, and I don't know if I'm correct in that. But the training that we're seeing in the latest video that Zed Goldman, one of our friends on the space, posted earlier today, shows them 2 squads of Ukrainian infantry training with Mi-8s, fast roping. And again, just everything seems to point that this kind of air mobility is something that is going to be really a part of whatever they're planning for the next few, kind of in the next few weeks or months. So I know some of that you might not be able to say much, but what can you tell us about that?
Actually, the airborne missions already started to integrate very hard, a lot from the MriyaReport time, and it's widely used. right now. Even there is a lot of some ops that happen with insertions behind enemy lines. Not like 60 kilometers, but you're dropping sometimes 7 or 8 kilometers behind to hit some supply lines or stuff like that. It's happening every night, so it's nothing like a secret. The Russians know about it. It's just not exposed, to the media, and most of the operation you cannot tell about them, but it's happening on daily basis.
Am I correct in thinking that this is something that's fairly recent, that kind of the Ukrainian military of 2014? There wasn't as much of that. I think of them in terms of coming from a Soviet doctrine, that I don't think there was as much of that kind of work on that kind of capability on helicopter, especially mobility.
Yeah, you're 100% right. We spoke with the guys. It started to do with the Mariupol siege. That's where actually it's really started. The infiltration, they bring the supply on the low flying. It wasn't wide use before, but after that, the Ukrainian army adapted to it very fast and probably using it, widely at the moment.
Okay, I'm going to slightly digress whilst we're looking at some stuff. If anyone's looking up in the nest, so yesterday you may remember we had a question and answer session on the 5 main themes used by or 5 main persistent disinformation narratives. Right, so I've put in the nest a tweet. Which is a tweet, which is quote tweeting a tweet from MFA Russia. Answers. Look at it. There are two narratives they're using. I will give an A star to anyone who can get the 2.
Okay, David, I think I'm disqualified. Can you see?
You read it, yeah.
Can you see one of a billion requesting? I can't seem to bring them up.
See who requesting?
It's 1 of a billion.
Nope, I cannot. But I can send an invite.
Okay, try that. Thank you. So, David, how can I get an A star again? Can you tell me?
Yes, I can. What you need to do is to tell me the 2 disinformation narratives they're using in their tweet, and there are 2. It's a short tweet.
I'll take a look. Just 1 second. It's a good question. I like
Sorry,
your
I'm blocked
quiz
there.
approach.
Sorry, what did you say? Whoops. It's all gone silent. 1 second. So I'll repeat this again while I'm trying to remember what the actual thing I was going to say. So in the nest, there's a tweet I've got out. Underneath it, I've quote tweeted a Russian a tweet from MFA Russia, which is about Finland, basically. But there are 5 main themes that are used by. Oh, hello, mockers. Not used by mockers, by the Russians for disinformation, right? So, answers on a postcard, the 2 themes they're using, and I've just let mockers come up. She's come up to say hello.
Hello. Well, one of them is victimhood of Russophobia.
That's correct. That gets you a C.
And the other one is Finland's terrible decision to join NATO, because NATO's terrible, terrible people that are trying to move on them all the time. However, it's all the US and its allies, of course. So is that the other one? All the US allies?
Theme 4, popular movements are US sponsored, color revolutions, etc. Oh, yes, US sponsorship.
Yeah, see? So I was listening last night when you were waffling on.
Yes, I don't waffle. Well, I mean, I do. And I do it frequently. So in fact, I've just used disinformation on everyone there by saying I don't. Congratulations, mockers! You get an A. You get an A star for that. Well done.
Pay for attention. Good. But let's just briefly say hi to Oscar Domesticated, Olga, the voice of Odessa, who currently is somewhere else, somewhere close, in a location which we can disclose and which is quite unique. Добрый вечер.
Добрый вечер. Bună ziua. That's in Romanian/Moldovan. Hello. Yeah, I'm in Chisinau now. We'll soon switch between the cities. So, yeah, hello. I'm happy to join. That's a rare occasion. Especially this is late time for me. It used to be an early one, but now I'll get to stick to the schedule. Great to see you, to hear, not to see, unfortunately, you all guys.
So how's the mood there, if I may ask? What's going on in Chisinau?
Mood.
The mood in Chisinau, in the
As
place where
an
everybody is
expert,
worried.
as an expert on mood in every city I am attending, every other weekend, maybe every weekend, there are those protests. And I'm staying in the really downtown. Ironically, I had no idea it's going to be here, immediately next to the Academy of Sciences. Well, that's just chasing me, probably. And those protests take part just several blocks away from where I'm staying. That's an apartment, not the hotel. And actually, people understand where they come from. Nobody likes noise during the weekend, and nobody likes those kind of unrest. That's not like full-fledged, but still, but they understand where it comes from. They know lots about this Shore guy, the pro-Russian supporter, the Russia paid kind of a position in inverted commas, but he's actually just a puppet show for people who still have some pro-Russian sentiment. Can you hear me?
Perfectly fine.
Can you hear me, Mark Chuck?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. So, and well, I was surprised that not a few people actually have this. I wouldn't say this pro-Russian, maybe more Soviet sentiment. They remember those times when Moldova was actually another kind of bread basket, but not the wine basket, the grape basket, the juicy apples basket of the entire USSR. And they had probably a little better, calmer life. And then they were the first to be hit by Russian campaigns of destabilization. The region, they got Transnistria for 30 years. That's just really a problem. But I can see they somehow try to reintegrate them very softly, in a very soft manner. And also they try to kind of navigate this Gagauzin autonomy issue, because it is an issue. They're very pro-Russian. However, they know their deal. They say, "Oh, we didn't want Moldova to join the EU. It's against our will. However, it's unfair that EU sponsors building some kindergarten or hospital unit in Moldova." Outside of the Gagauzin region, we want it too. And they be like, "Yeah, guys, but you just said that you not really like EU." They said, "Yeah, but well, and maybe not too much, but if they start building something over here, we may reconsider. So yeah, and another thing is like when language professionals, they face this aspect all the time. I was really, it was a shock for me because so much is spoken about Russian language in Ukraine, how it is suppressed and blah blah blah, all the stuff we've discussed that a million of times. And you all know how I am as a Russian speaker in Ukraine, extremely suppressed every minute in my life. But the thing here that before 2014, even though lots of really Russian-speaking regions, Crimea, with many people who actually worked for Russian Navy, where it was there, all the events, international events before 2014, because I mentioned this date because it involves Crimea actively, let's say. Nobody would ever imagine that there will be, that the organizers would invite the interpreters into Russian, only from the working language, let's say English, into Ukrainian, because everyone, no matter what people would claim now, just for the sake of propaganda, everyone would understand Ukrainian, may not speak fluently, but understand it perfectly well to work at the international events. In Moldova, you have two booths for interpreting, one for Romanian English, let's say, and the other one for Russian. And if there are Ukrainian participants, the third one for Ukrainian, because many refugees here and they try to somehow integrate them, and they're quite active, like in many areas of life. And this is quite shocking. And I was wondering why. Why do you even need Russian interpreting? And they'd be like, well, because we invite people from Transnistria, and also invite people from this Gagauzin autonomy, and as even in some non-occupied and non-separatist sentiment region of Moldova, people ask to switch a moderator. That was something I witnessed. He starts speaking Romanian, and they say, "Oh no, please switch to Russian because we don't understand what you're talking about." And I was just, what? So you were talking about like that people don't understand Ukrainian and they didn't learn it enough and are not fluent in that. That's just ridiculous. We all do to this or that extent. However, I never expected the same case in Moldova, because as someone who grew up in the south of Odessa region with so many minorities and very big Moldovan and Bulgarian minorities, these are people who there will be a Ukrainian or Russian or Bulgarian, whoever, into Moldovans, and they will speak their native language, disregarding you, even though you don't understand it. And even if they address you directly, they will switch to Russian, or not to Ukrainian, to Russian, and they study Ukrainian at school, etc. And my idea was that Romanian is the first language for all of them. I couldn't imagine that's not the case, and this is another striking thing about colonization during Soviet times, because they were this idea that Moldovan is for like, for urban areas. It was the same with Ukrainian language in Ukraine, but we still somehow resisted that. But in Moldova, it seems they haven't, and they didn't. And now they have this, when they have entire regions where people say, we don't understand. Not even speaking, just don't understand. Okay, as always, I'm pretty long in answering the question, but I'm sure you have expected that.
But that's fine. Thank you. I think it's very
The report
very
in the mood in
informative.
Chisinau is over. Thank you for attention.
Okay, but I think it's veritable. It's very important that we clarify this, because obviously the Russian suppression of Moldova has had a completely different angle and a completely different vector by creating a new identity for such a long time and then separating the different, say, nationalities. They took the Gagauz, made them Russian Turk. They put them into the military, sent them far away, sent them back with higher pay packages into poverty-stricken lands. They tried every little trick in the Stalinist book to divide the people. And look at the steel plant. Look at how Sheriff is everywhere in Tiraspol. They change the way people think and how they live. And I can see that the Roman is, Olga is back. Good. She just dropped off. I can also see that Roman is back.
Yes.
Dobro večer,
Yes.
Roman. How are you
Axel,
doing?
good to hear you. Good to hear. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Yeah, working away as we should into the second year, hopefully into soon a spring counter-offensive, and trying to make sure that we keep the lights on here 24/7 for Ukraine.
That is wonderful. That is wonderful. I haven't been on the show for a while. Had just too many things on my plate. I still do, but I do listen to you guys from time to time.
We're very privileged to hear this. And obviously, you have nothing to do. I mean, in the world of economics, there's nothing to do. And you've been rallying the troops and garnering support and building a university setup. So I'd say both you and Olga, you both have more than enough to do in order to arrange what civil society can do at this point in time. So what are you up to at the moment? Where are you?
Right now, I'm in the U.S. in Cleveland, and I'll be going to Ukraine in 3 days. So we have successfully, obviously, opened the university, American University Kyiv. I'm the founding rector, and we are waiting for our second batch of students. So that's a very exciting time, and we are finally moving on campus. So I will be physically more present in Kyiv than I am in the States. So that's a really exciting, time for us. On top of that, we have joined the efforts of the U.S. Attorney General to help collect evidence of the war crimes against Russia. So I just had a call with Clint Williamson, who was the attorney prosecuting war crimes in Serbia, and from the United States Attorney General. Yeah, so
a very serious person.
Yeah, so Clint is basically, and it's interesting that the American University Kyiv is going to be helping Clint and his team to actually collect this evidence and deliver it to the Ukrainian general attorney. And then we are right now in conversation with different stakeholders in the U.S., including the Secretary of State, of how to enable U.S. to do a similar proceeding that ICC did, because as you know, the United States is not abiding by ICC itself. But there's 3 prosecutions that will happen when it comes to the Russian war crimes. One is going to be in Ukraine. It's going to be the Ukrainian prosecution. Another one is going to be some organizations like ICC, the International Criminal Court of Justice. And then there's going to be third, which will be on the individual basis in individual countries. And it's not really simple to do the third one, because each country has its own judicial procedures. And so we are trying to create a precedent and also help and talk to some congressmen and senators to get the legal grounds to actually do some of the prosecution in the United States of the Russian war crimes. So out of all the things that I would be, I thought I would be doing, now I'm actually also in this area. But hey, everything for the victory. So, and this is a very needed thing.
That's very good to hear. This is an interesting construct. And then again, it also is a very good showcase for students to involve themselves and actually not only study in their field of interest, but also participating in what is essentially the safety a blanket for freedom, and that requires intelligent young people to study what's going on and help.
Absolutely.
I think this is a fantastic opportunity. Well done.
Yeah, well, as I said, I never envisioned 2 years ago that I will be running a university, delivering humanitarian aid, serving as a co-chair of a humanitarian organization, and now involved in finding ways to prosecute Russian war crimes. But as I said, times like this require all the effort that we can get from everyone and all the support that we can get.
I find it interesting how resilient Ukrainian civil society still is. I mean, Oscar domesticated Olga, and when she was traveling for a conference, we met in Tallinn, and it was evident how absolutely focused everyone was, and doing their job. This Bill Belichick. That's the thing. You know what we always learn from the Patriots, Alan's favorite team. Bill Belichick, the famous coach, who always went with his motto, "Do your job." And that's the thing which Ukrainians, in the face of existential crisis and no matter what is thrown at them, still do every day. And they do it valiantly. And yeah, that is deepest respect.
Yeah, one of the organizations that I been working at is the Ukrainian American House, and I'm a co-chair. We delivered, everything: bulletproof vests, helmets, medications, medical equipment, tourniquets, all sorts of stuff. And so it's so interesting that now a new group of activists that have joined our organizations and are pushing an agenda, and then that is a cultural agenda. To Ukraine right now is a brand, and for it's something that everybody aspires to, and rightfully so. But there's a short window of opportunity, for Ukrainian artists to also get on board, and not only in Ukraine but also overseas, and for so for example, one of the famous Ukrainian singers, Tina Karol, she's joining our board, and we had a long conversations with her how to help also engage the cultural people that represent the culture, the singers, the movies, and the whole ordeal with Oscar, where the wrong movie got the Oscar, if you know what I'm talking about, and the Ukrainian movie that should have didn't, because again, that has to be, there has to be built the precedence, the presence of Ukrainian culture, Ukrainian cuisine, and things like that. And that's also another front, as you said. It's a silent front, but it's a very important front, and having people engage in it is very important.
Very well said. Alan, David, over to you.
Thank you, Axel. Olga, I wonder if you are back up and can hear us. Do you want to carry on the conversation with Roman?
Yeah, I can hear you well. I have no idea when you stopped hearing me. Well, I agree actually, and I see what Roman comments on. I just wanted to say that Roman is one of my favorite ex-ministers ever. So hello, Roman, and nice to see you back on the space.
Thank you so much, Olga, and thank you for what you do. It's good to have friends all over the place, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Rome, I wonder if you can tell us a little bit more about the American University that you are a co-founder of in Kyiv, and you're welcome. Oh, I want to hear all about it.
So let me give you a couple nudges here. So imagine the beginning of 2022. So we didn't expect that the war would be there. Obviously, I mean, there was kind of a dark cloud hanging in the air, right? Because Russian troops are doing these trainings, but we had this idea and a desire to open an American university in Ukraine, in Kyiv. And there was a lot of support, both from the investors, from different organizations, including the United States as well. DFC, this is the sort of the U.S. aid type of organization, that there was a significant capital that was gathered together, right people, Kurt Walker, Ambassador Kurt Walker, and many others that came aboard and said, let's do it, you know. And so they reached out to me, offered me to be director of this university. And we had a big event in Kiev. There was Volodymyr Klitschko, which is you know, the mayor of Ukraine, the big boxer. I'm 6'4". When I was on the stage with him, he's like, you know, I felt like a midget. And so this is February. This is the first week of February of 2022. And then literally 3 weeks later, Volodymyr is already training and to defend his city. The war broke out, but the university that is right there, and we had a dilemma: are we gonna continue doing this, or can we just pause and shut down? And we've decided, you know what, this is such a symbolic thing. This is such a symbolic and the right thing to do. So we went forward and we started hiring. I started hiring faculty in the middle of the war. I mean, this has been such a monumental effort, because some of my faculty were in cities like Sumy. Some of them were in America, in Europe. I mean, they're safe, but some of them, like in Sumy, where they're surrounded by Russians, and literally, it's been such a difficult you know, time for me. I was just yesterday, I was talking to one of our professors, and I was you know, remembering this, how this happened, and if you don't mind, I will share the conversations that I had with her. So this is almost like a year ago, and so I wrote this to Hanna. Hanna is one of our professors, and I said, Hanna, how are you? Were you able to get out of Sumy? Do you need a place to stay in Western Ukraine? So I'm asking this to Hanna, and she responds to me over the text message. I'm staying here where I'm at in Sumy with my parents. Both of them are disabled and they need me. As soon as the situation comes back to normal, I hope, nurses might come back. However, I need 2 nurses to have taking care of my parents. I'm not afraid, though, if you ask me. I saw it coming since 2012, and I will be okay, I think. And so this is the conversation that I'm having with her as this war continues. And so later on I write to her again, Hanna, were you able to get out of Sumy? Let me know. I could help you with the place to stay in Ivano-Frankivsk in Western Ukraine. And this is what she says. Roman, thank you so much for your kind offer. As long as I can handle my parents here, I will stay here. Both of them are disabled, and I'm afraid they're just not going to be able to make it. So if my house is not completely destroyed, I will be here. I hope the situation will get better. I really hope and I believe that everything is going to be fine. And you have to understand that there at this stage, she's completely surrounded by Russians. And she says at the end, everything is going to be Ukraine. So this is like, you know, I brought tears to my eyes every single time I read this text, because it shows just the resiliency of people that we got on board in our university. And we built this team of professors like Anna, like Vernon Smith, many great people, Jake McGrew, who is an American who moved to Ukraine in the middle of war to help out with the university. So we have an incredible team. We have built American programs that are in collaboration with Arizona State University, with incredible professors. We have some of the best students that I've taught in my life. And I've taught in California, I've taught at Purdue University, I'm a professor at Case Western, and I'll tell you that these are the best students I've ever had in my life. And so yeah.
Roman, to found and organize a university in the middle of a war is extraordinary. But and the students are coming from Ukraine, they're coming from other countries in the world. Where are students coming from?
So as of now, because it's our only first year of operations, we have license, but our accreditation is only going to be coming after the end of the first year of operation. And only when we have accreditation, we are allowed to get the international students. So right now, all of the students are Ukrainian students, but for the next year, we are planning to be getting international students as well. And they can study both online and in person. We, as I said, we are going fully in person on campus. And by the way, our campus is on the river port in Podil, which is right on the Dnieper's river. It's one of the most beautiful locations that I've seen campus-wide, you know, in the whole entire world. And I've been, you know, I gave lectures probably at 150 different universities all over the world, 20 plus countries. And this is like one of the best locations that I've ever seen physically. And so this is where our students are going to be. But I understand that some students may not be able to come back because of the war, and some are stuck in Poland, some are stuck in France, and some of them are in that age that they're afraid if they go back to Ukraine, they may be enlisted, and so they're kind of hesitant to go back to Ukraine. So that's the dilemma that we have. But we are definitely going to be enrolling international students next year.
And Roman, what degrees will the American University in Kyiv be granting once you have accreditation? What degrees can students earn there?
So as I said, we have this system with Arizona State University where we develop dual degrees, which means that if you study for 3 years in Kyiv, in American University Kyiv, and then for the 4th year, you can either stay on campus in Kyiv or even online, or you can take or go to Arizona or take Arizona State University online this last year and get a diploma from Arizona State University as well. As far as the actual degree, we have right now 2 schools, School of Management and School of Digital Technologies. So basically, it's a computer science and business school. In the School of Management, we have master's and we have bachelor programs. And so we do in the School of Digital Technologies. We have software engineering, we have computer science, we have data science, we have leadership in IT, all of these programs, and it's all available online. You can check us out or just contact me. I would be happy to share more details. But it's the computer science and the business school, and we are planning to also open an engineering school next and the law school.
And Roman, why did you partner with Arizona State University? They have a pretty strong online curriculum as well as on campus, right?
Yeah, that's excellent. Wow, you know your business. So Arizona State University, for the past 8 years, has been a #1 university in the world and in the United States in terms of innovation, according to Times Higher Education. The second one, I believe, is MIT, and then goes Harvard, Stanford, all the other schools. And part of that is specifically the Arizona just really figure out how to utilize the online content, how to build really amazing products, and really be innovative in delivering of education. And they have a really interesting sort of credo. They're saying that they want to make the university available to as many as possible. So they, without compromising the quality, they want to reach out and give degrees to as many students as possible. And so for us, that was exactly the perfect partner, because we were considering Stanford, we were considering Carnegie Mellon, we were considering Case Western, which is the university that I am a tenured professor. I'm right now on leave of absence, obviously. But basically, Arizona State University had this kind of outreach arm, and they also have been working already with different universities across the globe to expand their program. So that's why they were just a perfect match.
Roman, education is all about the future. How do you see the American University of Kyiv shaping Ukraine's future? Because the future is coming at us very, very quickly, as you know.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that this is one of the main reasons why I've actually decided to take a leave of absence and move to Ukraine and to do this. Because look, if we can train, I mean, think about yourself. I mean, anybody who is listening right now, what is the biggest legacy that you can leave? What can you do that when you're gone, that it's going to continue? And I think the biggest legacy is people, right? It's whoever we impact. And if those people can do and impact other people, that's really what, this life is about. And so for me, for me, that it's actually, we wrote that in the mission of our university, and that is to train the future leaders of Ukraine. Because look, we need not just people who will get a degree, because there's many universities in Ukraine, but we need to have people who will have the right values, the Western values, there'll be a high academic integrity, that those degrees are going to be, and knowledge that they're going to get will be very relevant, that they will be able to speak fluent English, because you have to understand, this is an American university in Kyiv, but we are completely American. All the studies and everything is in English. So they will be fluent in English. They will be versed in all of the, Western practices. So then if you become a project manager, you will know how to handle international companies, and the international companies are going to be coming to Ukraine. They will be rebuilding Ukraine. They will be building factories, and we need to have students who can right away dive in with a fluent English and become a part of this global rebuilding process of Ukraine. So I think the role of AUK is going to be very, very important for the future of Ukraine.
Can you tell us a little bit about American universities? A very, very long time ago, I knew the president of the American University in Beirut. And there are several American universities still going on around the world. What is the significance of this name?
So there are a couple things to say here. There is an American university in, let's say, in DC, right? So there is that brand name, and some of the universities that you have mentioned have come as an offspring of that university. But the university, other universities around the world that have the name like American University, quote unquote, in it, don't really associate directly. Because, for example, our university, as I said, it's built with Arizona State University, right? So we are in tight collaboration with Arizona State University, but we chose that name, American University Kyiv, to differentiate ourselves, right? But to highlight the fact that it's an American education, it's American standard of education, it's American curriculum, it's American faculty, but will be in Kyiv. And but of course, all of the universities that you have mentioned, they have that American standard in the corresponding country. So, for example, in Saudi Arabia, in Abu Dhabi, they have the NYU University Abu Dhabi. So NYU has built its presence, American University, in United Arab Emirates.
Roman, are you going to play a purely administrative role as founder and president, or will you be teaching classes?
Oh, absolutely, I'll be teaching. I mean, I have one class that I have committed to always teach to all of our master students. And I'm teaching a very small segment, which will allow me to get all of this, to see all of our graduate students. It's called the professional effectiveness, and I'm teaching a segment of about 3 hours, and that's going to be on critical thinking. I'm a behavioral economist. I've studied how people make decisions. So for me, it's just something that I'm passionate about, and I will be teaching that segment to all of our graduate students. But then I also want to teach one extra class that I'll be teaching to the students, and that's the class on negotiation and conflict resolution. So basically, how do you make deals? How do you solve conflicts? How do you prepare for negotiations? I mean, it's a really fascinating class. I've taught it, and in the executive level. I've taught it at the business school many times. It's one of my favorite classes, and so I want to make it available to our students as well.
This is such an exciting project and so hopeful. it gives me great optimism for the future of Ukraine. Roman, do you have time to take a question from a listener?
Yeah, of course, Alan. Thank you. Yeah, I have about 10 more minutes, and then I'll need to run. But yeah, I would love to communicate with whoever wants to has any questions.
Peter, do you have a question for Roman?
Yeah, just to say just really amazed by Roman. I think he's wonderful. He's got so much energy, and I think he's the perfect person to take this very new, exciting adventure forwards, because it is the future of Ukraine, and with IT and technology, it's absolutely perfect. And I just wanted to say to him that he's amazing, and his energy will take it forwards. So thank you, Roman.
Thank you, Peter, so much. Thank you so much. I mean, it's not just me. I think I'll tell you honestly, when the war broke out, and we are all who have Ukrainian roots, we were staring in this with a lot of despair. As I read the story earlier of the professor Anna Shvindina, I thought I'm gonna lose her. I didn't know what's gonna happen to my parents, and but it also gave us a purpose, right? It gave us the energy. We cannot give up. We need to do everything that we can to help our nation survive. And so through tears and sleepless nights, we knew that we had to do it, and so we're doing it.
Yeah, I think it's like a breath of fresh air, what you're saying, because there's been so much misery and gloom that what you're saying is like a breath of fresh air. Maybe you could even have an aviation college as part of it to teach people to be pilots,
Yeah.
and airline pilots I'm talking about. But
we would love to. We would love to. By the way, we have another one of the top executives that is joining us. His name is Dan Rice. He is an advisor to General Zaluzhny, and so obviously we're thinking a lot in terms of maybe opening some degrees that would be relevant to military. And so we are in that group. We are thinking about it.
Great. Anyway, thank you very much, and you're a breath of fresh air.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter. So, just speaking of veterans, Ukraine will have a lot of war veterans, of course.
Yes. Yes.
And many of them will want to continue education, get degrees that they may have started before the war broke out. Are you going to make a special place for them at the American University in Kyiv?
Well, Alan, this is a great question. Thank you for raising it, because we also believe that that's very important. So there is a couple things that I want to say. First of all, given there is a wartime, we actually are making sure that we have wartime scholarships. And for example, there is this wonderful young lady. Her name is Lata. And when she wanted to join the university, she said, "But I cannot afford this much money." So I found her a stipend. I found a scholarship. I found a sponsor that completely covered everything for her for 4 years. So Zlata is with us because her dad is serving in ZSU, in the Ukrainian armed forces. And so we did everything that we could to help her. And we're doing this with others. But then we also thinking about the veterans. We think about people who are going to come and will need reskilling, retooling. So we are actually designing as a part of our lifelong learning programs. So we have a regular programs like master's degree, bachelor degrees, but we also have these lifelong learning programs that we are building them specifically to give them like half a year of retooling courses and skills in a particular direction. So for example, if they want to be a project manager, in half a year, we're going to give them all the necessary tools that they need for that project manager, for that project management job. But if they need to change and become, they want to become a programmer and they already know some basic programming, we will create a short program for them to really get into that. And so then the next question is, well, all of these people are going to come, where are we going to get financing to obviously train these people? And that's a really good question too, which we are right now reaching out to all of the military suppliers that literally are making money on this war in Ukraine, which is, again, we live in a capitalistic world. Look, I understand that any war is going to bring to somebody's going to make money. So companies like Lockheed, companies, other American companies that build HIMARS, Javelins, for which we are very grateful, but they're also making profited during that while making that. So we are reaching out to these companies and we're saying, look, how about you also support and donate part of your profits to help Ukrainian veterans to get a better education. So this is what we are working right now on, and we have these senior executives, vice presidents, CEOs, and we are talking with them and trying to get them on board. So when we score our big first $1 million stipend, I'll definitely get on MriyaReport and scream out loud that we have got that.
Fantastic, and you should definitely be reaching out to American and European corporations who are already engaged in defending Ukraine. So, do you have plans for traveling scholars and for scholars coming from around the world and being in residence in Kyiv?
Absolutely. So if you're a scholar, if you are somebody who has either a doctorate degree or master's degree, if you have experience teaching and you would like to be engaged, please write to me, get a hold of me. I will put you with the right people in touch so that you can, engage. And I already have some fantastic people that have contacted me. I have Vernon Smith, who is a Nobel laureate in economics, who said, Roman, I will support your efforts. I'm going to join in. I have John List, who is probably another Nobel laureate candidate who's, he's probably going to get a Nobel Prize in the next 10 to 20 years. He's one of the founders of the field experiments in economics. So John has reached out and he said, yes, I will be a part of this. So if you want to engage in any way, I would be happy to get your CV and put you in touch either with a dean of the corresponding school. And remember, it's a computer science or the business or management, that world. But we also teaching general education courses for our bachelor students. So pretty much everything goes, right? So psychology, philosophy, chemistry, biology, all of that stuff is needed. So please get a hold of me.
I'm definitely going to put some people in touch with you, Roman, because your enthusiasm is infectious.
Thank you.
And that is the best aspect of education. The best educators are the enthusiastic educators who, as Roman said, know they are leaving a legacy. Educating a person, educating classes, especially in critical thinking. We all have to know how to think for ourselves.
Thank you, Alan, so much, and thank you everyone who's been, on this radio. You guys have been tremendous help and support for everyone, and I definitely plan to be joining you guys in the future. And meanwhile, if you ever have any questions, you can, find me on the social media or just send me an email. I'll be more than happy to answer.
Keep us up to date, Roman. Keep us up to date with what you're doing in Kyiv.
Will do. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Bye, Roman, and thank you so much for your time. And please be in touch with us from Kyiv. Safe travels, and my very, very best wishes to you for success in this project.
Thank you.
David, are you still with me?
Yeah, so it depends what you mean by with you, right? I mean, it's sort of there's not a lot of mind left, but there's a lot more body than there should be.
And you can add to that body every single day while detracting from the mind. It is a strategy for living forever.
Just supply more biscuits, exactly.
So, David, has there been any war news today that has caught your eye in particular?
Other than Novakhovka, that isn't that caught our eye, and then it caught our eye again because it wasn't true. What other stuff has happened? No, notably, I think yesterday there was in the stats they had a lot of vehicles and a lot of artillery systems went up in smoke. Russian artillery systems, of course.
Yes, losses continue to grow every single day, and I also noticed inside Russia, an important factory in Yaroslavl caught fire. This has been a terrible year for fire in Russia. I am glad I'm not in the fire insurance business in Russia. You would have to pay out a lot of claims.
Yeah, they would be bankrupt very quickly, right? Very, very quickly. Oh dear. Yeah. So, I mean, what's really happened at the recently? I mean, today, right? So Novikovka was interesting, but and there's the thing. It's not a bad thing because it was something that needed to be discussed because things are happening. There's changes happening, right? They've stopped trying to, with their futile attempts of trying to drown or empty the reservoir, which would have that was going to be an own goal, wasn't it? Because the farmers down in Crimea, they would really have not been happy about that. Yeah, so an interesting discourse on how that might work if a move for towards Crimea was made. General Ben has suggested that. Our good friend Nuno thinks that might be a plan of action. However, they would do that. But yeah, no, nothing other than those things that really gets my eye. Having said that, memory of a goldfish. In 5 minutes' time, I may go, oh no, we talked about all these other things. But that's the only thing I can remember at the moment.
Well, one important thing I think is MiGs are now being delivered to Ukraine, flown from Poland to Ukraine by Ukrainian pilots. I think the first 4 arrived today. That's important.
Oh yeah, and that was today, wasn't it? For some reason, I thought it was yesterday.
I think it was today, David. And the news from Novakhovka, to remind people, there was a report that Russians were withdrawing, and this turned out to be wrong. They're not withdrawing; they're still in Novakhovka, so they will have to be driven out. Although, if they only decided to leave, that might be an instigation to other Russians all over occupied Ukraine to take the hint and just get the damn out. David, are you going to listen in with Chuck Ferrer at the top of the hour? That would be in roughly 45 minutes.
I will be there. Yes.
Excellent, because I think Chuck will have some news for us from Bakhmut and Avdiivka. There's still a news blackout, but there's also a suggestion from pretty high up, General Zaluzny's office, General Syrskyi, that Wagner and Russian forces in Bakhmut are truly exhausted. David, your audio cut out there.
Oh, I double tapped. There we are. Right, there's not a trigger for the mic button. Yes. So what's I going to say? Remind me. Yes. No, I was going to say there's some. So that's some good news. It could be some good news, isn't it? Coming out of there. Who knows what's going to happen with the current things that might be underway. That's really good news, isn't it?
Well, it would be good news. It would also demonstrate that the Ukrainian gamble, and it was a gamble, holding on to Bakhmut and pinning Russian forces in Bakhmut is paying off. And that would be the best possible news. I don't think we're going to know it for certain tonight, but I think we'll know it over the next, what's the time frame? Let's just say over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, look, if the Russian forces, which was the bit I was going to say, is I was going to swear, can't if Wagner has culminated in this event, then it's all downhill for them, isn't it? That'd be great. Couple of weeks, add those numbers, put more into the tally, and away we go.
I was a bit amused by this video, apparently released by Prigozhin, the owner of Wagner mercenaries. I mean, he's the owner of the Wagner mercenary force, but he treats his soldiers as if they are his own personal slaves. He sends them to their deaths after he frees them from prison. He put out a video in which he looks over a map and claims to know what the Ukrainians are going to do. It's amusing. It really is amusing.
Yeah, no, isn't it just? And the risk he's taking by some of the claims he makes, that is quite interesting. I mean, here's the thing: is he going to take some flying lessons early? Do you think? With anything, because his failure, because he's going to he needs to wriggle out of this failure, doesn't he? Right? Is that going to cause him a big problem? Is he going to need to have more bodyguards?
I would think so. And if you don't fall out of a window high enough up, you can't open your parachute in time to save yourself. And sometimes you don't even have a parachute.
I think often they don't have parachutes.
So the thing that caught my attention was Prigozhin claims that the Ukrainians will invade Belgorod. That amused me for a number of reasons. Of course, the Ukrainians have only one goal, that is to drive every Russian outside of Ukraine and to reclaim their sovereign borders as declared in 1991. But the other thing is, Belgorod was, in fact, part of Ukraine, as I recall, before World War One, and now it is, unfortunately for the Belgorodans, or however they go, it is part of Russia. They would be much, much better off if they were part of Ukraine.
Yeah, and if we go back a little bit further, then the other side of the cursed bridge was Ukraine as well, wasn't it? I think we should just be pushing that out a lot more often. No, it's the other side. It should just be a land bridge all the way to Georgia. So in actual fact, Georgia and Ukraine could be united.
They could be. I mean, there's absolutely no reason you can't go all the way back to the 17th century and look at the borders of Muscovy. They would be appropriate borders for Muscovy to feel secure inside a very, very small part of the world. And they are making themselves smaller every single day, of course, while stretching across, I don't know, a dozen time zones. It is an expansive country, but a greatly diminished country. And
sorry, I interrupted. I was going to say, wouldn't it be great? Just see that slowly shrink. I mean, it's going to slowly shrink anyway, because there's going to be a slow chip or salami slicing. But it would be very good to see them just suddenly implode to that sort of area. That would be good and well deserved.
Yes, very well deserved. The other thing that interests me, and this is more economic news than military news, but Kazakhstan has announced today that it's instituting electronic surveillance at borders specifically to stop transportation of illicit goods through Kazakhstan into Russia. And so these are goods that are sanctioned. And this is demonstrating that Kazakhstan, a former Soviet republic and now an independent nation, is taking a very strong stand against Russia and against Putin. They are showing some daring.
Yeah, is it? I mean, is it a president or a prime minister? I think he's a president, isn't he? He's taken a hard stance for quite a while. I think he's read the air very well, hasn't he? Right, he's got the lie of the lie of the land. He's worked it out because for a long time they've been at Putin's whim, haven't they?
Yes, they have. I'm trying to think of a reason why Kazakhstan couldn't join NATO. Well, I guess it's a little far afield.
Yeah, well, I mean, does it? We got to the point where the NATO doesn't have to be about being close to Europe. Not that America is, but I mean, look at how Japan is aligning now. Perhaps the NATO needs to be some sort of other organization but then maybe that would give Germany an excuse to wimp out and go, oh, we don't want to get involved elsewhere or something. Who knows? But the world is changing, and it's this last year it's changed very rapidly, the geopolitics, and people need to get with the program, I suspect.
Well, Nuno, of course, talked a lot about changing international relations. And when Nuno comes back next week for his regular segment from an undisclosed location, I want to talk to him more about building new international organizations and what new international rules might guide us in the future. I mean, we are benefiting from rules that were thought about 75 years ago and have slowly been put into place. These rules are financial, they are military, they govern our lives in as I say, very beneficial ways, both in Europe and in North America. They are the basis of our prosperity. There's no reason why China and Russia and Iran should threaten that in any way. They were offered the opportunity in good faith to join and to be integrated, and they've refused it.
Yeah, because it's not their way, is it? Right? They would know they wouldn't be in charge. They just want to be in charge, don't they? It wants to be their way and do it their way. I mean, I guess the thing is, if we look at it as like criminals, they're just pretty lazy, right? They just want to do it their way because they see that's the approach that gets them the most benefit, the least amount of work, without in actual fact having to have a work ethic, having morals, and all of these things. They would just rather just take it at the point of a gun.
Yes, so David, we have a couple of hands up. I want to welcome back Nick, and then we'll go to Peter. Nick, go ahead.
No, just on the NATO thing, I think the clue is in the first two letters, and I think Kazakhstan probably is a long way from the North Atlantic, and not terribly contiguous with the other states that are. And also, I mean, there was NATO kind of always has this fig leaf of, our enemy is not Russia, and when you're on exercises, what's the name of the opposing country in NATO exercises, David? It's not Russia, it's
the red
enemy.
team.
The red team, but I think there is actually a kind of,
it's a made-up name, but it's a made-up name, right? But right, it was always Russia.
Of course. But my point is there is this kind of fig leaf, and I'm not sure. I think Kazakhstan inside NATO, a while yet. And I think what we do need to think about, though, is, I mean, NATO was ostensibly opposed to the Warsaw Pact, which had 7 or 8 countries in it. And I wonder, as we go on, whether there isn't some kind of political strain involved in having an entire group of countries with only essentially one opponent. Although it is kind of amusing that the only time Article 5 got invoked was actually in Afghanistan. But I don't know. The kind of model seems strange, and if on the one hand it's very difficult to imagine that Russia isn't going to be a problem for some kind of time into the future. On the other hand, you hope that at some point in the next 50, 70 years, God knows when, that finally there will be some kind of, sensible, non-psychopathic leadership in that country, and that it actually can join the international order. It's very, yeah. So it just doesn't, yeah. I don't know. If NATO ends up being, I mean, we've talked here occasionally, and people saying, well, why can't we start a new United Nations that just doesn't have Russia in it? Just run away and the other 191 countries join apart from Russia. NATO is kind of becoming that. I think it looks a bit strange to just have this huge organization, with enormous amounts of the free world in it, and eventually only Russia left not in it. It seems a bit weird. So, but no, I don't see Kazakhstan joining NATO. I think is a while off yet.
I don't think anyone said it was going to happen next week, but there's the thing, isn't it? Right? It was the NATO as a result of what was happening at the time. Does it evolve into the world army, police, or something? Who knows? But maybe that is what might happen, right? But in 70 years, I can't see that Russia's going to be much changed. If I'm brutally honest, I think at the point where this has gone dreadfully wrong for them, so it'll take them 20 years for them to maybe longer to recover, and then over that 20-30 years, all the people who've been born in that period of time will just go, but it was NATO, we're like this is because of NATO, and it'll just start a whole load of the other bits that bullies do. It's never my fault. Attribution theory at its finest, isn't it? Right? Not
and
my
when
fault.
when you see the amount of effort that Germany had to put in to get to where it is today, in its education system, in its political system, in its absolute refusal, the sort of astonishing degree of allergy in Germany to anything vaguely related to the National Socialist period. And you look at countries like Austria that didn't necessarily do quite as good a job at that, and they're not quite as denazified. So yeah, denazifying a country takes a lot, and it starts with the culture. And Germany arguably only had the culture that brought on the Nazis for really quite a short period. In the mid 19th century, Germany barely existed as a coherent country, and it was not regarded as any kind of military or ideological threat to anybody. It managed to do all that. The Nazis managed to do all that damage with perhaps 15, 20 years of madness. Russia has somehow got to unlearn a couple of centuries. It's deep in the culture.
Yeah, and here's the thing. The other point is that where Austria is concerned, they've had Russia involvement right for a long time, whereas Germany didn't. I mean, were the immediate post-war years madness for Germany? I think there was madness in trying to rebuild and adapt to everything they had. But yeah, the Russian involvement in Austria, which we keep on forgetting about as well, don't we? But that was unchecked as a result of there was no fence, was there? Whereas
absolutely true. Absolutely true. Austria remained firmly on the fence. Vienna was a white city, meaning where Russian and Western agencies wouldn't hurt each other, but where everybody would be engaged. And Austrian industry was specifically in the in the east, Vienna and surroundings was massively co-opted and corrupted by the Russians.
Nick, David, Axel, maybe we just need to rename NATO. And so we forget that the N and A stand for North Atlantic. There are landlocked members of NATO far from the North Atlantic. But if we just change the name, what nation can't join NATO?
I mean, it needs to be a good name. Why don't we just make it the organization? There you are. That trips off the tongue. I should be doing the marketing for them. Just become the organization.
Coalition of the Free? Nick, what do you think of Coalition of the Free?
No, I quite like the organization, but it would have to be fronted by Gareth Hale and Norman Pace, who are the management of the organization. It's yeah. I always also think of that episode of The Simpsons where Homer got invited to join a secret society, and he was so awful that in the end they went off and founded a new secret society that was called the Society of No Homers. And you know, we can just imagine a sort of, you know, UN brackets, not Russia. These things, I mean, Coalition of the Free, but then, you know, exactly what are the criteria for joining? And it's basically, you're not going to get a whole lot further than where we are. You could add, you know, maybe Japan and South Korea, but
Malaysia,
you know,
places like that.
How free of corruption do you have to be? How transparent does
Well,
your government have to be? I mean, these things come on a sliding scale. These things come on a sliding scale, and I think you know, while it would be tempting to have one that has everyone in it apart from Russia, I don't think that would be entirely, you know, entirely kumbaya. So I'm not greatly in favour of that. If it makes military and security sense for a country, even Kazakhstan, to join NATO, then why not? But I suspect it'll be a long time before that happens, and they may not even want to. They may not even want to. I don't. It's only been a year and a half. A lot of things can still happen. You know, Kazakhstan is perhaps where Ukraine was in 2014. Let's see what happens. But they must. I mean, I presume that all of the other former Soviet republics will be thinking, well, if we can't get out of Moscow's orbit now, when they're completely distracted and militarily, you know, not in a position to send in, you know, a few brigades, then when? So that, you know, it is hugely amusing that they're doing this, but maybe they will form their own. Although there are some tensions, are there not, between the various stands, as I understand it?
Yes, there are. But just in terms of a new organization, there's an organization waiting in the wings. All NATO has to do is change one letter and go from NATO to NAFO. If you're a fella, you can join.
I do enjoy it when we have celebrity fella spots. There's been one or two, you know, quite serious people, and then one or two good, like, you know, defense ministers and stuff showing up with fellas. I think that's a testament to the effect of that. I don't know who the highest ranking Ukrainian is, who's put a fella's colors on his or her social media.
Peter, do you want to join into this crazy conversation?
Yeah, fine. Yeah, I was just interested that I heard a very, very good talk today by a chap called Alexander Caro, or Caro, yeah, Caro. And he had a very different take on China. I cannot see China, this new world order. It just makes no sense at all. I mean, there are three major trading blocks in the world. They're tier one trading blocks, and that is China, that is Europe, that is America. China is probably closer to that block than it likes to admit. What's this new world order going to be? Russia? A little gas station? Or Iran? Or North Korea? It just makes no sense at all. You know, when you look at trade, you look at not just the amount of people, but their spending power per head. And I think China, their trade with just America was nearly 700 billion in 1 year. Are they going to throw all that away to join with a load of losers? I mean, I noticed Xi didn't even accept Putin's hospitality and stayed in a Chinese hotel in Moscow and took his own security people there. You know, I mean, what's this big world order going to be? Is China going to replace all of Europe's trade, all of America's trade, with low-income Russians or low-income Iranians or low-income North Koreans? No. And that's the stark reality. So this is saber rattling, and we have to be really careful that we do not fall for the Russian propaganda. And that changed a month ago. So a month ago, there was a big push from Russia to change the whole attitude of this invasion of Ukraine to being a war against America. It was no longer a war against Ukraine. It was a war against the West. It was a war against Russia, against America. And they were trying to cause, through their propaganda, which they're very good at, and that's all they're good at, they were trying to cause a rift. And that rift, I even suspect the Russians weren't behind those balloons that flew over America. They wanted to stir the water. At the time, the Chinese seemed really puzzled by it all.
I think Peter, you're making a good point. The Russians think they are slick and slippery customers. They start a war and then they decide who they're fighting. We all know why they started the war. It was an imperial war, a genocidal war against Ukraine, and now Russia wants us to believe they are fighting NATO and America. No one's buying it, and no one ever will buy it. But Peter, I do have a couple more hands I want to move on to G-Man, and then David, I want to talk about Nova Kakhovka a little bit more. G-Man, go ahead.
Good evening. A little bit of news. Well, you probably already got this, but just looking through my Ukraine list on Twitter. Air raid sirens in Kiev. This was about 18 minutes ago. So Russia's sorry. I've made a resolution not to call them that. Muscovy is up to its usual genocidal tricks again. Just on the NATO side of things, I just noticed an article here which says the US flown one of their RC-135 surveillance jets over Finland for the first time. So that's good news. Prior to the news on the accession of Finland to NATO was looking better as well. So which is great. That's all I have right now.
Thank you, G-Man. So David, if we just go back to Nova Kakhovka for one moment, the two interesting things happening there. First, the report that Russians were withdrawn, totally untrue. They're not. Secondly, they have stopped emptying the reservoir behind the Nova Kakhovka Dam. And it focuses our attention on Nova Kakhovka because this would be some place where the Ukrainians would have to think seriously about getting from the north bank of the Dnipro to the south bank. The Dnipro is in the way of a big offensive down through Kherson and Zaporizhia oblasts, right?
Yeah, yeah, that would be correct. Yes, it is in the way, isn't it? It's very inconvenient. If only it would change course for a short period of time. Yeah, look, I mean, you'd have to think. You have to think that that Novakhovka and the bridge, right over the dam, is a major part of their plan, right? In whatever that is. But they, for that to work, they need to secure it. And they'll need to get people on the other side, right? And then what they also need to do is repair the damage done. The damage to it's two. I think it's two sections. I can't, because it's been a long time since I've looked at the damage. If I remember rightly, it was just two sections that were taken down. So they need to overbridge it in some way, or they could do a repair if because they're on. If they're able to get really decent, accurate measurements, maybe they could just could prefab some sections and put them over as well, and they could do that quite quickly. But they would need the town on the other side to be cleared of any Russians for them to do that, right?
And it's a one vehicle bridge, I think, David. By which I mean only one vehicle can pass at a time. It's that narrow over the dam.
No, I don't think so. I think it's wider than that. You remember when you look at it. I mean, firstly, there's two bridges, aren't there? There's the rail bridge, right, and then there's the road bridge. But I think that's two-way traffic. I don't think it's one-way traffic.
Well, I think the road over the dam could be one-way traffic, and then there's that bridge downstream from the dam that was destroyed.
Oh yeah, and the Antonovsky, yes. So I'm still thinking about. No, I will measure it, but I'm pretty certain that's two-way traffic on the bridge. I mean,
can I answer? Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, please do tell me.
Yeah, there is two intersections, including one for the train, but there is 4 parts that totally destroyed on the bridge. Like the train
4
bridge
sections.
Totally destroyed.
Okay.
4 sections. Yeah, it's 2 sections. Like it's 2 lines for every way, like every direction for driving. So it's like 4 lanes, 2 to each direction.
There you are. There's the answer.
And David, in World War II, Germany had to ford the Dnipro River. Where did they do it?
6 kilometers northeast, Berislav to Kakhovka.
And is that still the point of fording the Dnipro, or have things changed?
Not with today's weapon systems in play.
So
so there's. Let me. I think I know what the answer is. You're going to say, where else could you do it? Look, there are a load of places you could do this, right? So just below Novakhovka, you've got where the Dnipro. They've got the little islands and the rest of it. If you wanted to, you could set up something there using the islands. By the way, right? So it means you don't have to put a huge pontoon in. You could just put a couple of little pontoons across, and you would use the island, right? So. And then people would, the tanks or whatever the material they're going over it would just use that island. So instead of having, 800 meters of pontoon, you could just do, I think it's 200 and then 200 or something like that. So there's loads of ways you could do it, or you could do it closer down. There's the Antonovsky rail bridge, which has a section that's down. You could just get that up and running, right? And then instead of obviously getting up and running for rail, we could just put some you prefab some pieces that would go over the railway lines, and you would just drive over the top if you needed to. There's a ton of ways of doing this, and there's a whole load of pontooning options that are closer to inside Kherson, but you probably wouldn't want to use those. I'd looked at the areas for if you wanted to get for people to escape, but there's a whole load of ways they could do this if they wanted to. But all of this basically means they're going to need the area south of the river to be cleared, out of range of artillery, because you don't want to be doing under artillery fire, do you?
No, and the Russians have a lot of artillery on the south bank of the Dnipro opposite Kherson, but that's where the islands are, in that part of the Dnipro River, right?
I mean, there's islands all over, isn't there? The south of, but there's some whole load of islands that are near the Novakhovka as well. Yeah, but there's one. I mean, and that's actually another area I looked at going. The just south of Kherson. If you look at the map, there's that biggish island, right? And maybe you could do something over there if you wanted to. I mean, it depends on where you're trying to get. Depends on what the tactic is, what their target is, what they're going to do first. Are they going to go towards Melitopol, or are they going to do something else? I mean, basically, there's a load of options.
Right. G-Man, what are your options? Well, I saw G-Man with his hand up, but
put it down again. I'm not a bridge specialist.
But all thoughts are valid, aren't they? Just give us your thoughts.
It's difficult to know. I mean, where would be the best? Yeah, I mean, the idea depends what you really want to do. I mean, and what what's going to hurt Muscovy the worst? Obviously getting if you can cut the road, the land bridge, then attacking towards Melitopol would be a good option. Attacking into Crimea seems to be it's going to be difficult unless you can persuade the orcs to pull back like they did from Kherson by cutting off their supplies. Because you're going to have to you're going to have to get across the Dnipro, and that's not going to be an easy. Unless you can push them back, it's not going to be an easy crossing.
Of course, they're going to have to get across the Dnipro at some stage, right?
Will have to
so they can't just avoid it.
I mean, I'm actually tomorrow. I've got some. I'm doing some history posts every day these days, and tomorrow is the anniversary of Operation Plunder. When Montgomery, the 21st Army Group, got across the Rhine, 1945. I'll need to read a bit more up to get a better understanding of this stuff. I'm not an engineer, but yeah.
So the thing is, right. So let me talk you through it, right. So where bridging is concerned, so there are some factors that are that you need to look at, and they're not. None are insurmountable, but they cause bigger problems, right? Obviously, the width of the river that's a problem, right? Obviously, the wider it is, the more material you need, and several other factors, right? The strength, how fast is the water is another factor, right? You put that into it, and what are your available resources, right? So in this thing, our available resources could be, right? So there are 3 bridges. We've got the bridge at the dam, Novakhovka. That's repairable, right? You could overbridge that. You have the rail bridge. That's the biggest section that's being taken down. Much more effort to repair that, but is it more effort than putting in a pontoon, right? Mm-hmm. And because you get those problems with pontoons, and then we've got Antonovsky. Now, if they've got accurate measurements and they know what these things are, they could have prefabbed components for those bridges. So they could have, if they wanted to, they could. There's other ways of doing this. So they could overbridge it, and what they could do is they could put supports underneath. So the Antonovsky sections that have fallen in, for instance, clear those out of the way, and they what they do is they've got some support, so they would put in some temporary supports underneath those sections, so the bridge could support the weight, right? So there'd be temporary, just like temporary pier legs, and that's what a lot of bridging involves. If you can't take the weight, you just put in another support that's underneath it, and you could do that along. And the question is, do you have enough material, and do you have the people can do it, and what are the other relative military factors coming into it? Are you doing this under fire, etc., etc.? And the very important thing, what are you trying to get over? Right? Are you just trying to get troops over, right? Because if it was just troops, you could do that really, really easily. If you want to get really heavy vehicles over, then that poses another problem. You could ferry people, right? And ferrying is a really good way of getting stuff over. And ferrying is, I don't know if you were listening at the time, my preferred method would have been, if it had been me trying to escape Kherson, I'd been going, get ferries in, lots of ferries, because obviously if you have lots of ferries and they're moving, it's a much harder moving target for artillery fire, and you're more likely to get more people over. So there's the options really, or you could do the let's go all the way around. So then that option then goes to, okay, so maybe they just avoid that and just come from the north. But I see, so Nucley had his hand up as well.
Yeah, regard the south of Kherson, the islands, it would be really problem because everything is swampy. So crossing there is almost out of question.
So let me explain that. So for an engineering sense, there's ways you can get around that quite relatively easily. I of course don't know how swampy it is. This is
it's really swampy.
Is
we
it
scouted the area? Yeah,
okay, well there you are then, right? Okay, great. So if you're up to your feet in water, then there you are. Tells you everything.
Yeah, there's a lot of like equipment, like heavy equipment, even APCs, even M113, like out of question there. Even vehicles, I doubtly can cross there. And also, we'll need to put anyway another pontoon bridges to cross between the islands. And with they have a really big concentration of their artillery there. Their 439 Brigade is staged there, especially in this area with MLRS. So
I mean, the artillery is going to be a problem everywhere, isn't it? Right, and you have to be removing that, right?
There is specifically problematic place, as they have the MLRS systems.
So there you are. So we've just got rid of the island south of Kherson. Then, so there's the question, right?
Highly doubt about that. You know, of course, I'm not a general. You know, maybe they have some tricks. You know, the Ukrainian commander, but for personal view, it's highly doubted about that area specifically.
So I will explain, but it'll be useful for people to know. So there are ways to get round swampy areas, right? So we used to use, and it's a magnesium alloy that we use, and it's just basically a strip that you lay over the top. I have seen it laid in quite swampy areas, so you could put. We've got APCs over it. I don't know if I saw a Challenger go over it, but it would depend, right? And all it is, and in the old days they used to use reeds and all sorts of things, but this is just like a road, a piece of. I'm trying to remember the name. I can't remember the name, but basically it's just about 5 meters wide, and it's 30 meters. 30 meters of it on a roll, and you just attach them together. It's the same material that we used to use in the old days of when we had Harrier jump jets. It was the same material we would use to do make mobile airfields from. But it takes a lot of weight. Yeah, you would use it quite often for putting Challengers over it as well. So obviously it depends, and these are the things it's just exactly But if you're wandering around and you're in there and your feet are getting stuck, then I think you're absolutely right. Not even using that's going to help. But yeah. G-Man.
Our other options are like, but it will be need a big crazy coordinated attack almost on all the river, like our battalion done a few weeks ago when we destroyed their command post on the left bank of Dnipro. Also, that was an observation for their artillery, and there's around, I don't know, 100 of those in that area that we can actually cross with boats. So it will require a lot of coordination attacks in the same time if we want, to disable their artillery, at least for the time being, for the first few hours.
Yeah, no, exactly right, and that's the thing. That's the point of getting people over the other side of the river, right? You wouldn't typically look. I mean, people have done it. They have done these things under fire, but you'll take a lot of losses. But ideally, you would always want your infantry or whatever it is, whoever you're using, to be on the other side and have cleared those risks, right? I guess at the point though that if anyone is has decided to make an attack and you're putting tanks over, though, you would make sure all of those risks have been eliminated before you do it, though. That's because the building the pontoon isn't. That's not a difficult process, right? There are some technicalities about it, but building pontoons isn't difficult, right? They're designed to be quite easy and designed, if you've been training, right, to go in quite quickly. So that isn't the problem. The problem always is clearing the other risk factors out. Because the last thing you want is someone coming up, sniper team coming up and taking out your engineers as they're trying to build something. Or, as you say, the artillery coming in.
Yeah, we will need to push forward, like deep, at least few kilometers, if we want to, to get security area and prevent their counterattacks for a few hours at least, if we want to give the engineers the time to build it safe. Exactly. And also there will be anyway under heavy fire.
So with that in mind, though, we might. Sorry, Alan. I'll quickly finish with that in mind. Then, using instead of pontoons, a pontoon, then doing it as most of the pontoons you can work as a ferry, setting it up as ferries, but having more than one, having like 10 or something like that would make much more sense, because you could get actual fact get IFVs over at the same time, which would make your work a lot easier as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
One of the classic places where this has been done before, and which is one of the narrower and not so swampy places, is actually Lvova, and everybody knows where that is. If you've seen the area, Dima, you will know, because the bank on the other side is hardened. It's compressed sand. There's a bit of concrete as well. Lots of old fishermen's places were there. They've taken them down, and this is exactly where you can target across, and that's for fast pontooning pretty much the best area. And you have about 400 meters of width.
Yeah, I mean,
but as always, Russians know that place too.
Of course, right? And then that's the point we're saying is, are you able to remove those risk factors, or is it a risk you have to take, isn't it? Right? Of just trying to put stuff in. I'm pretty certain what was the name? What was the pontoon that they, or it was the pontoon that they tried to put in, the Russians tried to put in early on. Was it in April or was it May? Where they got it completely wrong. They didn't get people at the other side of the river. They just pontooned it and went, go on, you can go over that bridge, and then they were just wiped out with the artillery barrage from the Ukrainians.
And I think this was over the Oskil River, possibly?
That's it. I think that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah. So, David, I was just going to let you know we have relief for you. Doc is ready to swap with you as co-host.
But Chuck said I don't want to go now.
Well, then you can stay as long as you want.
Normally, people want to leave when I get on. I'm so glad you want to stay.
I know, Chuck, I always want to stay. Listen, that's wonderful. Alan, I will drop down, but I will stay and listen. It's always a pleasure listening to everyone. And yeah, I will say adios. It's been an honor and a privilege, gentlemen. And we will speak again soon.
Looking forward to it, my
We'll
brother.
speak
Thanks for your shift.
We'll
Thank
speak
you.
again tomorrow, David. I know. So
Nobody understands why he's always here only for 30 minutes.
Oh, David? Or me?
Well, nobody has.
I mean, you are hardly here a quarter of an hour. What do you want?
Somebody just asked me what time it was in Estonia, and I was shocked. And Axel is still orbiting the target like a true Teutonic information warrior.
I was just waiting for you to say goodbye and good night. Don't worry about it.
I like to know you're in the area. I have backup and editorial comments, and that's good.
So I'm just going to ask G-Man and David to quickly go ahead with your comments or questions, and then we'll get right along to bullet points of Chuck Farrer. G-Man, then David.
Yeah, very briefly, just reading an article on the Drive about the pontoon bridge over the Dnipro that the Russians built whenever the Antonovsky was destroyed or brought down. And then it just said it was the Seversky Donets that they built a pontoon bridge, but it was obliterated by Ukrainian artillery. That was back in May.
Yeah,
that's all.
I'm sorry, that defeat was so epic that the Training and Doctor Command reached out to me for the battle maps of that whole debacle. That was epic. They changed their doctrine based on that Russian defeat.
Wow.
David, very quickly, then we're on to bullet points. David, welcome.
Good evening, and thank you very much, G-Man. Great to hear from you. And Alan, thank you for co-hosting. Chuck, it's great to be on for bullet points. I'm very much looking forward to today's contribution, given what's been happening. I wanted to ask a question. Hopefully it'll bridge from last hour into this one. We'll see. I wonder if the crucial necessity is time, so that all things are possible, as our engineer friend David was saying, given the space and the time to do it. And so, with that reasoning, perhaps it's a risk that's not needed to be taken first. And by that I mean perhaps you can turn the enemy and have them occupied elsewhere. And by that I mean running away, so that the bridging can then happen as needed. And what could bridge a river? All these helicopters could bridge a river, and many small fast boats, infiltration could bridge a river. You could just go around them and make them run, and then cross the river with your material that you have planned to cross at that time in that place at your own leisure. And then why do I suggest that's perhaps in the offing? Because I've seen them do it before, and it seems the tempo is quickening. We've seen artillery and depots and command centers being hit at a quickening pace each night to hit. And yesterday we saw the Russian infiltrators, head of police in the Melitopol area, be very unfortunate in his timing that he passed by what they initially said was a car bomb, but actually was an IED it was a mine. Unfortunately, the man was horribly wounded, but not mortally, and he was recovering in hospital. They gave the name of the hospital, so I'm not sure how long he will be in recovery. It might not be much longer for this world, but I mention it because these are precisely the things we see happening when you're trying to blind, deafen, and generally disable your enemy before you make a move that you've been thinking about making. It was the way they did it previously and at different times and breaking previous fronts. And so I wonder, Chuck, what do you think yourself? The ground is getting drier. Temperatures are warming up in the south first. Doesn't necessarily mean they'll move there first. But I'd love to hear it, and I'm looking forward to bullet points. Everybody retweet and share the space. And Julie, it's really good to be on with you here. And thank you for joining us from Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. Retweet the space.
Hey, Alan.
before we jump to bullet points, I just want to make a comment to my friend G-Man over here. I remember when I was having to pull teeth with him to get him to come and talk inside of the space. He was a great listener and asked me questions. I was like, come on, bring it, bring it, bring it. And I got to say, G-Man, you have turned out to be one of my favorite people to have come up and talk. And I want to encourage all those others that might be shy out there or want to
You're
have
here.
questions and not think that they can bring it, that they're not worthy to, or whatever reason it may be. Come forward and bring those questions. We'd love to hear from you. All right, Alan, back over to you, Silky Smooth.
Thank you, Doc.
Silky Smooth. That could be your new call sign, Alan.
Well, that sounds like the name of a horse I bet on more than once.
Did she win?
No.
Alan goes for the GGs.
I bet
like we said, he's back in the nags. He can't get a winner, but it's a great name.
I once bet on a horse called Colonial Chuck, and how could I not bet on that horse? It was at what are they, harness racing at the Maine State Fair, and I actually won $2.
Wow.
There's nothing honest about the Maine State Fair, Chuck. You were so lucky to get out with $2.
You know what? And we refer to Maine as the Mississippi of the North. And Alan, I think you know that's true.
Well, it's partly true. But before talking about the largest district in the House of Representatives, which is in Maine, geographically speaking, we're going to talk about the very large hopes and dreams we have in Ukraine. And we're going to move right to Bakhmut. This was a big gamble that the Ukrainians played in Bakhmut, a fixing operation to wear down Wagner and Russian forces. We seem to be hearing from the Ministry of Defense today that the gamble paid off. Is that what you're saying, Chuck?
Absolutely. And Alan and Doc and I and Daryl, we've been talking about Bakhmut for months now, and I'm pretty proud to say that nothing that we've said in the last couple months has been contradicted by today's developments. Importantly, that is the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense saying, and they said it, they intimated it a couple of days ago, but they came out and said it, in bold print today, that in their estimation, Russia has peaked. It has culminated in Bakhmut and other places, but of course we're on Bakhmut right now, and we've been saying for a while, in war college terms and in brute force terms, that criminal battle in Bakhmut. That's what the War College would say. They're fighting a battle in order to diminish and reduce your enemy. And in very simple terms, they're fighting in Bakhmut because that is the only place on the entire front line that you can reliably kill a couple of hundred Russians a day. And that is because of the sheer bloody-mindedness and stupidity of the Russian commanders, who are quite literally beating their head against a cement post. They haven't even the sense to see, with those massive casualties, because they don't measure failure in the number of their own dead. That doesn't even enter into their calculus. But now, notably, burning tanks are starting to show up on my daily maps, because the Russians are trying to gain territory by any means possible, and however inappropriate it might be. So, previous to this point, it was mostly Wagner casualties being racked up by literally the scores. Now it is guards units of the Russian airborne forces, the VDV, arguably some of the best Russian troops they are. They've been trying for months to get across the H-32 highway to Ivanansky, And Alan, they're not doing it.
Sorry about that, Chuck. I was just sending a little tweet in the background to let folks know that we're live now. Yeah, and so yeah, the Russians are not doing it. They're not doing it in Bakhmut. Yeah, if Russian and Wagner forces have indeed culminated in Bakhmut, in other words, they are exhausted. They can't carry out their mission. The mission was to surround and take Bakhmut. Um, Ukrainians are launching some local counterattacks in Bakhmut, particularly in the north. They've been successful. What do the Ukrainians do if those counterattacks succeed? Do they have follow-up forces in Bakhmut, or are they just waiting?
No, I think they have an appropriate number of forces to exploit any sort of breakthrough. And it's interesting to me that that gadfly barometer of Russian morale and bluster, Mr. Prigozhin, a couple of days ago was saying that he is going to require support because he fears a Ukrainian counterattack on his own forces north of Bakhmut. And that is something that Mr. Prigozhin should fear every night and pray to God it doesn't happen, because he doesn't have troops up there. He has convicts to whom he's given rifles, and they are not going to be able to blunt a determined Ukrainian offensive. It isn't going to happen. And should that offensive operation, combined these new Bradleys and some upmarket NATO main battle tanks, we have seen this before during the Kharkiv offensive. That Ukrainian tanks made it all the way to the rear where Russian artillery was. And some of the rarest things anyone could ever see on a battlefield, which was main battle tanks shooting up Russian self-propelled howitzers. So much has to go wrong for that to happen. Because those self-propelled Russian guns, they're self-propelled, right? They're supposed to be able to maneuver. They were supposed to be able to run away. The fact that they were still there in battery, firing on imaginary targets, and out of the crashing forest comes a Ukrainian tank. And should the Ukrainians elect to strike to the north of Bakhmut against these Wagner troops, I predict we're going to be seeing more videos like that.
And so Ukrainians strike north of Bakhmut. Is their goal the M03 to the east of Bakhmut? To get there, they have to cross the Bakhmutka River. What does it look like if the Ukrainians strike through north of Bakhmut and have follow-on forces?
Well, the Bakhmutka could be crossed in a number of places between Blahodante, which is a sort of western edge of Soledar, and Bakhmut itself. The Russians themselves crossed over the Bakhmutka River in several places. The Ukrainians will be able to do that as well. In certain places, the line of contact comes within, just about 2 kilometers of the river. 2 kilometers is, a little over a mile. I would think, actually, were the Ukrainians to take a mind to it, I think that they would get. There are places where they would get to the TO-513 faster than the Russians are likely to blow up or pull their own pontoon bridges, and especially because these northern reaches of the Bakhmut mitten are manned by Wagner forces, and they're not soldiers. They're not even combatants. These these are meat units delivered into the battle space. It is impressive that Russia keeps pushing at this. And again, this is, there isn't a single person in uniform serving the Russian nation who dares deliver bad news to Putin. And these commanding generals here in the Bakhmut battle space, these Russian generals, they are going to keep up the front. They are going to keep saying that everything is okay. They are not going to report that they've culminated. They're not going to report that their guys need a rest. They're not going to report that they need to be rotated off. And this is a perfect prescription for Russian colonels and generals being captured in their command posts, because they are pushing imaginary pins around this map. Their guys are not conducting, they're not achieving their daily objectives. Every day there's an attack at Bodahanvika. Every day it gets turned back. Hydroharvika, the same thing. Every day there's an attack, it gets broken off, and Ivanansky has got to be like, I don't know. That's just like me going to Bora Bora. It is never going to happen.
So attacks by the Russians north and south, roughly 80 attacks a day. But these are not large coordinated attacks. These are small squads, if I'm correct about that, right?
Yeah, they're again. The attacks are more organized in the south because they're being carried out by regular forces. In the north, it continues to be the small unit infiltration. And again, these expendable Wagner combatants who are simply used as trip flares. They get as close as they possibly can to the Ukrainian positions until Ukraine finally has to reveal itself and fire on them. And, then comes the artillery. But again, although there are lots of Russian artillery tubes, they don't have very much in the way of precision strike artillery shells. They do have some, but they don't have a lot. So these Ukrainian positions, and also crafty defenders, they're not going to be in the same place tomorrow morning as they are tonight. But again, I don't see Russia getting their act together here. I just don't see it happening.
I got to say, the Russians have been fighting to take Bakhmut for 8 months now. You have to give them some credit for that. They haven't given up the fight, even though they probably should have. Their forces would be of much better use someplace else. And we often talk about morale in Russian forces, both regular Russian forces and in Wagner forces. At this point, the morale must be within an inch of collapsing altogether.
Yeah, it's a really bold statement for Ukraine to say those things about Bakhmut. But there's one thing, Alan, you and I have been talking about for a long time, and that is, as long as the lines of communication and supply into Bakhmut were secure, Ukraine could fight that urban area almost indefinitely. And that is even with the considerations of Ukrainian generals who actually are not going to expend their troops uselessly in any sort of a symbolic engagement when you can pull them out and use them in a different place. But in many ways, it is good for Ukraine that Russia is so fixated on Bakhmut, which again, win or lose this battle, it is for nothing except two highways that join at a 90-degree angle. It has, all of the headlines, ink, and social media postings on the world won't make Bakhmut a strategic place. And why Russia has has expended maybe 20 or 30,000 dead to take this place. It boggles the mind.
So, how important have some of the following elements been for the Ukrainians in defending Bakhmut? I'm just going to mention a few: logistics, reconnaissance, in other words, knowing where the Russians are and when they're going to attack and how, intelligent defensive tactics, which means having strong defensive positions both inside Bakhmut and around Bakhmut, and because it's a pretty remarkable thing the Ukrainians have done to hold out and to hold on to Bakhmut for 8 months while wearing down Russian forces, and yes, suffering losses themselves, but not to the same degree. How have they done it?
Well, terrain is one thing. The terrain around Bakhmut, and kind of more specifically, the almost palisade-like geography that surrounds Chasiv Yar, that has been key in keeping the supply routes open. We saw last year, of course, in the Battle of Severodonetsk, the Ukrainians also baited Russia into a costly three-dimensional fight in an urban area. But the terrain there was not so conducive to keeping the supply lines open to the urban fighters. In one case particularly, the Severodonetsk River was the western part of the city of Severodonetsk. It was a barrier to the Russians, but it also was an impediment to the Ukrainians. It was, everything they put into the battle in the urban space had to cross the Severodonetsk River. Here in Bakhmut, that river goes north and south through the city. So that has been a barrier to the Russians and a bastion behind which the Ukrainians could fight. The Russians have pushed across the river, particularly in the north side of the city. But again, the geography here in Bakhmut, to the east of the city, the hills drop down into the urban area. And in the western parts of Bakhmut, the hills rise up again. So you have a valley. And that is bad for the Russians, because as they head down the slope into town, they are completely visible to the Ukrainians. And imagine yourself shooting at a roach that is crawling down your wall. You have unimpeded, you can train your weapons entirely on the advancing Russians. Those hills on the western part of town that go up, they also come down, and these form safe pockets from which our Ukrainian artillery can fire on the Russians. And having your guns behind a hill is called being in defilade. And that basically means nobody can shoot directly at you, but you can shoot at them. So this also contributed to the Ukrainians being able to hold the city. But of course, it wasn't just terrain. It's been superb generalship on the part of the Ukrainian officers, and tenacious, wily, adaptable defenders. And as you said, Alan, it's also knowing what the Russians are going to do every morning. And the Russians are in a pattern. And if you have a pattern on a battlefield, you're not going to be in the game very long.
It seems to me that President Zelensky's visits to Bakhmut itself, and this would have been a few months ago, before he came to the United States to address Congress, and then just within the last couple of days to meet with Ukrainian soldiers fighting in Bakhmut. The meeting was not held in Bakhmut itself. This is a pretty important morale booster to meet the president of your country, who is relying on everything you do as a soldier every day. how important is that for a Ukrainian soldier fighting in Bakhmut?
You can't overstate how important it is, and we've come to expect such gestures from President Zelensky, but they are not common. I mean, Winston Churchill didn't visit the battlefield. Theodore Roosevelt didn't. Franklin Roosevelt didn't visit the battlefield. Teddy Roosevelt might have if somebody let him. But the head of state, showing up at arguably the fiercest battle in the entire war. I mean, it is remarkable. But he is a remarkable leader. I mean, this man is an educated person, extremely witty. He's lived by his wits. He's an attorney, but he was also a comedian. I don't think anyone expected that this person would turn into one of the most remarkable wartime leaders, certainly in the last 100 years.
If Ukraine is as successful as they suggest they can be in Bakhmut, what does a clearing out operation in Bakhmut look like? Wouldn't it take weeks, especially as you move east across the Bakhmutka River?
No, the way to take a city is to converge your forces on the other side of the city. So you cut off any means by which the Russians would supply their own fighters in Bakhmut. There are a lot of things that can happen in a battlefield, and we should never say never. But I am certain that Ukraine will not pour forces into the urban area and try to push the Russians back. But should the Ukrainians pull the trigger on offensive operations in the Bakhmut area, they will definitely smash through the Russian lines to the north or to the south of Bakhmut and converge on a point somewhere between Popsna and Bakhmut. And that will force Russia to withdraw. Or Putin, being the grandest military genius since Adolf Hitler, will probably tell his troops not 1 inch back, and they will be enveloped and annihilated. And this battle will go down in military history as one of the most remarkable struggles, certainly in the 21st century, but again, putting it right up there, one of the most remarkable battles since any battle in World War II.
So repelling an attack by an enemy with a counterattack looks a little different than simply holding your defensive line. And I think I've seen news that this is exactly what Ukraine did north of Bakhmut. They launched a counterattack either shortly after the original Russian attack was repelled, or in the course of the attack to blunt it and to move through it. Is what happened?
Yeah, there. As far as I know, and I haven't been able to get the timing either. I think it went something like this. These attacks, especially on the M03 highway, they're extremely repetitive. The Russians, and again, we're dealing with Wagner troops. There are not a lot of war college graduates up there leading these guys. I have a hunch that these attacks became increasingly perfunctory. They were carried out by rote, and the Ukrainians just let them do it and let them get into a pattern. And I can't overstate how lethal patterns are on the battlefield. So I am guessing that, the regular attack happened, unfolded as it usually did. The Ukrainians could see that, okay, this is the point at which they normally break it off. And instead of allowing whatever remnant of the Russian forces to retire, they clobbered them. They they plowed through them. And that is a point. We talk about forces in the greater Bakhmut area, Russian forces culminating, but rifle squads can culminate. Platoons can culminate, companies can culminate, and if you've got a breakthrough like that, this should have been a warning to the Russians. You defeat a rifle squad, you defeat the platoon, you defeat the company. Now you've opened a 400 or 500 meter break in the lanes, and nobody's going to stop you. And if you push the momentum, it's like Newtonian physics, backwards. You have to stick to the enemy, keep hitting him, and don't give him a chance to get his feet. And when this unfolds, and I don't know if the Ukrainians are actually going to do it around Bakhmut, but when this happens, I promise you that'll be the Ukrainian tactic.
In other words, the Russians essentially, by doing the same thing every day, prepared Ukrainians in this way. They knew what to expect. They knew how to plan against it, and they waited for an appropriate time and place to do that. Apparently, to the north of Bakhmut. So, nothing prepares you on the battlefields like practice, and this has been going on for 8 months. Chuck, I think George might have a question about Bakhmut. George, you just came up. Do you want to talk about Bakhmut?
Actually, I'm willing to just listen. I'm good, guys. Go ahead.
Okay, thank
Hey,
you.
George.
My questions are not always the best. They are very general. I don't have a military background. Everything I've learned about anything having to do with the military, I've learned from Chuck by being here at Bullet Points every Tuesday and Thursday. So folks need to understand that I'm a newbie when it
Alan,
comes to.
I categorically disagree with that. You've been covering the war. You're a professional journalist. You've been covering the war for a year. So I always get great questions from you, and I think you really know your stuff. And see how I didn't say what a sailor would normally say. I said stuff.
Thank you, Chuck. Well, I've read a lot of books, but that's a lot different than your experience. And you bring your experience here to MriyaReport so many times a week. Really, really appreciated. So we should probably go from Bakhmut to Kremina, it seems to me, because that is still where the Russians have concentrated forces. I don't have a Kremina map up in the nest, but I'll put one there shortly. And in Kremina, even with superior forces, they have done nothing. And this is where the Russian winter offensive was supposed to begin and succeed. It's stumbled for weeks and weeks now. What is the Russian failure in Kremina, and how can Ukraine capitalize on it?
Yeah, I did not update the Kremina map today. There wasn't much to report from the 6 a.m. General Staff briefing, and there was no 6 p.m. Briefing. Again, not unusual. That happens on a number of occasions. The Russians actually made a bit of advance over the last 10 days north of Bakhmut. They were able to move towards the Zabrets River watershed. They did not reach it. There was combat today to the east of Nevsky. I don't know how many times the Russians have had objective Nevsky on their whiteboards. Getting sent to Nevsky as a Russian soldier, get your affairs in order before you go. Alan, as you've said, there are Russian troops aplenty. There are armored vehicles aplenty, artillery aplenty, infantry fighting vehicles, everything the Russians need, and they're just not doing it. In fact, this has gone to almost a sort of quiet section of the front, although, it's like John Wayne says, right? It's too quiet. So always be aware of that. But the center of gravity in this area, Kremenna, normally the place you'd expect the Russians to be able to base their forces, their headquarters, make their center of gravity. No one's told the Ukrainians that Russia's supposed to own Kremenna. There was no contact reports today, but over the past 5 or 6 days, Ukrainian forces are fighting it out on the southern limits of Kremenna, which must, I'm sure, bother the local Russian general, because not only can they not advance, they can't even walk their dogs in Kremenna because the Ukrainians are there. The Russians have also been trying to push south of Kremenna towards a little town called Belyo-Horvika. Two things are slowing the Russians down here. In order to get at Belyo-Horvika, they have to cross the Severodonetsk River. And we were talking earlier, this is the neighborhood in which the Russian Brigade Task Group got annihilated trying to cross this river. Also, when you are a Russian soldier and you see today's target for today, Belyo-Horvika, again, give away your gear to your friends and have a nice trip, because they, as many times as the Russians have tried to push towards this place, they just can't do it. And I fear for the Russians that, like we saw in Bakhmut, these attacks are becoming increasingly perfunctory. They are going by the numbers. They haven't hit anywhere they're not expected. And worse, not only are they expected, the Ukrainians are waiting with predetermined firing solutions, and nothing gets achieved up here. But that being said, there are a considerable number of Russian troops up here, and they need to be respected, if not loved. And what's at stake up here, of course, are the tri-cities of Savatove, Starbolinsk, and Kremenna. That big hunk of territory is very, very important to the Russians. Were there to be a big Ukrainian penetration in this area, it would loosen up and it would cause the Russians to have to readjust a lot of their troop dispositions. But again, I don't know where the hatchet's going to fall, the Ukrainian hatchet, but it's coming.
Yeah, especially in a place like Kremenna, where Russians have such a superiority of forces. The fact that I'm not saying nothing is happening. Obviously, something happens every single day. But the fact that it's so quiet would make my stomach really nervous. If I was on the Ukrainian side, I would just stay up at night and think, what are the Russians preparing? Even though they haven't done anything with preparations for weeks in Kremenna, and they have had the superiority of forces in Kremenna for weeks, if not a full month.
And looking at the map here, in my estimation, if the Russians want to do something around Kremenna, they should do it between Kremenna and Bakhmut, because the Russians have failed repeatedly to get to the Zerbets Reservoir. And even if they did, they would have to turn south, and there is a large belt of forest that extends from Kremenna all the way to Liman. And forest is a terrific place that will always favor a defender, or the more motivated and well-trained combatants will do well in a forested area. But attacking in a forest is always a bad idea, as the United States discovered in the Herskin Forest during World War II. It was a bloody mess for the Americans, and it gained them nothing. So that forest is, it is a true Ukrainian forest, and it's doing its job right now.
Is there any suggestion that Russians are having trouble logistically supplying troops in Crimea, supplying troops in Bakhmut? Could a logistic failure be the reason why they can't move forward, especially in Crimea?
You know, Alan, I look at everything I can, and I try to figure out what's going on in Crimea. And I think it's a combination of unimaginative leadership, very bad morale. As far as I know, the Russians don't have supply difficulties in Crimea, but I don't know. And I do know that Russian logistics do not always work perfectly. Among other things, there is corruption, there is diversion of gear, there is there is gear that doesn't exist, for which there are nevertheless waybills, and empty Russian trucks go back and forth to the front carrying imaginary equipment. Things that wouldn't happen in a Western army are tolerated in a Russian army, but I can't confirm it. I just don't know.
Well, as Chuck said, I mean, there are usually two briefings by the Ministry of Defense. One at 6 a.m. in the morning, I guess one at 6 p.m. at night. So that they cover the day. They don't always occur. Sometimes one is not held. Sometimes both are not held, and that is a primary source of information of what's happening. And tonight we did not have the late day or end of day briefing, so that could mean anything. It simply means we have to wait for tomorrow morning. And so we've briefly talked about Kremenna. I think we also have to talk about Avdiivka, because there's a big Russian mitten that looks like the Russian mitten that tried to squeeze Bakhmut. This other Russian mitten is in Avdiivka. Is there a possibility that Avdiivka will become the next Bakhmut?
Yeah, and I love saying that. I love hearing that, because it was the original Bakhmut, I think. You look at the maps, and you compare Bakhmut and Avdiivka, and you are absolutely taken by the similarities. It is, again, there is a mitten and a thumb, and the fingers are to the north, and the thumb is coming up from the south. The briefing cycle for Avdiivka didn't change very much in the last 24 hours. I put a map up last night, and it was later in the evening, Eastern time. The Russians attacked along the northern fingers of the mitten. They were repelled. Ditto in the south. These perfunctory Russian attacks, one or two of them actually were launched against objectives that were as far as 2 or 3 miles north of the plotted line of contact. But these were beaten back by the Ukrainians. And in general, the farther the Russians reach at an objective, the more abject the failure. And in some of these cases, it's obvious to me that that the Ukrainians are absolutely rope-a-doping these guys. They let them just keep coming, 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, maybe 4 miles, and then they bust them. And we've seen that same pattern in Kremenna. Russian forces trying to get to MriyaReport, Nevsky, Terny on the Zerbets River reservoir. Same thing. The Ukrainians let them come, let them roll on, and then hit them. And often the airstrikes and the artillery come only when the Russians turn around at the objective. So you're beating the remnant of the Russian expedition, as it were. That's what's been going on in Avdiivka for months. And again, there's a difference here in Avdiivka. The city of Donetsk is right there. The big city, arguably one of Russia's prizes in eastern Ukraine, a large place. There are abundant Russian forces here. They cannot seem to take Avdiivka. They just can't do it. And again, when people say this could be the next Bakhmut, it already is. They've held for the entire war, and this is the sort of gap that Russia should be able to close. It is only maybe 3 miles, a little bit more than that, from the fingers of that mitten to the thumb, but the Russians can't close the gap. And with the forces available in this location, look, that should be something that a decent army that can conduct combined arms warfare, I would expect them to be able to do that in 24, 36 hours, but it isn't happening. Interestingly enough, though, Avdiivka is a strategic location. There's a massive rail yard there. There are big industrial areas. And unlike Bakhmut, Avdiivka and Donetsk is absolutely a transportation nexus. This is an important strategic place. But again, the Russians can't close that mitten.
What about deployment of forces, both Ukrainian and Russian forces? Are they equal around Avdiivka? Do the Russians have superiority here as they do in Kremenna?
Yeah, I would definitely say that the Russians have got numerical superiority here, material superiority as well in Avdiivka. I'm just running through the order of battle information here. There are some, mainstream, regular. These are regular in the majority. They're regular units of the Russian armed forces. There are motorized rifle brigades, guards units. There are capable units here. Why they can't get their stuff together, I absolutely don't know. There are 2 guards motor rifle regiments here. Again, crack units of the Russian armed forces. That honorific guards is, there's no analog in Western armies. It's sort of like the presidential unit citation, except it's even more of an honorific than that. The Russians are just not doing it here. And Alan, I can't help but think that these attacks, there's just not much left in these Russian soldiers. You can't feed a soldier a constant diet of defeat and failed attacks, because they are not going to give. Not only are they not going to give their all, they're going to quit giving a damn. And I think that's the point we're looking at. And we may have reached the point in this war that the Russian army is becoming exhausted. 1 year of fierce combat, a year in terms of losses of men and materiel that rivals any year in the Second World War. 140,000 Russian dead in 1 year in a regional conflict by a superpower just doesn't add up.
And Chuck always uses the word attacks repelled. These, as Chuck just said, these are attacks defeated. And you cannot feed soldiers a regimen of defeat every single day and expect them to come back and fight even harder the next day when they probably do need to fight harder. I'm just quoting Chuck here. So Ukraine reinforced Bakhmut. They took a gamble in Bakhmut. Are there Ukrainian forces available to reinforce Avdiivka if needed?
That's a good question. I have a hunch that Avdiivka would not necessarily be a place you'd want to reinforce right away. The southern limit of this battle space is heavily urbanized, and as Ukraine is teaching the Russians every morning in Bakhmut, I think Ukraine is far too clever to enter into a battle with Russian forces firmly entrenched in an urban area. I'm betting that isn't where they're gonna put their hatchet. There are a lot of places on the line of contact. I won't mention any of them, but the Russian forces are badly deployed. There are units that are not in contact or able to support one another, and they are badly disposed in terms of the terrain that they occupy. And I'm a small unit guy, and I prefer not to get shot at all if I can do my mission. In and out without a shot, that counts for something in the SEALs. And I like to hit the enemy where they are not. And I've got, I know that Ukraine knows there are a lot of Russians around Avdiivka. And there are other places to hit.
Chuck, we have a few hands up, and then we're going to get Doc into the conversation. He's been very quiet, but I know he has lots of questions as well. So the order of hands up will be Chef, Bruce, and DB. Chef. Chef, are you with us?
Sounds like he's skydiving.
Yeah, I think Chef was in a windstorm there. And so we'll go to Bruce and DB, and we'll bring back Chef when he can.
Hey guys, thank you as always for allowing a civilian to tap your expertise. I love the rope-a-dope comment. I thought the same thing myself, and actually went and looked at the Ali Frazier fight again because it's just a brilliant analogy. I just want to comment on the question that keeps coming up. It seems like every time we're on here, it's wonder, and maybe you can speak to this. I wonder if it's because the Ukrainians are using what I call, it's just death by 1,000 cuts. Every day, take out this supply dump, take out that logistics hub, take out that command and control center. And I wonder, if they're hitting these places behind the lines with HIMARS and other precision munitions, if it's almost as if there's nobody to coordinate a bigger hit. Or if you're on the front line, there's nobody there to pick up the phone because it just got taken out by a HIMARS. So I wonder if this is just sort of a continuation of the Ukrainians steadily attriting Russia's ability to put an offensive together. And that's what they did in Kherson. And the Russians finally just said, we got to get out of here. And I wonder if the same thing's happening up there. And as always, I'll just listen.
Bruce, as a self-described civilian, I think I'm going to cut you some orders to Command and Staff College because you hit it right on the head. those deep strikes on logistics points, they definitely have a negative effect on Russian combat effectiveness. Everything you said is absolutely true. The analogy of 1,000 cuts, completely true. I think also we're seeing that there is a bandwidth problem with Russian command and control. The whole Russian military ethos is you do exactly what I tell you to do, when I tell you to do it, and you don't do any more or any less. While on the other side, we've got Ukrainians who are taught if you are a corporal and above, you lead, you take charge, you adapt, you overcome, and you improvise. I told you what the commander's intent is. You operate to the commander's intent, and it's better for you to ask for forgiveness than permission.
That's awesome. It just occurs to me as well. If you're taking out these command and control places, these are the places where officers are assessing information from different points on the battlefield and then making decisions about where to allocate resources. And if you're taking these out, that there's nobody there to even process the information that should be coming to them from the front line. And now I really will listen offline.
No, listen, you hit it. And in Melitopol a couple of months ago, they were able to take out a meeting of flag officers and battalion and brigade commanders when they hit that resort in Melitopol. A couple of magic things happened there. Human intelligence communicated to the Ukrainians that, look, the Russians are using this hotel complex. It's a nice place, so naturally they're putting officers there. Then that information improved. Hey, they're having a staff meeting there. Hey, and then the information even got better. They're meeting right now in this particular building, and here comes a HIMARS. And you're right. I mean, imagine if you're at work and the last time you were at a meeting and things were decided and then the conference room went up in smoke. What's the rest of the company going to do? And it's just like that on the battlefield. And taking out the commander and taking out his staff, the Russians have to start all over again. You've got to replace the staff. And they've got to come in and, just like in business, they've got to make the connections with all of their subordinates, all the people they're supposed to know, all the sources of supply. Even in the Russian armed forces, there needs to be some, personal connections between these people, let alone blowing up the conference room. And with it went what? The command notes, the battle plan itself, which if it was important, it was probably on paper and not on electronic means. So you hit it right on the head. Your assessment is right on.
Thanks, Bruce. Chuck, when I think back to the Kharkiv offensive and the Kherson offensive, I think of how different they were. Kharkiv had the element of surprise, and I think that the Russians underestimated Ukrainians in Kharkiv. They didn't expect for one moment what the Ukrainians could do in Kharkiv. Of course, why were they able to do it? The Russians had shifted forces to Kherson. And in Kherson, the Russians were pinned against the Dnipro River. So geography in Kherson played a role in success there. Surprise played a role in success in Kharkiv. I don't know where the Ukrainians can pin the Russians on the line of engagement today, and I don't know where they can surprise them. Although Ukrainians are masters of surprise, I'm sure they have ideas of where they can spring a surprise. But it just seems like a much, much different battle is taking shape for the next several months.
And there's an interesting calculus going on here. And this is Russia's insurmountable problem. Russia needs to keep a land bridge open to Crimea. Arguably, that was one of the major goals of the war after 2014. They have to keep that open. So they have to guard against an amphibious crossing of the Dnipro in the vicinity of Kherson. But every Russian unit that is west of Melitopol is essentially out of the war. They have to be there. They've got to guard the northern limits of the Crimean Peninsula, which I remind everybody every week that Crimea hangs by two roads, only two, the M17 and the M18, and the associated railroads that go right alongside. There are only two crossing points into Crimea. So here's the interesting thing. I'm not telling the Russians anything they don't know. If you want to supply your forces south of the Dnipro, there are only three ways for those supplies to get there. You have to get them to Crimea, truck them all the way north, and they go across those only two highways. Or they have to come all the way from Russia, past Mariupol, past Melitopol, and into the Kherson area. And guess what? There's only one highway that does that too. So Russia has to put these troops in occupation here. They're not contributing to the war effort, but you still got to feed them, right? And all these clowns do is shell villages on the north banks of the Dnipro. Butchery enough. They're aiming at, little villages and crossroads that they've hit 1,000 times. It's what they do every day. They deliberately target maternity hospitals in Kherson. But these guys, again, they're not somewhere else, massing and preparing to do harm to the Ukrainian people. So it's good to keep as many Russians as you can west of Melitopol, and you do that by occupying them with raids, with partisan activity, with HIMARS hits, and Ukraine is masterful at doing that. And when the time comes, there's going to be a thrust towards the Sea of Azov. I absolutely guarantee it. It is going to happen. Whether that's the first blow that Ukraine will strike with its new toys, I don't know. But they're going to pick a spot on the battlefield where they think they can break through, and they can exploit that breakthrough and fan out in the rear. And that's going to be a glorious day.
And I think that is the key that Chuck just mentioned. Every Russian soldier west of Melitopol and south of the Dnipro River are not actually engaged in the line of engagement. Yes, as Chuck said, they shell Kherson every day. They kill Ukrainian citizens every day. What they're engaged in is the Russian war of terror. What they're not engaged in is the war that they're losing. And so I do think that is a very important point that Chuck is making. How many, do we have any idea how many Russian soldiers are south of the Dnipro, west of Melitopol, and Berdyansk?
Well, there's the 49th Combined Arms Army, pretty big organization. There's separate assault brigades, motorized rifle brigades, the 5th Combined Arms Army. So an army is the largest tactical division of a ground force. So an army is divisions, and within the divisions there are brigades and regiments and battalions. So these are large, these are large army formations. And the good thing is, every one of these clowns need to be fed. They need fuel for their vehicles. They need everything that a soldier needs on the battlefield. And around Melitopol is bandit country. There are so many partisans there. We've seen another unfortunate Ukrainian collaborator who works for the security service. Somebody mentioned it earlier. His vehicle passed by what in the old days used to be called an off-route mine. What that is a shaped charge that you put a little laser on it. I'm not going to tell you how you make it, but you can get a cheap little disco laser, tape it to the top. You have one of your friends walk by in the street. He hits the laser, so you know exactly where this thing is armed. You stick it up in a tree, you put it in a trash can, wherever it's going to be. And when that car goes by, you clank it off. Every time one of those little incidents happen, the local Russian commander orders his guys to patrol more, to get out and do roadblocks and all this other stuff, which burns fuel, wastes their time, and keeps the Russians focused on, air quotes, pacifying this area west of Melitopol and south of Kherson. And Alan, like you said, the more clowns they've got there, the better.
And this also takes us back to the original miscalculation the Russians made, that they were going to occupy a country the size of Texas with a couple 100,000 troops, with the will to fight, defend their freedom, and defeat this invading genocidal army. It takes us back to that original miscalculation. So we're going to go to DB, Abdullah, Mike, and then Doc. And Doc, I really apologize. So DB, go ahead.
Hey, thank you very much. Always a pleasure listening to everybody. Thank you for the good work. And as usual, Axel's probably not sleeping as usual. Chuck, if we look at Vuhledar and the lack of momentum in Kremenna, and then the fact that the Russians are pulling T-55s or whatever there are out of a mothball, wouldn't it just be fair to conclude that Russia basically no longer has an offensive capability at all, and that it's really just down to Ukraine deciding when and how to end this? I mean, there's one of the arms is missing, which is the offensive arm. I guess they still have artillery and a few other things, but they no longer have a ground offensive capability of any real significance. Isn't that really the conclusion we can draw? Like there's a lot less tanks left than we think. There's a lot less of everything left, and that's it. There's no more offense. They can only play defense.
You know, every fiber of my being wants to say that, and the evidence it really points that way. I just can't bring myself to say it yet, but I do say this, and I you know, dark days ahead. There's going to be battles won. There's going to be battles lost, but Russia can't win this war. They're not going to. Alan, you know, hit it on the head. A couple of 100,000 guys cannot conquer Texas. They just can't do it, and not just because of the Texans. It's just too big.
You're damn right about that.
That's right, Doc. You know what you're talking about. I got some Tejanos in my own family, and yep, I tell you.
Okay, thanks.
Absolutely, great question.
Thank you,
DB. Go ahead.
Hi, Chuck. Thank you so much. I just wanted to ask you, Chuck. I don't know if you saw this Bloomberg article saying that Yevgeny Prigozhin, the head of Wagner, is planning to withdraw his troops from Ukraine and focus on terrorizing the African continent. So I was just wondering how if we should trust that information, And also, I wanted to ask you about his convicts. Remember, they were using them for human wave attacks. But if they were asked to play now defensive role, do they have the training to do so? Thank you so much.
Hey, Abdullah, thanks for the question. You know, I don't think the Wagner forces have the ability to function as defensive forces. I think it's capable. You know, you can take a convict, put him in a foxhole, and tell him, you know, whatever you do, don't retreat. But these guys aren't soldiers, and they don't have any interpersonal dynamic. These guys, because of the nature of what Wagner does to them, they're not grouped together. You know, there's not 300 or 400 of these guys who consider themselves in the same air quotes unit. They have to be delivered to the battlefield in 20s and 30s by a couple of buses at a time, because otherwise they'd all get together and say, we're just being killed. We're just being slaughtered. These guys don't know that if you can hand a rifle and 2 magazines and thrown in combat on a 21st century battlefield, you're going to be dead in about 15 minutes. And by 15 minutes, I'll remind everybody that you can empty your AK-47 or AK-74 of 30 rounds in about 3.5 seconds. Then you put the other magazine in and you go 3.5 more seconds and you're out of ammunition now. So, and that's it. The interesting things about Wagner in Africa, Central Africa, Mali, and other places, they are essentially muscle that are used to keep the slave labor in place while the natural resources of that country are exploited. Very inconveniently, as the head of China visits Putin in Moscow, the day before that, 15 or 20 Chinese mining engineers were murdered in Mali. Nobody apparently knows who shot them, but the Wagner group has been implicated, not just implicated. French intelligence has categorically proven that the Wagner forces have been involved in atrocities where villages were wiped out, and for the same reason. These were people who've been exploited as slave laborers in gold mines and other places, and if they get out of line, they just get killed by Wagner forces. And again, it takes a special kind of soldier to do that. It takes a special kind of bent trash can of a human being to kill slaves. So, do I think Wagner forces are going to make a valiant stand like Bastogne around Bakhmut? No, I expect them to run, and I expect them to get killed as they're running away, and I expect a big punch to happen pretty soon.
Thanks, Abdullah.
Thank you, Chuck.
Mike.
Thanks, brother. Thanks.
Mike, and then Doc, you're taking the tiller. Mike.
Hey, things on. Thanks for letting me come up and speak, and thank you for all you guys do. I was going to ask Chuck, just piggybacking off of that, if Prigozhin does leave and takes the Wagner forces with him, do you think that the Ukrainian counteroffensive can punch all the way to the border, if at all possible, with that loss of manpower, possibly?
You know, I don't think so, but I also don't know if Prigozhin can actually take his convicts and go home. They have to be replaced. So the Russians are going to have to maneuver their forces and take over the territory that Wagner is supposedly defending right now. But between you and me, I'm pretty surprised that Prigozhin hasn't fallen off a balcony in Moscow. He keeps shooting his mouth off, but I guess he forgot that he told Putin he was going to take Bakhmut. He hasn't done it. And I don't think Mr. Putin is going to have a lot of use for him anymore if he says, well, I tried to take Bakhmut and now I'm taking my forces and going home. I don't think those forces are going home, and I don't think Mr. Prigozhin's going to get to go home either.
Thanks, Mike. Latin, go ahead, and then Doc. You got to take the tiller. Latin, go ahead.
Now, I had a fat-fingered mistake there, Alan. I was grubbing for it, and Silky Smooth came in and grabbed it. So go ahead, Latin, and I'm ready.
Okay, thanks, Alan and Doc, and hi, Chuck. I wanted to ask you. Hey, how are you? I wanted to ask you about something because you posted earlier about, and I guess we're kind of at that stage now where we're looking at, kind of I feel like we're on the edge of where the Ukrainians are really going to make a move somewhere, right? And looking at as you know, that I always focus on the air power side of things and what role the Ukrainian Air Force will be playing in any counteroffensive operations with what they have currently. There was one aspect in particular that I wanted to ask you about that kind of came to my mind again today because our friend Zed Goldman retweeted a video that came out of probably out of Ukraine, showing what looked to me like regular Ukrainian infantry. They did not have, to me anyways, the look of special operations. They were like two squads of fairly ordinary looking infantry training with some of their helicopters, their Mi-8s, fast roping. And we have seen since the beginning of the year, since about January, some of these open source indications, videos that are appearing on social media of Ukrainian infantry training in air mobility. And we saw them training on American Chinooks and some of their own helicopters. So I'm interested in anything you're able to share about what that type of operation may be able to, what role it may play in counteroffensives, because this does, and I noticed we have Dima on here as well. I had asked him earlier about it. It's fairly new tactics. It seems to be kind of a Western influence, especially American influence in the Ukrainian army, is that kind of air mobility. So, yeah, just any thoughts on where you think that particular aspect of it might influence future counteroffensives.
Yeah, I think that's an important and noteworthy development, and sort of the history of the fast rope. 30 years ago, it was the SEALs and Green Beret that had fast ropes, and a fast rope is basically a big thick rope like you used to swing on when you were a kid. It's of a different of course, made of a different material, a little sort of spongy, and you just hang on to it with your hands as you go down. So that went from sort of novel technology to being the main way that you disembark combat troops from a helicopter. And air assault, which is attacking forces from helicopters, as opposed to airborne, which is parachuting into combat. I think it's important that the Ukrainian forces training in Great Britain and other places are learning how to use fast ropes. There are a bunch of other, component skills that go with fast roping. Of course, one guy's trained as a fast rope master. There are all sorts of interoperability evolutions that you do when you're operating with helicopters. How to bring them in, how to mark a landing zone, how to get them out, how to handle the traffic pattern, what it is that makes a good air assault target. And those kind of places you want to get your forces in and preferably behind the enemy. You would fast rope guys into, say, a bridge. You want to take that bridge. You would fast rope your guys perhaps onto a prominent piece of terrain that overlooks a road. So a couple of things are happening here. Ukraine is letting the Russians know that it is training its forces for helicopter-borne operations. But there's one more piece of the puzzle that has to happen. If the Ukrainians are going to be inserting troops by helicopter, they have got to have local air defense dominance. So nothing's easier to shoot down than a helicopter, and you don't want to shoot down a helicopter full of some of your best troops. But Ladin, you noticed it's an important development, and I think it probably means we are going to see some helicopter-borne operations in support of the offensive when it does happen. One more thing I'd add: you always see the videos of these guys fast roping, and of course the videos are taken during daylight hours, so you can see it. But what we don't see, and I promise you is going on, that these forces are learning how to fast rope into targets at night. And when you have that going, that's those are commando operations, and those are raids, and good on them.
Latin, go ahead.
Yeah, just a follow up, Chuck. I was actually going to touch on that on the night flying element of it, because especially if they're following American doctrine, that's exactly where they'd be going, right? And although their platforms are less sophisticated than what American not necessarily special operations, but even just regular infantry would be using, I think they have had a certain amount of integration of night vision goggles and that sort of thing for some time with Ukrainian Army aviation. So that's probably what they're looking at. As far as the air superiority part of it, as I understand that, that's where the night flying comes in. Now we know that they've been able to, with their combination of suppression of enemy air defense, and they've been able to punch holes in and create local air superiority. We know that from last year. So that's probably, does that sound like right to you? Like that's what I'm thinking, that that's what they would be able to do during the day when they're able to put those different elements together and make it happen in a certain area. But then at night, it's a whole other ballgame, right? Then if you've got night vision goggle trained crews flying at low level, if it's done properly, they're very difficult to detect.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what's going on, and there are some exceptional Ukrainian helicopter pilots. It's almost unbelievable, but it was happening. They were flying missions into Mariupol during, it was a besieged city, and the Ukrainian pilots were able to get in and out, transferring in key munitions and evacuating the wounded almost until the end. So I suspect these guys, it is a huge country the size of Texas, and I will just speculate, in air quotes, there are constantly training operations going on within Ukraine, and pilots, air crew, and special operations forces are constantly honing their skills. And the Ukrainians meticulously prepare for everything. They prepare the battle space, they prepare their troops, and these operations are going to be rehearsed. And when Ukrainian commanders are satisfied that these troops can carry out that sort of air assault mission, they're going to get used. And that is a good thing, because we're dealing with an enemy here. The Russian forces are incredibly brittle, and especially the Wagner clowns. And they're not going to do well when they hear on the radio that there are Ukrainians behind them. And that's exactly how the Ukrainians are going to get there in some cases. Low-flying helicopters with pilots on NVGs at night.
Yehuda, I see you've come on and want to come up, but you're still connecting,
I'm
so I
here.
don't know if you
I'm
can.
here.
Yep. Okay, go
So,
for it.
oh, there's no. I mean, well, how do I go for it? I mean, got Chuck Fair here. So basically, all the bad parts of the Bible put together. Chuck Fair delivering justice to bad people all over the planet. So I'm afraid I have no points to add, sir.
I am glad you're here, Swim Bike. How are you?
Well, let's be honest. Flotation device, buddy. At this rate, you can just hold on to my bloated corpse, and that's good too. I mean, you'll make it. You know who I see here? First of all, he shouldn't have to raise his hand. My second favorite person in the world, but after Mr. Chuck Ferrer, a SEAL team leader, whereas I'm a meal team leader. Nuclei Dima, Mashlomcha, Akol Beseder, Kakti, and welcome.
Hi, my friend. Hi, my friend. Long
زعلت
time.
الدار
Long time.
يا أربع زمان يش لي مفتاح
Yep.
عربيد متاع
I'm on.
بريد يعني.
I'm glad you're here.
Hi, Jack. Good to hear you. It was a pleasure to hear you. Great explanation, as always, my friend.
I like to have your supporting fires, and don't listen to Yehuda. I know he was. I know that he wasn't speaking Irish. That's all I can say.
I was speaking Hebrew with a heavily inflected Arabic accent.
I could tell that too.
Because I like problems at the border when I land in Migraine. That's an inside joke.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. But you know I'm that guy. You know I'm the guy at the border that plays that game, eh?
Yeah.
Nuva Smacht, tell us. We love you. The whole space. Every time I retweet you know how many messages I get from people? You're a hero to everyone. I mean, you represent like the goodness in the world. Like, some people might look at the Memshla ballots, look at the Israeli government and say, well, I don't know if they're doing, but human capital, the people that Israel is sending, or they're not even sending, it's just people who want to go and help. And one of the biggest things when Matthew came to speak to you, he was very curious what the breakdown was, and it was really interesting. He said, I can't believe it. Over half of the Israeli volunteers who are fighting to preserve Ukraine, to stop a genocide in living memory of our grandparents who were murdered. And my wife's grandmother was the only Jewish person in her village that survived World War II. And you said that half of all the Israeli volunteers fighting in Ukraine are actually from Russia, their parents or their grandparents or themselves. What is it about this conflict, this invasion, this genocide that makes people from all over the world say enough's enough, and you go. Can you talk to us about that?
Listen, as I said before, if you remember, I came here to get my family out from Mykolaiv at the start. I didn't plan to stay. But the images that everyone was exposed, I guess, even on the net, it's totally different when you see it with your eyes, when dozens of cars just shot by BMPs with civilians inside. It leaves scars on your life forever, no matter what you do. And I've seen a lot of stuff before. Listen, I had already more than 10 years of military experience. I saw stuff and horrible stuff in my life. But what I saw here, it's never prepared me for that. Nothing. So, in the end, we cannot stand. Many of us have connections to this place also of Israel, like my family, almost all my history, family going on. Like my grandfather and his brothers fought here more than 17 years ago in the same place as I am. Yeah, it's insane sometimes to think about it. And we're fighting the new Nazis. They act like Nazis. They do things like Nazis. Nothing more. Sorry. That's my opinion. That's why many of us, even if they have roots, like I'm half Russian, like my father is was born in Soviet in Siberia. It doesn't matter. My wife is Russian. All her family support Ukraine. They came from my Kop. It's close to Chechnya border. Most of the Russian speaking, we call them here in Israel, The communities support Ukraine, most of them. Of course, there is, the Russian lovers, like everywhere, unfortunately. But most of us, we see what's going on. The media here is totally for Ukraine. At least most of them, like 80-90% is totally supporting Ukraine. The government, on the other hand, every country have, in the end, geopolitics have interests. I don't believe in them. I think it's a mistake from Israel side, from the government, that will cost us in the future with blood, as usual. But staying from the side, like every one of us, everyone came from other reasons, like full groups of Israelis, they came here.
But it's funny, Dima, a lot of people would bug me for some reason because my name's Yehuda. So they thought, it can't possibly be Jewish from another part of the world. And they would say, where are the Israelis? And I said, oh, they're there. They're just quiet. And it took a long time. And it's funny because you've been posting.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear you. I was cut out for a second.
Yeah,
Connection.
so what happened is a lot of people said, we don't hear them. But I said, I said, ככה הייתי בצבא, הרבה שנים לפני, and I said, well, they don't like to say what they're doing. They kind of just do it. And when you posted a link where you said, it's funny, when we came, there were so many of us, they wanted to have an Israeli legion, not a foreign legion, an Israeli legion. But Mamash, the Ukrainian military command, said, actually, these are trained soldiers who speak our language. We want to integrate them into the things we're already doing because we don't want to have a separate legion. We want to, we want to have them working and fighting, in integrated units. So what's been the benefit of people like you? And for those who don't know, and if you don't mind, Dima, you've paid a pretty big price to save and help fight for Ukraine. You have a home in Israel, you have a family, you have kids, and one of the things you left behind on the wheat fields of Ukraine is an eye. A lot of people don't have that sacrifice, right? Like you've really committed yourself. So a lot of people said to me, this guy lost his eye fighting the Russians and he came back to Ukraine. What?
When you start something, you need to end it. You need to finish it. That's something that I was taught in the army here. That's something that my grandparents teach me. No matter what the cost, if you start something that is serious and life mattering, like I'm coming from a military background family also, you need to finish it. And I also very believe that even with small help, right now I'm mostly not participating even in most of the missions.
Yeah, well,
like I'm saying, like now I'm sitting behind.
Well, listen, you're sitting behind. You've paid the dues, right? I mean, you're not 100% good to go, but
No.
How many others have sacrificed so much? Like there are a lot of people who passed away, and it must hurt to post it, but you must be proud to know that people in Israel are standing up and fighting for what's right. Is that a fair assessment? And Chuck, please jump in after Nick.
No, Nuclear. I definitely defer to you. You have been there. You have sacrificed more. You continue to give. I'm just. I'm here to listen to you.
And there is a lot of like me here. Like also, I see also Arya here, like the same story, who sacrificed Israeli volunteer. As you said, most of us not even going like Twitter and stuff like that. Like I'm trying to convince my friends to join Twitter. They are all of them saying, "Nah, leave me alone. It's not for. I'm not a media guy." I don't know. It's something mentality that was probably injected in the army. That's why most of Israelis keep themselves quiet here. That's probably one of the
It's
reasons.
funny when you go to Israel, you can't shut Israelis up, right? Because you got big
yeah.
Right?
Everyone here loves to speak. Like we're very talkative nation.
But when it comes
That's
to
for
actually
sure.
getting to business, you guys are all over the place. No, it's just a good feeling. I got a lot of criticism. There were
It's a big difference between our civilian lives and our military lives. It's like a big switch when I'm from my civilian lives. I'm going to, let's say, a reserve.
Yeah.
Like it's total switch. It's total disconnect from the outside world.
Yeah.
Like we switch
fair
ourselves out.
Chuck, take over. I got to run for a second.
Okay. So
Okay, I've got some questions for you if you're ready.
I am. Nuclear, please stay aboard and kick in if you'd like. And Doc, thank you. You're running it, Doc, my shipmate. Fire away.
Absolutely. Yehuda forgets about me sometimes, but I'm still here. Anyway, so Bjorken is now out talking about not about pulling out and going to Africa, because that's just BS. That's more of his public drama where he's trying to play against the MOD and Putin and just air his grievances. But he is talking about Ukrainians specifically having 200,000 soldiers massed in the Donbass, 80,000 in Bakhmut alone, and ready to go. I mean, where's he getting a sense of those numbers?
Well, I hope that he sees Ukrainians under every bush, behind it, every rock, and taking cover behind every building. I won't comment on his numbers, but obviously he gets intelligence summaries. He needs to be worried. I want him to worry, and the people who are in the Wagner Group and deployed north of Bakhmut, good luck to you. Good luck and happy trails, because these are not the kind of people that are going to be capable of blunting a counterattack. And we say it all the time. The easiest way to go forward on a battlefield is forward, right? Point at the enemy and go that way. It's really hard to go backwards and keep your own velocity under control, because retrograde maneuvers on the battlefield, they only work if the guys to the right of you and the guys to the left of you wait their turn, provide covering fire, and retire as you readjust the line. It only takes one group of people to say, F this, I'm taking off. And then that whole retrograde motion turns into a retreat and rout. And could that happen in northern Bakhmut, where you're not dealing with soldiers, but convicted felons, robbers, rapists? Good luck, guys.
So, as Alan likes to march down the battle line with you, I like to take a more circuitous route. So let's
Can I add
go.
something? Sorry to interrupt you regarding Bakhmut
Please
and
do.
Wagner. I have something that a lot of people didn't notice. The last 4 months, the M tags, it's the main, it's the core of Wagner. It's like the K is the recruits that less than 2 years, and KA are the prisoners. There's like three ranks that going on in Wagner. On the last week, the M tags get in a battle. They didn't participate in the battles almost for 3 months. They were the one that sent the prisoners in. So it's also a very big change in the sign that Wagner is declining right now in Bakhmut.
And Nuclear, how would you rate their leadership in their tactical units there in Wagner, given this 2-tier, 3-tier system?
Very depends. Depends on the area, depends on the M tags. Sorry, I cannot look down on them. They're probably the fiercest fighters I faced here. Most of them have experience of 15 and more years all over the world, but they just almost didn't participate. But they're a small part.
Where do they get them, Dima? Where do they find those guys?
Oh, they're with them from the start. Most of them. The M tags are the ones that it's around 2,000-3,000. I don't know the exact numbers. It's everything.
So why aren't they all dead? Because they sent all the
they're the one that commanding on all the yes. They're the one that holding the line, like the 5-inch squads behind also, and the ones that commanding everything.
So these are the guys that have been raping and killing and murdering in Africa and Syria.
Yeah,
for the last
yes, exactly those ones. Exactly those ones. So they actually entered the battle after they almost didn't participate. There is also a lot of small units of Wagner, in DNR and LNR that was recruited lately that are also very equipped and also very experienced, but they're not the main part. They're like attachments of Wagner. They're not really ones of the part of them. but the main force of the M's got pretty much dumped on Bakhmut in the last 5 days.
That's interesting. Chuck, what do you think?
How do you think, with that sort of multi-level participants, with some people more esteemed than others, nuclear, how do you think these forces would work together or against each other if they are really pressed hard by a Ukrainian counteroffensive? I can't help but think that some of those prisoners, they might not be willing to follow orders under such circumstances.
I agree with you, but unfortunately, the MTAGs know their deal. They know how to hold them. They would just shoot them if needed. Execute them on the spot. And fear is probably one of the main reasons that people will stay, like because they know But I don't know how it will go. But the MTAGs know what they're doing. Like you cannot look down on them. It's not the prisoners at all, not even close in any level. That's what I'm a little bit afraid.
Let me ask you this, Nicholas. Dima, here's the thing. So from a big picture, 30,000 foot picture, I know you and I, we've had talks for the last, several months, and you've expressed your concern about, these types in Bakhmut. And I have to defer to you because you're there. But some of my other friends in a different realm say we're going to fix them in Bakhmut. If they want to lose 5 to 7 or 8 Russians for every Ukrainian life matters. But if we can eliminate the enemy on such a huge number, we're going to do that. The next step, according to a lot of pretty sophisticated people, is a counteroffensive. Now, a lot of people talk about counteroffensives in Kremina and in Zaporizhia, pushing south to Melitopol and other places. But here's the thing: perhaps the counteroffensive would be closer to Bakhmut. With such a top-heavy or an uneven, force disposition in Bakhmut, it leaves them a little vulnerable, right? Like you've seen it, you know how many people they have there, you know who their best of the best is. Obviously, they're putting less competent soldiers through, but at the end of the day, they're still fixed. You still have all of these Wagnerites and the sophisticated ones with 15 plus years of experience of raping and murdering children and fighting, and they're in a certain area, but guess where they're not? Everywhere else, right? So perhaps the secret is, Solidar, Volodar, maybe the Ukrainian counteroffensive is going to come much closer to Bakhmut and just cut off everyone. Kind of like the third Egyptian army in the Sinai when Ariel Sharon did a little do-si-do and cut around them. Are the Ukrainians are they, is that what they're looking at? I mean, I know it sucks because you have friends and these are your friends, man, and they're dying. But is there hope? Do you have hope to think that they're going to just go around them?
I will be blunt with you. All of our guys think it was better to retreat from Bakhmut 2 months ago. A lot of us, at least, and build the defenses something like 6-7 kilometers behind on the advantage ground. But we don't have all the picture. In the end, we have, like you said, a lot of my friends. They have their family members in their units fighting in Bakhmut. They're dying every day, so it's kind of hard to tell. But that's what we think, on a platoon level. I don't know.
No, for sure.
I don't have the forces data. I don't know what's exactly. But we're thinking it was better to retreat. That's our opinion from the field.
That's fair enough. And you know what? That's why we love this space. MriyaReport. We're hearing from people on the ground. We have a lot of ideas. We have a lot of perspectives. But as you know, and stories because when you were in the IDF, Zahal, stories of the battle for Jerusalem in '67, and there are all sorts of battles that had to be fought because that was the bigger picture. And I think this is one of those cases where Bakhmut isn't important strategically because it's the gateway to Dnipro or Kyiv or anything like that, or even Slovyansk and Kramatorsk. It's important because the Russians want it, and the Ukrainians have to make that decision. Do we let the Russians use those soldiers elsewhere, or do we destroy them here? And that's kind of we've had this discussion so many times, and that's where I was always going. And I just want to let you know, in my opinion, and what I'm looking at, I think the Ukrainian general command there, the general staff, have made that decision that they will do that in Bakhmut. The Russians are committing a disproportionate number of troops and it would behoove them to meet them there. And that's a sad reality because these are your friends. I mean, I can't,
Maybe,
you know,
yeah, our look different from from here. You know, when you
100%.
getting
And I
this
feel like,
old stuff.
listen, for total transparency, I feel like crap talking to someone like you and telling you that because these are actual human beings that you know. I'm looking at big picture strategy stuff. And I think that, you know, for our audience who ask, because they ask every day, what's going on with Bakhmut? What's going on with Bakhmut? And I always say, Bakhmut doesn't matter. The Ukrainian army could move back 5-7 kilometers and do the same thing and mess them up. But there's a reason why they're doing it. And I think Zaluzhny, General Zaluzhny, and all of this staff officers, you know, they probably know what they're doing. And I actually have very a huge amount of faith, and it's not even my life on the line. So I'm just curious. You know, you guys know you're going to win, right?
Yeah, 100%. The matter is the cost, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Like
no, it's true.
who will be the one that see the end from us?
Well, the Russians aren't. That's true. Alan, I stole your show. I apologize. You know what? I had to jump in. Someone said Dima's in, and I haven't spoken to him for ages. So I apologize. And Chuck,
No,
I'm gonna get
always
all
welcome.
sorts of hate mail. I'm gonna hate. This is by the way, Yehuda. This is bullet points with Chuck, not bullet points with Yehuda.
No, listen, two
Horrible
guys
people.
that are always welcome here. Both of you knuckleheads are always welcome here, and I love to hear from you. And it's never lost on me who's been there and who hasn't, and I haven't. So,
Well,
Nuclear, you know you are always welcome here all the time,
Chuck,
my friend.
Chuck, it's the only time I've ever said in my life I appreciate Israeli honesty and abruptness is when nuclear comes up. Because you try ordering a falafel in Tel Aviv, and if you wait for 1 millisecond too long to say, "I would say katzad harif falafel shili," if I want a little bit of hot sauce on my falafel, they will kill you. But thank God we have you, Nuclear. Did you like my Canadian accent?
Falafel. Well, I miss falafel. I need one to get me something.
Listen, once the war's over, we're gonna have a party in Crimea. It'll be kosher on our side, don't worry. And then after, we'll go to, you know, we'll play Matkot and the Hofiam de Tel Aviv, and we'll have a big party there too. What's that? Does that sound good?
I'm in it.
Oh yeah. I want to get back. I want this stuff to finish.
There you go. All right. You know what? I love all you guys. I'm gonna stand back, Alan. And Chuck, I apologize. Just too important.
No apologies necessary.
Well, good to hear from you, my friend.
Nuclear, glad to hear from you, Yehuda. You are always welcome in my tent, my friend. Both you guys.
Hey, Nuclear, I have a question for you, buddy. Have you had any of Chef Zanya's food at the front line yet?
Well, Chef, no, we still didn't get.
It's not kosher.
I'm following him. I wish, but no,
He has a lot of
unfortunately.
pork.
Unfortunately,
Nuclear, you can't eat it.
he making another stuff. Don't worry, I'll find substitution. Well,
I'm
yeah.
I'm the Rav here. I listen. I'm the Rosh Hashiva of the channel, by the way. Okay, so Nuclear, unless he has mamash like kosher kitchen, I don't want you eating there. Okay.
Oh gosh.
Keep it kosher.
Oh, so Nuclear, I mean, along those lines, did you see his post today on his food prep? And it was about a 13, 14 thread post thread about his preparation and cooking for the military, and he came out with some staggering numbers. And if you want to ask somebody that's, unfortunately, I've been in the military and I'm a trained chef, so I have some ideas behind this. But when I see his numbers on what he's producing, and then he starts talking about having how many battalions he has and how many brigades that they alone are supplying. These numbers seem huge, and Russia should be scared shitless right now. Yeah? It's not something we talk about a lot on here.
At least I don't know how he managed that, to tell you the truth. Like how many people he have in his stuff? 5, 6 from what I saw. I don't know. I don't know how he making these amounts in this kind of time and this quality.
I think he said there were 175 brigades that he's cooking for.
It's insane. I don't know. It's insane.
175 brigades is like 3,000 times 175. So no. So it must be a different number, I think, dog bites.
No, 107, maybe 17 brigades, something like that, but it's still a huge number.
Reading
Huge.
directly from his post, and you guys can discuss it, guys. That's why I brought it up.
It could be a smaller brigade level, so that's fine. Listen, the guy is super
I don't know.
talented. He's super, super talented. And you know what? He's leading the fight. We love Chef Zhenya. If you don't know who that man is, go give him a follow. And by the way, give Nuclei a follow because we love him. And his posts, I mean, people give me all this credit for retweeting. I'm like, look, it's him. Go follow him. In fact, if more of you followed him, I wouldn't have to retweet him. Please do check him out. Obviously, Chuck too. Anyway, this is great. I'm so happy you're here. It's funny. It breaks my heart. We're coming up on Pesach, Passover, April the 5th. It begins, I think. And I remember videos that people like Nuclei only published 7, 8 months later. That's called OPSEC. Don't tell them you're in Dnipro at the menorah at the Lubavitch headquarters. Wait several months, not several days, several months. They're very, very coy. So we're very happy to have you here, Nuclei, because you're a gem and you're a repository of information. And I trust you more than I trust my mother-in-law, which isn't a lot, but you know what I mean. I do trust you implicitly. And by the way, my mother-in-law is, she's from Ukraine. I would like to volunteer her to come and fight. How do we get her over there?
Oh, that would be problematic now with the contract.
That's fine. She can't read. It's fine. Just send her over. I'm just kidding. Anyway, Alan, I'm getting ginned up here, so I better stop.
No, Yehuda, I have just.
My mother-in-law could stop. Probably she could block an entire complaining about something, and she would direct that complaint towards the advancing Russian brigade, and God, they would fall apart, right? And it's the shrill, the noise that she makes when she complains. It's
precipitate a mass suicide event.
Oh my, worse than that, zombie apocalypse would be over.
Okay, she sounds like a secret weapon. Let's get her over there.
She's a keeper.
And Yehuda, you might have to escort her.
No, she's good. Listen, Nuclei knows. He's got a mother-in-law similar, probably. Hallelujah, if I asked my mother-in-law to dig a ditch like a meter deep from here to there, she'd be like, "Only meter deep." Like these.
I'm staying away. I keep in my distance as much as possible. Only when it's must.
Probably safer because she'll take your other eye, your mother-in-law.
Oh my god. But I love her. It's all fine.
I'm just kidding. I love her too, but I love her in Ukraine more. No. All right, Alan, I'm being a jerk. You know what? I'm railroading the conversation, and I apologize. I yield the floor.
Okay, Yehuda. We have a couple of hands up. Aaron and then George.
Thanks, Alan. I've sort of got a question for Nuclei. I can imagine the Israelis being so highly trained and respected soldiers would want to fight together. They'd sort of trust each other and trust each other's training. Do they fight as Ukrainian soldiers together? Are they mixed around? Do they fight as International Legion? Do they have their own sort of autonomy in
Legion?
Sorry, do they have their own autonomy in setting, like they might be set to do a mission, but then planning that mission? Is that, do you have a level of autonomy in that? I'll step down.
Depends on the operations and the operative situation. Most of the time, our type of unit, because we belong to GUR, usually we get in our task and planning it alone, like sitting our units and on our command and planning, like on, let's say, on company level, maybe battalion.
So do you try and?
But usually we have pretty much. It depends, like I told. Right now we're more free We don't like we call it sitting in the trenches. We're doing mostly operative missions, but it's really depends on the situation. Sometimes you will need to sit in the trench, nothing to do. It depends on the orders.
Well, let me jump in there, Aaron. So what I retweeted something that Nuclear posted, is that when they first joined, there were so many Israelis they wanted to join. They wanted to form their own Israeli legion, not a foreign legion. Now, here's the thing: so many of them speak Ukrainian and Russian that it would have been perfect. But the Ukrainian high command there thought, you know what? God bless the International Legion. You got English speakers and French and Dutch and German, but there's something special about trained soldiers who've been in combat with great training who speak the language. And so the Ukrainian military decided not to create a separate Israeli legion, but rather to disperse them amongst Stugna, the Stugna guys, and different groups. So they were able to transfer that knowledge and train. So Dima, you talked about you made a very well-known Israeli trainer. We saw a video of it. Big boy he was, a big boy. Shimshon. Let's call him Shimshon. Samson. What happened to him? How important is it to transfer that knowledge from, look, Ukrainians are very, very eager and motivated to learn. But when you have a Ukrainian Jewish guy living in Israel who's been through the ringer and knows what he's doing, and he can come back, how important is it to transfer that knowledge to the fresh group of Ukrainian troops? And who is Shimshon? Who is Samson, the Israeli trainer that you posted about?
Basically, Shimshon was already here also in 2014. By the way, he was training for a long time already. Like he also have roots.
He
He
looks like
served
6'5". He's a big boy, is he?
He's a big guy. Yeah. There's quite a few of us that pretty big. It's only me, the medium guy, not too small, not
I
too
heard
big.
that most of them aren't as good looking as me. Is that true?
Well, sorry.
Thank God they're not as good looking as you.
I heard that most of them are not as good looking as me.
Of course.
I knew it.
Well.
I knew it. It's sad, but you know what? You'll take what you get.
But yes, most of us, like I think around 70%, I think, if I'm not mistaken, are Russian speaking or Ukrainian speaking. Some of us even have a double citizenship. Depends on who arrived when to Israel on the years. So it was really easy for, like, most of the foreign guys, they send them to training centers at the start of the war. We were pretty much integrated in 1 or 2 days already to the ranks.
Yeah. So tell us. So I saw the video I was referring to. I noticed that you guys were doing small party tactics. I don't know if that was you in the video or you were taking the video. Your friend, we'll call him Shimshon there. I don't know his real name, but he was. They were doing a platoon attack on a house. Do you remember the video I'm talking about?
Platoon on the house? No, actually, I forgot about that. And platoon attack on the. Oh yeah. When in the range, like in the range in the summer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Like in the small building, like a hut, we can call it. Yeah.
It was a one-story building, and you guys went around. So I don't know if you were there. Or you just got the video, but explain.
No, I
the
was there.
importance. Oh, were you? So explain to the audience the important. Like, what is your friend there? Israeli. I don't know. What was it? Tzanchanim or?
He was in Yamas actually. He was in Yamas. Yamas. It's a special unit for undercover missions.
Kind of like not me, like Chuck maybe. All right. So what so you could you repost that on your Twitter feed, and we're gonna put it in the nest, because that video is super awesome. Because I've had to work at battle school for many years, usually because I was bad. Thank you. And I noticed he's an excellent trainer, very calm, very composed. He knew what was going on. Could you repost that for us and just put it in?
Yeah,
we'll
sure.
Put it in the
Listen, the guy have 25 years of training foreign armies. Like he worked all around the world.
Nice. Yeah, no, that's for those who are listening. Honestly, if you want to check out like what I would, and I've had the honor being a platoon commander in a battle school or a course officer, and I've seen some really good senior NCOs be trainers. And when I saw this guy, I'm like, wow, this guy's really good. And I think that people learned a lot from that. The people that you were with in that video, were they brand new? Were they conscripts? Or were they foreigners? Who were they?
Most of them, like from the Ukrainian side, I'm talking. All the foreigners had experience. Ukrainian sides from on our unit also had experience. Most of them from 2014, but not all of them. Like our unit already when it was TDF, that's why we was thrown so fast in the battle. Most of us were already experienced when the unit came together.
Thanks, Yehuda. Thank you, Nuclei. I want to move on to George and then to Lisa. George, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just had a question. If you join either the Ukrainian Legion, do you get Ukrainian citizenship? And if you do, how does that work? Since they don't have dual citizenship in Ukraine.
No, they have because a lot of Israelis here dual citizenship. But no, I don't think if you join, like you can apply, but I didn't check regard to that for 100% to tell you the truth. Like I didn't have time, to think about that again.
Yeah,
in this part.
I'm just asking because I
But
know Ukrainians. So my wife had to give up her Ukrainian citizenship when she became an American citizen.
I don't know. With Israel, it's different. We have a lot of people with double citizenship.
That's
Don't ask, George. Don't ask, don't tell. You're causing problems.
Maybe it depends on what years it was. I tell you the truth, it's hard for me to tell. I never got into it, so I don't have a direct answer how exactly the law regard the dual citizenship here work, because I have only Israeli one. I was born there when it was still a Soviet Union, so I never received. And when my family moved to Israel, they confiscated our passports and the citizenship.
Sound good, George?
What's that?
Sound good or what?
I mean, yeah, I guess it's just it's confusing. I guess they need to iron out all those situations after this war is over, but they need to, get with the times, the Ukrainians, and agree to dual citizenship.
It's up to the Ukrainian government, right?
Also, don't forget they
well,
have a
it
lot
should-
of mess there, George. Like I don't know exactly what's going on. Like they're before the
It
war,
should
there
be
was a
it
lot of
should be up
issues.
to the Ukrainian. It should be a vote, Yehuda, and it should be up to the Ukrainian citizens. That's who should that's
fair enough. Yeah.
What should
Yeah,
happen.
but George, it's really it's a post-war
Oh yeah,
decision.
that's why I said you can't do it now. There's no way you would be able to do it now because I mean, if you try to do that now, wow, you could have all kinds of like fifth columnists coming in and all kinds of like nefarious characters. No, there's no way you could do that now. You would have to do that post-war, and I'm not talking about immediate post-war because you would have to have the appropriate infrastructure and things like that to be able to vet people and go through all that process. Now, there's no way you would be able to do that now, or even in the immediate post-war period.
But I can tell you, I would be so proud to have a Ukrainian passport. So proud. I just want to go to a few more hands. Lisa Aaron Skykiss. Lisa, go ahead, please.
Hey, Nuclei. It's good to see you on here. I always enjoy it
Hi,
when
thank
you
you.
stop in for a visit. And I just want to thank you for your service to Ukraine to help fight for freedom and democracy. And despite the injuries that you had, you still went back. And I like that what you said, that once you start something, you were taught to finish it. And that's exactly how my dad was. But it's good to see you here. And I don't know if you posted this, and Chuck may know about it, and Yehuda. Um, is there only one roadway into Bakhmut right now and one roadway out?
By officials too, but there's other ways that the people bring. You can, because those two roads are almost constantly under fire. There are other ways that I wouldn't speak that I hear about that they're getting there.
Okay. And Yehuda, I bet you if you brought your mother-in-law through, you could just stroll in there. I'm just kidding. And thank you, Chuck. It's always good to hear from you too, and Alan and everybody.
Thank you, Lisa. On to Aaron and Skykiss.
Hi, Nuclear. Seems to be two sort of trains of thought. One is that the Ukrainians have all the equipment they need. They'll create a virus of infectious panic through the Russians and cut through them straight to the Black Sea. And then there's another one that it's going to take a lot of time. It'll be more like the Kherson offensive, with a lot of shaping, a lot of mines to get through, so it won't be as fast as some people think. And that it's not guaranteed that it's it not saying would lose, but it could stall at some stage and need rejigging to a degree. Where do you stand anywhere on expectations of the Ukrainian counteroffensive?
Yeah, that's what I want to see. Of course, I don't know anything, but everything will end on our logistic to how far we would push. Because if it will be like in Kharkov, we wouldn't do like to, go full way, let's say to Mariupol or Melitopol, just throw in the directions. Of course, I don't know where it's going to be the strike. Because our issue in Kharkiv, where our units advanced very fast, our motorized units, like on the APCs, on trucks, our logistic couldn't keep up with us. It gave it for Russians the time to organize, even though they were under total supply. So surprise. So it's only depends on logistic, in my opinion.
Thank you.
There is an urgency to logistics as Ukraine builds up what it needs in terms of logistical supplies. This is everything from gasoline to munitions to diesel to food to replacement parts. You name it. It's no different than the buildup that took place prior to D-Day. If we were someplace in Ukraine where weapons and newly trained soldiers and supplies are arriving, we would feel the same sense of urgency and optimism that at some place, at some point in time of the Ukrainians choosing, a counteroffensive will begin. I'm certain we would all feel that. I think. Skykiss, and then back to Chuck and Doc. Skykiss, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I want to thank Nuclei for being here this evening. And I've followed you for quite some time and followed Chef Zenya. Oh, goodness. I don't know, most of the war. And I've been able to speak with him a number of times about what his needs are and help to get some fundraising, try to drum up more volunteers to go over. I wish I could. I really wish I had the stamina to do it, because it's what a labor of love to cook for soldiers and to serve them marvelous food. And yes, I have seen Chef Zenya's marvelous threads, just amazing. And as always, we're in bullet points. And thank you very much, Chuck, for your excellent maps and your updates. And I will listen.
Okay, Skykiss, thank you.
Thank you very much. Very appreciate it.
Doc, where do we want to go next? Do we want to talk about MiGs being delivered to Ukraine, flown from Poland to the Ukrainian Air Force?
Man, you
Go
know
ahead.
the circuitous path that I love to take, because that's where I was going to go. I was going to start, though, with Chuck's block shot map that is in the nest and ask him, Chuck, what do you think took out those missiles?
Wow. You know, if I had to guess, well, I don't know where the missiles were intercepted. I can tell you what's interesting. When I heard the news of the intercept, I entered the missile type, the KH-59, into my database. I was hoping to get an infographic on that missile, which is kind of a short range air deliverable. I don't know if you'd call it a cruise missile or not, but it's an extended range. And I found a infographic. The one that I put up was one that I had posted almost verbatim from last year. What it says is the Russian Su-35s, they don't dare to get that close to Odessa. So on one hand, I would think perhaps a point air defense system, something like the Iris-T, might have taken them out. But I've got a hunch it could have been an S-300 system, Ukrainian S-300. And that would explain why it was the Russian planes had to stand off in their launch patterns. So in any case, these were two Russian pilots who realized it was much easier to shoot down or cause a maneuver kill on a unmanned Reaper drone than to press their targets in Odessa.
All right. And so I think, and Alan's right, moving on to the MiGs, and Latin's here also. So while he's here, I'm going to throw this question out for the both of you. The MiG is a strike fighter. So just for everybody's education, what's the difference between how you would use a MiG on the battlefield versus an SU?
Latin, I'd be delighted for you to chomp on this one.
Yeah, I'll give it a stab. Thanks. Mic check. Yeah, you can hear me.
Yep, we can hear
Yeah,
you.
got you good.
Okay, so Doc, I'm just going to correct you on that. You did say MiG-29, correct?
If that's you're correcting me on, no, I said MiG. No, I said MiG-29. I'm kidding. I said MiG-29.
Oh, okay. All right. So MiG-29, not a strike aircraft. MiG-29, although let's not get into some of what the Russians have upgraded, but what the Ukrainians fly and what they were receiving from Poland and Slovakia are their legacy MiG-29s. They are primarily air defense fighters. The Ukrainians have integrated the American HARM missile, which gives it that extra capability in suppression of enemy air defense. But that's the only system that we know of for sure that they've integrated that isn't just Soviet era air-to-air missiles. So it's an air defense fighter. And I think one of the more I was really looking forward to seeing some video or images of the first transfers from those countries. And so when the video came out today of the 4 flyable aircraft coming out of Slovakia, it was interesting to have a look at them. I had a conversation with Alex and some of the other guys in the back channels about it, just to confirm what I was seeing. And so we can shoot down for sure any of the rumors that have been out there about any possibility of these aircraft having been modified to carry Slovakians. And you can see it, for example, in the Slovakians, telltale 4 little aerials in front of the cockpit. It's referred to as a bird slicer. And that gives you the indication of some of that NATO compatibility that they were that was done on them. So that's it. That's what they're getting. They are. I always push back on the idea that sometimes gets out there that MiG-29s are junk. Let's get the F-16s in there because the MiG-29s are junk. We all want to see the Ukrainians flying Western aircraft that are more capable. They're not going to get them right now. They're going to these upcoming or imminent counteroffensive activities are going to be covered from the air by what they got, and that's going to be these MiG-29s. They are still modern fighters. They're going to be flown by pilots that at this point are just at the peak of experience and confidence. And sadly, because it is deficient in some ways, when they begin to push in and try to open up space and push back the Russian combat air patrol, there's going to be losses. We got to be prepared for that. They're going to lose pilots. They're going to lose aircraft. That's part of what happens with offensive operations. And they well have lost less pilots if they had done this with F-16s. But here we are.
So, because air defense is so important to Ukraine, especially in the coming counteroffensive, the MiGs will indeed make a difference.
They will. I think that some of the long range, as we got a preview a couple of weeks ago when that strike package or that two ship formation of Su-34s made for Bakhmut, and one of them was shot down. And that was credited to a Ukrainian unit that operated the S-300 long range system. I think that those, especially if as we believe, some of us are under I think that we think that some of those long range systems may be freed up by the arrival of some of the Western surface to air missiles. Those long range systems are going to play an outsized role as Ukrainian forces push forward. Because they're going to move forward. So, and they're going to be opening up a lot of airspace. The MiG-29s that are arriving and the ones that they have do not have enough. We can't repeat this enough. They cannot close the gap that exists in radar and missile range that the Russians have. But the good news is that the Russians' most advanced aircraft, they're just not willing so far to push them in. And if they weren't willing to really push them into the fight for these offensive operations that this winter offensive that we saw over the last few weeks, then I can't see them really sticking their neck out at this point. I don't know what it's going to take for the sharper end of the Russian Air Force to really commit itself to this war, other than just throwing Su-25s into the low level tactical battle. But there's no indication they're about to do that. So the MiG-29s will be in there. They'll be involved. They'll probably be able to. They're flying combat air patrols probably at lower level for the most part, and they'll be able to take on and probably have already some of the lower flying helicopters and tactical aviation the Russians are throwing in. But they're going to be at a disadvantage with MiG-31s and Su-35s that are higher up, look down, shoot down radar, long range missiles, and they're going to take some shots at these Ukrainian aircraft, and they will shoot some of them down. That's unfortunately what's going to happen.
Latin, I am really intrigued about this question of the Russian Air Force. Why aren't they engaged? Why aren't they being pushed forward? Is it simply because the air over the battlefield is so dangerous? Or is it because they are such an elite force, they don't want to be connected to this terrible defeat that is coming to Russia?
Yeah, there's some speculation there, Alan. I think, and I think it's fair. There's some things probably going on at the higher levels that we don't. It's not apparent in the West, and it could be that I've thought of that. I'm sure any observer of the Russian Air Force has considered that. I really don't know. I think that the bottom line is we can't say for sure. But
there's also the fact that it's a very large country, and are you really willing to sacrifice a lot of your air force, a lot of the air defense of your country? Because that's what they're looking at. If they really decide to push in and become part of this battle, put those Su-25s aside, because as far as I'm concerned, they're considered expendable. But they're more advanced platforms. They're multi-role combat aircraft. They have not shown up in a year. They've only occasionally just kind of poked in. And if they do, they know what's going to happen. It's what we saw a couple of weeks ago with the Su-34s. They're going to get shot down. A lot of them are going to get shot down. So that's part of the calculus as well. And a lot of it also has to do with just the quality of the force. Look, we're talking about a force that their big accomplishment that they give a guy a medal for in the last couple of weeks was because he accidentally banged into an American drone. Like, that's a victory. That's a medal. That's a pretty damn low bar. They've made it clear over the last year that they are not up to a Western standard. I don't know what's been going on in flying training and flying hours, but they're not ready for prime time. They're not, and you can't change that overnight. It's not something that's going to happen even in a year. They are where they are, and they've gone to war with the Air Force they had, and that Air Force is just not good enough.
It could also speak to the diminishing industrial capacity of Russia. It's not easy to build a Sukhoi or a jet fighter. It takes months. Maybe in Russia, it takes years to build these fighter jets, and maybe they just don't have the capacity any longer to do it. Therefore, they must protect their Air Force.
The best Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Letton. Go ahead.
The best numbers that I've seen crunched on this late last year was by somebody that I follow. If you're interested in this at all, if you're interested in Russian military aviation, give him a follow. His name is Guy Plovsky. He's an analyst out of Israel. Really knows this stuff inside out. And he did kind of an analysis of production, because it's mostly Sukhoi now. MiG is not a big player in fixed wing Russian combat aviation, so it's mostly Sukhoi. And he had a look at how much they produced last year and actually delivered to the Russian Air Force, and it was less than 20 aircraft. This is where they're at. It was probably not even pre-war. I think they weren't producing nearly as much as they let us on, because a lot of what they have is upgrades of existing airframes. But no, they're not. They're in trouble, and they're not going to catch up to the West anytime soon.
Hey, Alan, you want to Latin? You want to spell that account name? I'd love to follow that.
Yeah, I can put it in the comments. Yeah, I'll attach it after. It's he's really
one way or the other, and I'll get it up in the nest.
Yeah, I'll DM it to you. It's he's really an interesting guy to follow. He does a lot of he analyzes a lot of Ministry of Defense videos and images that come out of Russia, and he really breaks it down and gives you an idea of what the imagery reflects about their capabilities right now. It's very interesting.
One of the times we had you come up helping out with the conversation, which I greatly appreciate, of course. You mentioned something that we hadn't heard. This was a couple weeks back, but I think you were alluding to it now as well. Russia has the ability to have top-down radar-looking aircraft sitting at 35,000+ feet, right? That are just waiting to see a Ukrainian jet try and take off. And that's something we don't see a lot of in this war, but that's an absolute fact, right?
Their combat air patrol includes aircraft like the Su-30. It's primarily the Su-35 and MiG-31 that have very powerful radars, upgraded radars, electronically scanned, with tremendous reach, and they have very good look down, shoot down capability. So that means they can use the altitude advantage that they have to look down at Ukrainian airspace and see through the ground clutter and pick out targets. We know that they've been able to shoot down a few Ukrainian aircraft. Even just recently, I think there was an Su-25 that was down, a Ukrainian Su-25 that was shot down, and they're doing it with R-77 and R-37 long-range missiles. So this is one of the advantages that they have, and they stay way back out of the range of Ukrainian surface-to-air missiles. The Ukrainian aircraft, the Ukrainian combat air patrol has to stay lower down. They can't get up to a higher level there, because if they did that, they can't get far back enough. They can't do they can't do the same thing that the Russian combat air patrol doing, because their radar doesn't have the same reach. So to be effective at all, they have to just fly at lower level. And we see them sometimes loaded up for the suppression of enemy air defense mission with the HARMs, and we see them sometimes with a full loadout of air-to-air missiles.
And will the
But
MiG be confined to lower level as well?
oh yeah, I mean, it's not as efficient. It uses a lot more fuel, but it's certainly, yeah, of course, it can. Yeah,
And they
it has
still
the
have a
performance.
choice, right? That's where it has to be. That's their only option.
That's for in the current situation, that's pretty much what they can do. Now, I want to just mention quickly that when there was when one of the Ramstein meetings happened, that when there was speculation there might be an announcement on Western aircraft, and there was not. And I'm a keen follower of the Ukrainian Air Force Twitter account because I find that they send messages, very clear messages. They think it through very, very well. The day after that Ramstein meeting, where Western aircraft were not announced, they posted a beautiful image of one of their MiG-29s fully loaded up for the air-to-air mission with 6 air-to-air missiles in a hardened aircraft shelter. And I believe below they wrote something like, "Okay, let's go." And it was a clear sign. What they were saying was, okay, we understand that now this stage of the war, we're going to be fighting with what we have. And they were making it clear that this aircraft is not junk. It's not what they should have. It's not what they could have had right now. But it's what they have, and I think they're going to be able to do a lot with it. And getting extra airframes right now is really going to help out.
I wonder if we can take a quick look at the S-300 air defense system that the Russians have deployed. They are using it for more than just air defense. They are using it to lob missiles at civilian targets inside Ukraine. With the increased ability for Ukraine to take to the air, will that depress the Russians' ability to use S-300s to strike civilian targets and continue this terror campaign? And how many of these systems do the Russians have? It's a mobile system on the battlefront, I think, right? And I'll go to Chuck and Latin to help me out here.
Len, you're the S-300 guy. I'm more a consumer of air defense than an expert on it. I'd love to have your lights guide that.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. I must jump off. It's already late for me. It was great to be here again, my friends. Wish everyone everything the best. And thank you for having me again. Bye-bye.
Thanks, love having you, brother, and everybody follow Nuclei.
Thank you, Alfred. Thank you. I'll jump as soon as I can again. Bye.
Yeah, I've been following Dima for a while. He's amazing posts, really interesting stuff.
Really great stuff. Hey, Latin, when you came up early tonight, you were talking about helicopters. And
oh yeah, can I just mention? Sorry, Doc. Can I just mention about Alan's comment about S-300s and S-400s as well? There's a related system, was slightly more advanced, but I think that as they push forward, the Ukrainians, those are going to be priority targets. The Ukrainians, I think, have shown that their targeting is better than the Russians, especially mobile targets. And there's 2 things to look at. There is one is a capability that we already are familiar with, which is the MiG-29 Su-27 HARM combination. But the other one that appears to be in play already, and we don't have a clear picture of it yet, but it's there, is JDAM. And JDAM is, as Chuck has mentioned on several occasions, is something that you use for high priority targets. And we're not exactly sure about what platforms they may be using, but I think it's pretty obvious that something is going on already. And that weapon system will also play a role in taking out some of those launchers. But any move forward would have to involve attempts at neutralizing that threat, because it is a very serious threat.
And there are some limitations too. I mean, the JDAM is a great weapon, but the farther it goes depends on how high you are when you lob it. The Ukrainian Air Force not only got the JDAM, which delivers a weapon the size of I don't know, your bigger than your minivan, 2,000 pounds of high explosive. The JDAM ER delivers a smaller payload, around 200 pounds, I believe, but it's a munition that can actually pull a 180 in the air. So it can hit a reverse slope. It can maneuver. But again, if you're forced down on the deck because there are superior Russian air defense systems operating in the area, that you don't want to risk that airplane, that weapon, and that pilot on an iffy shot. So that all figures in together in this.
All right, so if I can go back to that, we're talking about the helicopters. Len, did you see that the U.S. is considering giving helicopters to Slovakia to replace the MiGs?
As far as I know, that's a done deal, and I think the Slovakians played that smart. Part of what they were doing clearly over the last few months was pressuring their NATO partners to get something in return for giving up the last of their MiG-29s, and fair enough, right? And that's how the alliance has to work anyways, because that goes back a long ways, that idea of giving surplus equipment to some of the smaller allies in the alliance. The Czech Republic had already signed a contract, and I think they were looking for that exact same type. It's the AH-1 Z. It's upgrade of the old AH-1 whiskey. It's an upgrade of that. They've literally run out of letters in the alphabet for the number of Cobra variants that they had over the years. But the Czechs had already signed for it, and I think, were considering increasing that order, because the Americans have quite a few in storage. I'm convinced there's probably a lot of U.S. Marine Corps aviators that were very sad to see that aircraft go. But the two nations having it and having the infrastructure for it seems to me like it could open the door to Ukraine acquiring them at some point. But there hasn't been much talk of that, because Ukraine's Army Aviation is busy working away with what they have. But at whatever point things wind down, and this stage of the war winds down, the Ukrainian Army Aviation is going to need a serious amount of support. Its aircraft are going to be very tired, and they're going to want to start switching to Western airframes.
But helicopters are a dangerous folly in Ukraine for a multitude of reasons. But the Alligator, right, is that the most comparable to the Cobra that's out there? And Ukraine takes those things down like candy.
Yeah, we had started analyzing that early in kind of like around the fall. We started to. I know that a few of us on the aviation side, and Zed Goldman did a lot of analysis on that. He's coming from an engineering point of view, which was pretty solid. And he started, and there's a lot of, if anybody kind of Googles it or searches it on Twitter, they'll find a lot of analysis. It appears that there's a fundamental design flaw with the Ka-52, that it's not stable. It's not a stable weapons platform. Part of it is that twin rotor design, which is a Kamov feature. But this is the first, well, with the Ka-50, the single seater, okay, it's a descendant of it, but it looks like it wasn't really quite ready for. I can't imagine what happened during the development, during the flight testing of that system, because at some point somebody must have figured out in the cockpit, look, this thing shakes like crazy, and it's not a good gun platform. It's not a good platform for on the move, especially for some of the precision guided weapons that they carry. So what appears to be happening is that for them to be able to get a clear shot with some of those anti-tank missiles that they carry, they have to go into a hover, and that's where we've seen some of them get hit. And that's not a good place for a helicopter to be in contested airspace. If a helicopter's got to survive, it's got to be down low and moving fast. The Ukrainians have mastered that technique. I mean, they are not losing as many helicopters as the Russians. They are not. We'd be seeing it. The Russians would be plastering images of that all over the place if it was happening. And in an interview that our friend Alex shared with the back channel a while back with Ukrainian Army Aviation, it was a Ukrainian article. Their pilots were saying they were asked about the Manpad threat and the SAM threat, and they essentially said, you know, we know the envelope very well. We know where we can operate, and we're pretty confident. And it seems to be bearing out, and they're running these missions every day. I don't know if anybody saw the video shot from a drone a couple of days ago, where it looks like an Mi-8 doing a run across some farmers' fields. I mean, it is so low that you can, like, that shadow is almost, yeah, you guys saw it, right? It's just incredible. These guys are doing this at this point. I think these pilots are doing this with their eyes closed, especially in daylight. They've just had so much experience since 2014 doing this.
Yeah, it's so low. It could be harvesting corn if it was August. Aaron, go ahead. Aaron, are you with us?
While Aaron finds his button, hey Chuck, how many helicopter crashes have you been in?
I've been in 2,
I've been
actually.
in 2 also.
You know, it was interesting. Latin was saying about the Ka-52 and its vulnerabilities. I have seen, Latin, I don't know if you've seen this, they were a little earlier, but I saw at least 2 Ka-52s get shot by guided anti-tank missiles. They were in a hover. Somebody was set up for a, anti-tank mission and just thought, what the hell, and put the crosshairs on that alligator, and they blew it right out of the sky.
Yeah, took it out with that was with a Stugna. It's
It was with a Stug, absolutely.
yeah, and because, like you said, target of opportunity, and if that's what they've been reduced to, because the irony of the Ka-52 being such a disaster, and it is a disaster. They've lost about half the fleet now, but the irony of it is that there's a couple of ironies. Is that it was one of the weapon systems that they really liked showing off in slick Ministry of Defense videos prior to the war, prior to February 24th, anyways. So that's kind of cool. I think it's kind of cool that you can stick that in their eye. But also the ridiculous part of it is that the competing aviation design bureau, MIL, produced the Mi-28, which is a conventional rotor, and I think probably a more stable platform. And yet somehow in the Putin era, Kamov came out on top. They ended up being the guys that had they produced more of the Ka-52. And I don't know what happened there. That was probably just internal politics and who knew who. But man, they just did not come out good on that. Couldn't happen to a nicer bunch of people.
Yeah, and who knows who made the decision what to put into production and what not to put into production. I mean, you kick up a little bit, you kick into the Black Sea Villa Fund, and you got a production helicopter going.
It reeks of a decision that was made by somebody who didn't know much about helicopters.
And I agree with you. I kept seeing those videos too, and they just reeked of, dear African dictator, please buy some of these so you can oppress your people with them.
Hey, I just wanted to mention, because I've seen a few people come up, there's still some issues going on with Twitter and whatnot, and we try to get to everybody as best we can. But if you do come up to speak, make sure you raise your hand if you want to have something to say. If you don't, go ahead and drop back down to listener if you wouldn't mind, so that other people that want to come up and have a chance to speak have that opportunity. And we encourage everybody to come up and have that opportunity to speak here on MriyaReport. While we're here, let's go ahead and take a moment and retweet the space. Let everybody know this is only 24/7 live broadcast coming from you all about Ukraine 24 hours a day since this has begun. And we really appreciate our guests like Chuck coming in here, our little side panel experts like Latin and Silky Smooth up at the top up there. And so if you if you have a question, go ahead and raise your hand, and we'll get you up here as soon as we can. Okay, Alan, back to you, Silky Smooth.
And with that, we'll go to Aaron. Aaron, please go ahead.
Hi, Alan. Can you hear me? Oh, I was a bit rough before.
Yeah, we got you.
Great.
Loud and clear.
Just a question for Latin. Is there any chance these Australian drones could help with targeting S300s? I'm not sure how far behind the line. It can't be jammed. So it can't be jammed. So it can work its own flight speed and I guess fly areas for reconnaissance. And then could you use that if you had some kind of intel knowledge, a little bit of, okay, there's an S300, you know, maybe from some Ukrainian partisans or civilians. You know, we saw one driving off in this direction. So you send 3 or 4 of these Australian drones up to fly a pattern. And then as soon as you spot one, you could just hit it with a HIMARS. I'd be surprised if they're not doing that with artillery against Russian artillery at the moment. But I'll just get your opinion on that.
Aaron, I'll be totally frank with you. It's not a drone that I'm familiar with, so it sounds like you know more about it than me. But I will kind of throw a question, kind of bend this one over towards Chuck, because regardless of whether it's through drones or other intel, Chuck, I'd love to hear your thoughts on. Do you agree with the assessment that if we look at especially the last 6 months or so, that the Ukrainians, regardless of whether it's with fixed wing or with other systems, that their targeting is just way better than what the Russians are doing. Their ability to hit targets of high value targets, some of the SAM sites that we've seen taken out, and other take your pick, right? It seems like every day there's something getting hit. They're doing something right.
Yeah, I think there's a convergence of high quality NATO overhead imagery from orbital platforms on down, but then that is readily cross-indexed with almost real-time human intelligence from the battlefield. And there are mobile systems like the Buk and the Pantsir and other ones, but if you've got an S300 or an S400, I mean, that's like setting up the circus midway, right? There are transport, erection, and launch vehicles, but that thing is a big circus to move. And I'm betting because they get such incredible human intelligence, and I'm guessing that's it. But they're targeting right. You are right on. It is remarkable, but they need more HIMARS, and every HIMARS shot, it has to be considered. Is it, what's the bang to buck ratio? And those get reserved for really important targets. And air defense, of course, is a really important target, and sometimes it's a critical target. If you're going to, as you know, if you want to conduct some aviation operations, you've got to have a good air defense situation to give your pilots a chance.
Chuck, one of the things I always notice that you emphasize, and I've always assigned this to the fact that you come from the special operations community, but you're always quick to mention the role, which is not apparent to us at day to day, but is obviously ongoing, of partisan activity behind the scenes. That would include some of the targeting, but some other efforts too, right? But I think that's one of the books that's going to get written, isn't it, when this is all over, is the role that things that were going on in occupied territory.
Boy, it's funny. I am working on an article right now, and it is on the role that special operations forces and partisan networks are going to play in the coming offensive. And there are parts of the country right now, around Melitopol especially, it's bandit country for the Russians. And And the night in the countryside around Melitopol does not belong to the Russian occupiers. It belongs to the partisans. And when you have a safe haven like that, uh, you have a place where you can expand the capabilities of those partisans. But right now, the first thing you get is you get a willing Ukrainian patriot, and the first and probably the most important thing that partisans can do for you is gather intelligence. And later on, give me 6 hours with a partisan, and I can teach him how to make I can teach him how to make all kinds of stuff. But uh, teach him how to make an IED, those sorts of things, and we see they're doing it.
Hey, Chuck, when you're
Yeah.
talking about partisans, and I know you have a lot of experience with that, this is something that's unique that we as the U.S. military haven't encountered in a long time. And that's where the people we're fighting look like us, sound like us, speak our language, right? And that's a lot trickier when you're in Lebanon or South Africa, South America, or the desert. It's not so obvious. It's a little bit different. I mean, we haven't had to deal with this in a long time, right?
Well, that's the big barrier to entry to working with indigenous forces. You have the language barrier, but in the case of an SBU officer who makes it into occupied territory, identifies a couple of patriots, teaches them how to organize in a cellular structure, gets them to divide up their taskings. The couriers don't know what the messages are. Nobody knows who the commander is. You've got a series of dead drops or secure digital means to communicate your information. It can go to the right people at the right time in a really timely fashion. Uh, it is so hard for the Russians to operate, and the Russians, they have some capability. There are some traitors on the other side of the line. There are some people that have been co-opted, compromised, blackmailed, and forced into contributing intelligence information to the Russians. But I'd say the Ukrainian capability is probably 10x what the Russians have, and that's good.
Interesting. Paul, go ahead.
When A10 Thunderbolt.
Where is the A10? They're all in Davis Moffett in out there in the desert. It's a good piece of gear, but in the meantime, I think the Su-25 is going to have to do it for the Ukrainians for a while, I think.
At least they
Okay,
got
Paul,
something.
thanks for your question. I want to move on to Raver, then back to Latin.
What's happened
Hey,
to
good
Silky?
evening. Hey, good evening, Chuck.
Hey, Ray.
Hey, so a long day at work, so I probably missed it, but I know you've seen that naval drone attack. And I don't know what I'm looking at. I know it didn't look like there were any secondaries, so I'm assuming it was probably a fail. But it looked like you had the shore batteries basically firing at each other. Was I off base there? I mean, you've got the trained eye for this.
No, I think you were right on. It looked like it turned into a pretty good intramural firefight. One thing I did notice, and folks, if you go back and look at that video, if you remember your high school physics, angle of incidence equals angle of reflection. So they were shooting down at the water, and you saw the tracers banging right off the water. So they were either missing and the bullets were ricocheting off the water, or they were hitting something big and the tracers were banging off into the sky. And these unmanned surface vessels, they're not very big. So I didn't see any secondary explosions. I didn't see any, like, even primary explosions. But that almost isn't the point. The fact is that No Russian sailor right now in Sevastopol is getting a good night's sleep because every seagull, every ripple, every sparkle in the moonlight, they are looking at it and they are keyed up. And the whole purpose of those attacks are to get the Russians to make the decision to move their surface vessels out of Sevastopol and back into the eastern Black Sea. And that means they have to burn more fuel. They have longer round trips before they can get in fire position for the calibers. So it was a good night, even though they didn't get anything. And the Russians are not sleeping well, and that's good too.
And there's always the chance that the Russian Navy will repeat its performance when it attacked the British trawler fleet.
We can hope.
Thanks, Raver, and Doc and Chuck. I don't usually do this on air, but I know we have a limited amount of time left with Chuck for bullet points tonight. But Kyle, if you're listening and you're available at the top of the hour, I would love to move on, pardon me, to a discussion of the ICC opening an office in Ukraine. If you're available, let me know. Otherwise, we'll keep going for as long as we can, obviously with Chuck. But I think we probably have about 6 minutes to go, 5 minutes now to the top of the hour. Latin, go ahead.
Yeah, I gotta shut things down here pretty soon. But I'll make just two quick points. Raver made a comment there that was interesting or got me thinking because Raver, to your point about those kind of strikes at assets in Crimea, remember that on the aviation side, a few of us have been assessing for quite some time, since at least I remember going back to the end of the summer last year, convinced that the Ukrainian Air Force wants to strike Crimea with fixed wing. And especially with JDAM, with that capability now, that their ability to do that is increased. And when we've combined it with the arrival of those Sea King helicopters from the UK, which we can only surmise could serve a couple of purposes. One of which is combat search and rescue for crews that are flying deep into occupied territory. So that's something to keep an eye on. The only other related to that actually is that on this French Mirage 2000 front that we were dealing with yesterday, and AFP were reporting today that the French Ministry of Defense were denying, well, of course, denying without categorically denying, but they did say that Ukrainian crews were being trained in survival after ejecting from their aircraft, which I thought was interesting, very interesting, that they would be training for that in France. They could easily be training for that in Ukraine, and I would imagine they would have had that kind of training already. Most fast jet pilots do. But either way, it emphasizes the fact that they're preparing. If they're maybe requalifying some people on that, if they're working on that on those survival skills, it's because they are considering and planning for deeper strikes into occupied territory. And I think that we're looking at a combination of some of their deep strike platforms that they have, that we have seen a little less of recently, and which the Ukrainian Air Force Twitter account emphasized again a few days ago. They showed us a nice big picture of an Su-24 and reminded us that they are involved in, quote, complex operations near the front line. They signal. The Ukrainian Air Force signals quite a bit. I find their signaling very interesting. And combine that capability with JDAM, I think it points to where they might be going in the near future.
Great point. Absolutely. And that, we don't know what equipment came over with those Sea Kings, probably limited equipment, but the Sea King naturally is quite a venerable and capable overwater helicopter. It remained in British and Canadian service longer than it did in American service, but it served quite a long time. both as an anti-submarine helicopter and, believe it or not, I've actually run some special operations out of a Sea King. Not the best aircraft for doing that, but good pilots and a good aircraft will get you there and get you out.
It's a
Ray
great
Verlin.
medevac transport too.
I'm sorry that you know that, Doc.
Well,
Hey,
you know,
hey, Latin. So, real quick, ballpark, diner napkin figures. SU-24 doing a low, high, low, lobbing a JDAM. About how far do you think it can get it?
Oh, great question. Boy, off the top of my head now, because I know I had been looking at, and maybe Chuck has off the top of his head some of the numbers, approximate numbers on
hey,
this,
Latin, why don't
especially
you
the
tell us non-aviators what a low high low is?
low high low is the flight profile, and it means the aircraft goes in. It's actually very similar to what on a slightly bigger scale to what we've seen them do with tactical aviation with their Su-25s and Mi-8s. So you approach low to stay below defenses, pop up to acquire the target or to just fire in the case of unguided munitions, and then quickly go back onto the deck to escape and again try to avoid defenses.
And the
And
JDAM
actually,
ER has fins, right? So that its performance is optimized by a high launch.
yeah, and in a conversation I had once with John Ridge about this, we both agreed that Su-24 would be one of the better options for the Ukrainian Air Force because it probably has some of the best capability at low level to maximize the range of a JDAM by increasing it through the momentum of the aircraft. And it's definitely one that could carry one of the heavier, with the GBU-31, the larger one, the 2,000-pound one. It could definitely carry that.
Can I ask you
We've
a
seen,
naive question?
yeah.
How fast could an SU that we're talking about, or a MiG, get from the tarmac to 30,000 feet? How fast can that happen?
Oh, you got me on that one. Off the top of my head, I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty high powered. It's got a pretty good thrust to weight ratio. It's up there with the best of them. The Russians can make really good fast jet engines.
Roughly.
Honestly,
2
I
minutes?
don't have a number
3
off the
minutes?
top of my head. Honestly, I don't. And especially since the Ukrainian Air Force is not going to be flying at 30,000 feet anytime soon, I haven't really thought about it too much, to be honest. Totally honest with you, Doc. But let's just say fast. Its
Well,
performance
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I know some pilots, and I've had some experiences that are pretty cool and pretty fast. But theoretically, one could take off somewhere. Can an SU take off from a highway?
a little less so than the 29s. They're a little more maintenance heavy. They weren't really designed for, but they're not quite. I wouldn't put them in the same category as an F-16. It's really the Su-25 that's the probably the toughest aircraft they have for slightly rougher operating conditions. But
So could they get one of those guys out somewhere, have it take off, accelerate up to 30,000 feet, let loose a JDAM, and get the hell out of there?
no, not in the current environment. No way. Not anywhere near that altitude because an S-400 would shoot them out of the sky.
So my point being is we're talking about margins that are within minutes.
Yeah, but
Remember,
I think that the scale is seconds.
Right. That's what I'm talking about. They have the time that they have to play in these spaces to release ordnance to be effective. We're talking about minutes.
Doc, the thing to remember, it's another one of the factors why I think there's any number of possibilities for aircraft that they could be in the process of or have integrated JDAM with. But another one of the factors that favors Su-24 is that low, high, low profile in low light and poor weather conditions is exactly what it was designed for. And it was designed to do it it wasn't quite so successful in Afghanistan because of the mountains. Its navigation system was a little challenged there, but it was designed to operate in Central Europe in terrain that's pretty much similar to what we're seeing in Eastern Ukraine. So I think that's
a capability that the Ukrainian Su-24 crews have not really used up till now, but I got a feeling they will be.
And the reason I'm asking these is because I assume that most of our audience is naive about some of these terms that we talk about very cavalierly because they're normal to us. And there's things I know about from my experiences, and there's things you know about. So I'm just trying to help help our listeners understand more about what we're talking about, what those tolerances are, those time frames. Well, why can't this be done that way? Because these are the kind of questions that I see in my feed all the time, people coming at me and asking. So I'm just trying to bring that up with everybody.
No, it's all good points, and it's the air defense situation that's constricting all fixed wing and rotary wing operations right now. Neither side has the flex. They can't operate within the full flight envelope that of the aircraft they fly. They have to, for the most part, stay down low or far back, because this air defense network that's been built up is just so dense that. But the thing is that like I gave the example earlier of the Ukrainian helicopter pilots, and we've spoken about this on the space with Colonel Jeff as well, that there is an envelope within which they can operate and remain safe, relatively safe, from some of those ground-based air defenses. And I know that on the Ukrainian side, they've done a pretty good job of establishing where that envelope is and operating within it.
Thanks, Latin. Thanks, Doc. Raver, I think you're going to get the last question for Chuck tonight. And I know Chuck is going to be back with us if anything unfolds in Bakhmut. And so between now and next Tuesday, when we would expect to see Chuck again for bullet points, I know Chuck's going to come up and say, here's the deal.
I will indeed.
Raver, go ahead.
Yeah, Chuck, it's your moment. So if somebody's got one for you, I had one for Latin. I was trying to visualize something and see if I was on base or not.
Oh, please do. We've got Latin here, and expertise. That you get free air war advice.
So Latin, if I'm doing the math problem right in my head, at least visualizing it, the Ukrainians should have a rough idea of where the S-400 can see at what altitude and what range, and that will give them they can't get any higher than that without then becoming at risk. And I guess the faster they can get to that height, the farther they can throw that JDAM. And then I guess to maybe give them a little bit more cover, figure out a way to push back any Russian bar cap, so they have less chance of the Russians knowing that they're coming and be looking in the right way. Am I thinking about this in the right way?
Yeah, makes sense to me. The other factor is to remember is that we've seen them do combined operations with harm equipped aircraft escorting, kind of punching some airspace in front of them for Su-27 Su-25s. We've seen that, and I suspect they would be doing the same thing with any aircraft carrying JDAM, because the suppression of enemy air defense tasking that the Ukrainian Air Force has been doing, they're still doing that. That's totally ongoing. We're seeing regular images, current images of them performing that mission with the American HARM missile. Whichever crews are that have gained that experience since last summer, they're pretty good at it within the limitations they have. So we would see that. And by the way, I asked actually, Chuck, I haven't asked you. Quick question. Because I asked Nuno earlier today, and he answered in the affirmative. But some of the strike images that we've seen in the last few days, and since the JDAM thing really came to the fore with some of the images that we saw about 2 weeks ago, and then the U.S. confirmation that the weapon was in theater. But have you seen any images, any strike video that you think potentially could be a JDAM at this point?
I haven't. I've seen a couple of big explosion videos, but I couldn't get them triangulated to any. I just don't know. I'd like to think that, but optimum range for a JDAM, and this is the Wikipedia definition, folks. I'm not going to tell you the real one, but if you're thinking 15 miles, that's not off base, and that's releasing it high. That's loitering around the target at 30 grand and pickling it off. If you've got to go low, high, low, which is come in screaming on the deck, put your nose up at 45 degrees, get to, it's a simple parabola, right? You release it and then you do a hammerhead and come back around. So it's going to be shorter range, but 2,000 pounds is a hell of a lot of explosion to put on targets. But I can't guarantee that, Latin. I mean, you've seen it too, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen a JDAM in person. I just go by what I've known about them over the years, and yeah, fair enough. There seems to be some opinion out there already that it is possible that we've seen some JDAM strikes already. So, but again, nothing confirmed. We have to wait until we see a picture of a Ukrainian Air Force aircraft carrying a JDAM, which is pretty distinctive and easy to make out. That's when we'll know for sure that they are in fact using them.
Hey, Latin, what do you think about Russian pilots getting awards for crashing into a drone? You have the same feeling John Kirby does?
Listen, I'm no John Kirby. I'm just an aviation geek, okay? But I've been calling this one from the beginning. It was amateur hour from the beginning, and it's a hell of a low bar when the hero of the Soviet Union or whatever the hell it is a guy who crashed into a drone and managed to get his aircraft back to base. That's just awesome.
Doc and Latin Raver, I want to thank you for all of your time tonight, but I really want to thank Chuck for all of his time tonight. Chuck brings us insights like no one else from the battlefield in Ukraine, and tonight, especially important information from Bakhmut. And I know Chuck will be back between now and Tuesday. If anything happens, we need to know, whether it's in Bakhmut or Avdiivka or Kremna. So I just want to say thank you, Chuck. And you are the best interview I get to do twice a week. Thank you so much.
Alan, thank
Alan,
you.
Alan, can I just mention that I really like listening to you guys off the start of the show, both of you together. I just like to sit back and listen. You're a great interviewer, Alan and Chuck. What else do we need to say about what you have to say? It's always awesome.
Listen, Alan could make my Fox Terrier Bart seem like a good interview. So, Alan, thank you so much. Raver, thanks for coming up and joining us, everybody. We'll be back over the weekend at some time. I know it. And Alan and Doc, thank you so much, guys. Thanks for keeping me on the bus tonight. And listen, see you soon. Slava Ukraine.
Slava. Thanks, Chuck. I could talk to your terrier about milk bones because I've tasted them.
I have too, damn it.
This isn't something we should admit to, Doc. It was just a dare. And, milk bones are dry, they're thick, they're tough, and you have to dip them in milk if you're going to taste them. And you shouldn't bite into them or you're going to see your dentist the next day. So I just want to ask folks to please retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. We are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, reporting news from Ukraine and talking to Ukrainians. We did that all day today, talking to volunteers fighting to defend Ukraine. Also go to MriyaAid.org. Make a contribution and send humanitarian supplies to Ukraine. These supplies will help Ukrainian citizens withstanding the terror assault that Russia is launching on cities every single day. You can go to MriyaAid.org and send supplies to the front line. Medical kits, tourniquets, supplies that will keep Ukrainian soldiers alive and fighting for their freedom. So please, please do that tonight. That's MriyaAid.org. MriyaAid.org. Doc, we have Primus and then the Duke up. Primus, go ahead.
Hey, Alan. Hope you're having a good night. Hey, Doc. So one thing I want to ask Latin about here. Is he still here?
I don't think Latin's here anymore. He said he had to go.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll just kind of say what I was going to say about that. So, someone was talking about, with coming, high, low, high, and, why can't you just, go up to the high enough altitude where you just drop the bombs before you come into, across the radar horizon. It's like, well, yeah, you can kind of do that if, you only have to worry about one search radar, and you're only doing a one-dimensional threat, but you have search radars all over the place. Different areas that may not be tied to the SAM battery. So that makes the math on that a lot more complicated. Plus you'd have to pre-plan all that, know where everything is exactly, when you take off, which you're not going to know. And then you also have the problem that the Russians do have AWACS planes, and when you put up a radar at 30,000 feet, that really solves a lot of the radar horizon issues that they have. Now, the difficulty there, though, is you don't really know what kind of cooperative engagement ability that they have. Which means the AWACS handing off data to the SAM site, and then the SAM site flings a missile out there to the area, right? And that's something that's kind of second nature for NATO militaries, but not so much for the Russians. But I know they've been working on that. I know the new AWACS that they're trying to get into service is supposed to be able to do that. But still, I mean, if you can pass off, GPS coordinates or GLONASS coordinates or whatever they use and say, the AWACS says, hey, I saw a plane here, or search radar says, I saw a plane here. These S-400s can be quite a bit back and shoot a surface to air missile out there. It has an active radar homer and just says, okay, go search this basket, then drop 2 or 3 more, ones out there and have them search that basket. So even though the plane may be diving down to avoid something, it can still be seen. So the idea of just kind of tickling the lobe there, the radar horizon, is risky with a integrated air defense like that. So yeah, I mean, really the only way to go is you just have to go low level the entire way, and that's going to be no picnic even with things like JDAM, because yeah, you have to know exactly where the target is. So you have the GPS coordinate, and you drive up on it, and you're going to have like a computer controlled release point, where you have a JDAM integrated with your system to an extent, and it'll give you queuing and tell you, okay, this is what my release point is. Then you can drop it at that point. But when you're coming in at 50 feet at the speed of heat, well, you're going to have to pop up to several hundred or a couple thousand feet, drop it and turn so you don't overrun the target. Well, you're also going fast enough to really hurl it some distance for standoff. It's incredibly complicated. It's the very stressful 30 seconds. Let me put it that way. So yeah, I do think they're lining up to do some sort of deep strikes. Whether it's Kerch Bridge or rail stations or something, I think they have plans. I mean, they're not just knocking down these air defenses for something to do. There's a second stage to that that's going to be coming, and it probably will be the Su-24s. Because I mean, the Su-24, if anyone's familiar with Su-24 Fencer, it's a swing wing, supersonic fighter bomber, really more of a bomber. And yeah, it is like it was described, and equivalent to it would be the Panavia Tornado. So the Germans, the British, and the Italians, and to a certain extent, I think the Spanish at one point ran it. It's a swing wing fighter, almost like an F-14 Tomcat, like you'd see in like Top Gun, or the F-111 Aardvark, which is a pretty similar plane. Did a pretty good job during the Gulf War. The F-111s, granted, they had altitude, but they were, they probably killed more tanks with, laser guided bombs than A-10s did. They called it tank plinking, which was kind of an amusing term. So yeah, I don't think they have too many of them left. At one point, I think they're only down to a couple, but they did have, quite a few in parks which have been restored. So it's a bit of a mystery how they still have the Su-24s this far into it, and I think it's because they've been restoring, planes have been sitting around for a while, and that's got to be kind of a dangerous ride there because, well, I mean, they're old planes and they were in storage, so this is kind of the second tier, but that's what's going to be doing a lot of work. And the Soviets did leave a fair number of them behind. The Ukrainians seem to be utilizing their deep reserves pretty well. Anyways, just a couple things there.
Yeah, and I think Primus, a key phrase you just used, Ukrainians lining up what they can do in the future. Well, what they can do in the air, what they can do with JDAMs, and I think they are going to conserve JDAMs until they are launching a concerted counteroffensive. But the more Russian air defense the Ukrainians can take out, and that's what Primus meant by lining up. It's preparation. The more Russian air defense on the battle line the Ukrainians can take out, the better chance they have of achieving air equality. I don't think air superiority is ever something the Ukrainians are going to achieve in this war, but they have prevented the Russians from achieving air superiority. So maybe we'll have air equality in some parts of the line of engagement, and that's where you might expect the Ukrainians to take that chance with JDAMs as the counteroffensive launches later this spring. Would you agree with that, Primus?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're doing shaping operations, and there's really not a whole lot of point to even giving them harms unless you are going to be lining up airstrikes. And that's not even really something you'd use for close air support. I mean, it helps to have tactical surface air missiles, but that's it's an expensive missile. Certainly a capable one, and they're using it in kind of a limited capability kind of mode on there because they don't have F-16s with harm targeting systems or whatever on there. But yeah, I mean, it's a shaping operation, and there's really no point to really do that if you're just doing close air support. I'm not entirely convinced that they could, even if they wanted to, because they don't have the full software package to take care of targets of opportunity. My understanding is they kind of, have programmed in what to expect to shoot in a certain area, and they can't just pick something out. And it's going to be the same problem they have with JDAM on there because they're probably not going to have the capability to do target of opportunity where they can just show up at the battlefield and I want to hit this and this and this. And so I want to be pre-briefed to say, okay, we're definitely hitting these coordinates. And you have to fly to this initial point and go away because they're not going to have the flexibility that Western tactical aviation is going to have. So all of this has to be very carefully staged and planned. And they are opening up a door, they're weakening it, and at some point they're going to just kick down the wall. So, yeah.
Yeah, and shaping operations take into consideration the airspace and the battle space on land. You can shape the battle in many dimensions. So we'll go to Raver and then to the Duke. Raver.
Hey, Primus, since you opened up the fact that you have a big brain on this stuff, I'm going to go back to my question that you were answering that I had asked Latin. So if I'm visualizing it right, older radars or point defense radars, they sit at the center of a circle of coverage, but your longer range systems like your S-300s and your S-400s are basically the point of a triangle or a pyramid that goes out. And if you can knock them out or get past them, then the low-high-low may become more effective because you might be able to get the JDAM lobbed in from outside the range of the more localized circular point defense SAM systems. Am I thinking right here?
Hey, you're thinking right, but it's still risky. It's risky because you don't actually know everything they have, where they have it, and there's guys sitting out there with air defense systems that you don't know where they are, just waiting for a reason to turn on their radars. So you might have something show up where you're not expecting it, and that attack profile is suddenly looking pretty dangerous. Now, yeah, I mean, I would disagree a little bit of that. I think they will try something like that out of necessity, but I don't think they're going to do it with an Su-24. And that's only because, well, it's a fantastic bomb hauling platform. Thrust to weight ratio for a fencer is not fantastic. It's going to take you a while, especially if you're, heavily loaded, to get up to altitude. And it's going to take you a while to get back down. I mean, you're probably going to see either a MiG-29 or an Su-27 come in on the deck, hit the afterburners, go up to altitude a little bit and do a lob toss, and just basically fling the bomb and dive back down to the deck and hopefully not be chased by, any surface air missiles. And you're really counting on, the Russians not being able to observe, orient, direct, and act. At that point, their OTA cycle is going to be too long to really deal with it. But more sophisticated air defense systems, they also have automatic engagement systems where we just take a man out of a loop and just say, hey, this is the zone I want you to cover. If you see anything, these parameters, just shoot. And, that's a good way to cause friendly fire, which has happened. But that might be what they have to do. So, yeah, you might be able to get away with it a couple times, maybe. But it is really risky. I don't think it's worth the risking the airframes. They do it. So I think they're just slowly rolling back the air defenses and search radars and just basically putting sticks in their eyes and going from there. Now, the thing you're never going to hear anything about is the electronic warfare campaign of this. And, there are going to be, electronic countermeasures going on as well, either stuff that's on the ground or stuff that might be flying in the air. I don't know what they've given the Ukrainians, but usually if you're doing suppression of enemy defenses, you're going to need to have electronic countermeasures as well to make it harder for them to engage you quickly. So there's that. But yeah, I mean, overall, you're describing an integrated air defense where you have a long-range sand battery that's going to have, probably like a point defense cannon system around there for drones or something like that, at least ideally, or some sort of short-range system, and then a couple things are going to be able to handle low to medium altitude, because your main surface air missile system isn't designed to engage something right in the space. It's designed to shoot something over the horizon. And I don't know how much they're really working, because the Ukrainians are staying at low altitude, but what they're really doing is they're denying the high altitude. So at least over the battlefield, and they have to be further back from the battlefield and really use their range, because you don't want a fixed surface air missile site sitting, I don't know, in HIMARS range or something like that. So, you're probably, I wouldn't be surprised at some point if you see videos of an Su-24 or a 25 or something like that coming in really low and cluster bombing something like a S-300 site or an S-400 site on there, because they use the harms to knock out a couple of the tactical air defense systems that were protecting it. Because the S-400, S-300 protects the small stuff, and the small stuff protects the big stuff. And then you have search raiders, which are trying to cover all your gaps, and then maybe you have an AWACS flying over. And this isn't a very large battle space. Not really. Especially if if they know where you want to go and where you're going to be operating, they can concentrate things. Now, another good use of the Su-24 at some point, isn't even going to be where you expect. It's going to be maybe going into the backfield of the Russians. I wouldn't be surprised if they even fly into Russia at some point for deep strikes, because they absolutely can do it. They have a lot of range. So, but this isn't the time for that. There's going to come a time where there's going to be a maximum effect, and it's not quite now, but there's an offensive coming. You're probably going to start seeing things you've never seen before in this war.
That's what we're hoping for, Primus, to see things we've never seen before from the Ukrainians. And we've seen plenty from the Ukrainians. Duke, go ahead.
Good evening to you all, and thank you for doing this. I want to bring a little update, if you don't mind. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, indeed. Go ahead, Duke.
Okay. I saw early in the evening on Reuters and other outlets that there is something cooking in Bakhmut. The army is building up its forces. And just about half an hour ago, I heard that in the west of Soledar, the Ukraine 10th Mountain Assault Brigade, they're under attack of the drones again. And they are asking for more stingers so they could eliminate those drones. But I was wondering, I don't know if anybody knows, but you used to have a system called the goalkeeper. That was a piece of optics that came partly from Holland and Delft. And that was optics with the machine gun. And it was 100% accurate. And it was used on Navy vessels. But I think there was a lot of them sold to Israel in the early days of the conflicts with the Palestinians for the rockets. So I wonder, would those systems still exist and could, because they're not so big, could they eliminate the drones? And another remark I had to make is about General Chuck, so to speak. He mentioned banks and bugs, and of course is war an expensive endeavor. But I was thinking, coming from marketing grounds, you got ROI, is return on investment, but I thought it is return on impact. Okay, and with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Yeah, Duke, I like your idea of return on impact. That's maybe the way we should look at how to finance a war. But I think Primus might have some information about goalkeeper. Primus, go ahead.
Oh yeah, goalkeeper is a great little weapon. It was one of the original CWIS, which stands for close-in weapon systems. So the Dutch came out with that. I think the British used it at some point, and it was well, if everyone's probably familiar with the A10 Warthog and the 30mm cannon that it had on there. Well, they put that into a close-in weapon system, and yeah, it was effective. It's certainly longer range than things like phalanx are, which is a 20mm cannon. That pretty much everyone uses now. But there were some. I just don't think it kept up with the upgrades, so to speak. But I mean, generally speaking, I like where you're going with that, and actually the U.S. Army does too, because they did something called CRAM, and I forget exactly what that stands for. I think it's like close-in rocket artillery mortar systems. So they put a phalanx close-in weapon system with a 20mm Vulcan Gatling gun on basically a flatbed truck, and with this radar on there, and they put it in like the green zone in Baghdad and a couple other places to protect bases, and it would intercept shells coming in and that kind of thing. The problem with that is, I mean, a phalanx in and of itself costs about $10 million. And, there's probably more effective systems. Well, there aren't more effective systems. There might be a better return on investment for $10 million though. But it would be good for, defending point targets, and, it would also be very good for drones, but, what would also be good for drones might be something like a Gepard, or 20mm cannons, or maybe even heavy machine guns or whatever. There's short range air defense like the ZSU-23 Shilka. Those are like a quartet of 23mm cannons. Some radar guidance is also perfectly good for that. I'm sure they have some of those kicking around. So it's it's a great system if you have to kill something really fast and you only have one chance at it. But if you got a minute, there's a lot of other really good gunnery platforms, and really guns are the best way to deal with drones, in my opinion. Because I mean, a lot of your things like stingers or whatever. Okay, great. Stinger is a great man pad, which if anyone's wondering what a man pad means, it means a man portable air defense system. So it's something that looks for heat. Well, a Shahed drone doesn't really put out a whole lot of heat. And some of these things like an Orlan 10, which is flying high and then trying to maybe guide in some Lancets, which is a Russian loitering munition, there's not a lot of heat for them to track. So, guns are good, or the British Starstreak, which just forgets about the whole heat seeker thing and just uses a laser designator. And then that will just take it apart. You can't dodge it because it's going in at Mach 4 or 5. You're not going to spoof it because so long as they can see it, they can guide on it. And you're sure not going to survive on it because it's going to put 3 explosive bolts through your through your plane or whatever it is you're flying and just absolutely tear it apart. It's by far the best man portable air defense system going. And if you see like the British Stormers are basically they're designed to haul Starstreak as well, but they have radar would kind of go along with it, so they know the radar is important to combine with that because you can see something coming. And yeah, there's limitations with that too, but a radar and Starstreak are really good. The Gepards and man pads have been really useful too because they'd have a radar on the Gepard and then alert all the guys in the area with man pads. Hey, there's something coming. Get ready. So that's important too. But yeah, I mean, I like where you're going with CWAS. I wouldn't be surprised if there are CRAMs around or something equivalent around very point targets, like the granaries in Odessa or something like that. And you can even use those things over a city because the shells are timed. So after like a few seconds, they'll just explode in the air and they'll never, land in the city because you wouldn't want something burning, 3,000 rounds, 4,000 rounds a second. All those shells just landing in the neighborhood. It wouldn't do much for residential values. Not at all.
Thank you, Primus. And thanks, Finance. Great to see you. There's a lot of finance to talk about tonight. The collapse of Russian air cargo, the value of the ruble, etc.
The Russian air
And
cargo story, by the way, Alan, they're actually understating how bad it is. Some of the data comes from Rostat, everyone's least favorite Russian fiction writer. At least if you're going to write fiction, make it interesting stories. They just write fiction. So not only is the air cargo news bad, it's in fact inflated.
well, what else do you expect from Russians? Inflation, deflation, and stagflation, and any other kind of inflation you got. But Finance, I want to thank Primus for talking about air defense. There are a lot more Gepards on the way. Ukrainians are trained on them. And I think probably the best way to take down these Shahed drones is filling the air with flak, exactly as naval vessels defended themselves in the Pacific War and World War II. These drones are essentially kamikaze drones, and that might remind you of the Pacific War. How did you take out the kamikazes? You filled the air with flak. But Finance, there's a new co-host coming up to join you. I'm going to drop down very soon. There will be a late night Chuck bullet points with you, and that'll be a lot of fun. I know it will be. With that, I'm going to say good night. Thank you all for listening. Ask you all to please retweet this space. MriyaReport.org. We're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for you to bring you news from Ukraine. And because we're here for you, I want you to be here for Ukraine go to mariaaid.org, make a contribution. Slava Ukraini.
Heroim Slava. Pleasure. Thank you very much, Alan. It is always nice to see you. Thank you very much for all the co-hosting you do. Much appreciated. Have a nice evening. and that's going to be a bigger thing. Probably part of the reason why rescuing it and giving money and some of the issues with how they bank and how they make. They had major issues with leadership, and leadership there. But besides, they had major leadership and management problems, which
Welcome everybody to the NAFO night shift with finance and myself. You can please also retweet the space. Let people know that the NAFO night shift has begun, and we're a little looser during the night shift. We're not quite so uptight, and so sometimes we do some
Twitter, a lot of Chinese mail van come and see and visit. Retweet on purpose because
stone in the daytime. So yeah, I think that's what's going on here.
Overseas are just not allowed to leave Finland due to some compliance issues. And I understand the Russians are kind of upset about that. Fertilizer is one of the things which the Russians are allowed to trade because a lot of the food supply depends on it. Just because a lot of the world, well, some parts of the world can grow things very easily, and you have some parts of the world which produce food, which where food probably shouldn't be produced. On here, they turn areas which aren't good for farming into arable land, and if that fertilizer spigot ever gets turned off, that could be a real problem for food supplies. But it's supposedly a fertilizer ship. We don't know actually what it is. Or what else may be in there, because it's a ship is a pretty easy thing to hide stuff in. So I think the Finns are doing we call it a Japanese inspection, where you just kind of just let it sit there for a little while just to impose your will a little bit. I think that's kind of the idea. At least that's the only ship story I heard about. They certainly have enough ships moving some shady freighters out there. So
if we're talking about that ship, it's held up because the ownership is linked to sanctioned Russian oligarchs. So I'm not sure exactly how this one's going to play out, because as discussed, fertilizer is one of the unsanctioned goods coming out of Russia because of the needs of the world for potash. However, that doesn't make sanctioned individuals unsanctioned. And so, sending money or allowing the genocideers who are sanctioned to profit is still a sanctionable offense. That is what is currently holding up that cargo ship. We'll see where this goes, as Private said.
It's always interesting determining the ownership of ships. You know, because there's usually, you know, it's built by someone, sold to someone, leased to someone, then someone else hires it to move cargo, and that kind of thing. So, yeah, it's difficult to do that. So it sounds like they just didn't do their money laundering paperwork well enough and gave the Finns an excuse.
You know, there was also
It may be the cargo, not the ship.
Yeah, they said it was potash or fertilizer. I don't know what it actually is.
Right, but it's a lot easier to hide the ship ownership than it is to hide the potash ownership in some ways.
Yeah, I agree with that. So.
That's. I think I just heard the sound of a cork coming out of a bottle somewhere. So there, interestingly, to also one person that you probably will never hear me talk about again is a one Senator Ted Cruz tore into Anthony Blinken today about why the U.S. is not sanctioning the Ghost Fleet, which we have talked about here on many occasions, that Russia is using to avoid sanctions. He made a good point that the U.S. really needs to go after this Ghost Fleet because there are ships out there that, you know, the ownership is very sketchy and it's hard to tell who owns the ship, but you can usually find out what the ship is carrying and trace that back. That's what he wanted to do, is to sanction people that are putting, you know, they're using this Ghost Fleet, you know, because you can find those people a lot easier.
The Russian Ghost Fleet is so called, Dave, because they basically do the old school trick of just turning the transponders off, so you can't really see them. So Russia buys up a bunch of ships, usually the older ships from the Greek shipping magnates that can't directly work with Russia anymore. But Russia can buy the ship, pay whatever it wants, maybe even rent out some crews because that's not sanctioned. It's really dirty how that ghost ship got put up and staffed, because there's some really good charts out there that basically show Greek shipping companies losing numbers while Russian Ghost Fleet increases by similar numbers. So there's a lot of those clearly are former Greek ships.
China.
What, Paul?
China is putting his finger into Greece. By the way, so just a reminder, they sold a big port back last year.
Yes, China is also selling, but a lot. So Greece turns out to be one of the global, is like the European shipping center. Like more ships are owned or run by Greek companies than any. And because a lot of them can't do the business they would normally do with Russia, they just technically sold their ships to Russia. Russia's running them with transponders off, which is itself dangerous, and may or may not be staffing them with the exact same people and paying for that. The magnates, if they can find a way to do it unsanctioned, they're doing it. But yes, you were also correct. China is involved. Some of the Ghost Fleet runs via the Pacific. That's absolutely true. And bizarre because he has not been a major Ukraine supporter until now. But I'm glad to see Ted Cruz coming on board. And I will thank him for making the very apt point that if there is a way to sanction the Ghost Fleet, they should absolutely do it. It is a lot more difficult than many other things because they run without transponders and they're going to ports that are in countries that are either friendly to Russia or not still heavily sanctioned.
Sorry, was that a question for me? I was typing.
No, we were just talking about the Ghost Fleet a little bit. Duke.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, the Duke.
No, I was just
then
thinking about the flag of the boats. I know if you put another flag from another country on the back of your ship, then you are certainly not Russian. So then there is a difficulty to inspect it, it seems. And I want to give a little update on the Russian Air Force, of war force, so to speak. Russia cannot meet arms delivery commitments because of war to Indian Air Force. They would deliver SM 400 of the S-400 Triumph, but they can't do because they have to use them all themselves. So that's the latest I want to give the audience.
Yeah, Russia doesn't look like a very good military supplier right now. They aren't making the orders people ask for, and I don't know if anyone's noticed, but their stuff doesn't look like it's doing so well in the field. So between those two things, they may have just smoked a lot of their military-industrial complex's future in this war, among the many other things they have done to themselves by trying to genocide the Ukrainians and so far failing. We're going to move on to Anda and then Paul. Anda.
So I have a question on cargo ships. Just briefly, I have a question. You know that because I speak, I have a question. So overall, at international level, when we're talking about any cargo ships, they are insured, right? They need to be insured. This is one of the reasons for which we were discussing last year about grains and everything, how this can be done. I understand fertilizers are important, and I do understand that Russia is one of the main exporters. Now, regarding all other goods, is there any way in which we can sanction or prevent the Russian ships being insured? So can we like next level sanctions?
So there were attempts to do secondary sanctions on the on ships going and carrying Russian crude, for instance. That's part of how the oil price cap is determined. However, insurance is only really checked when ships either dock or go through one of the two major canals, Panama and Suez. So there's a lot of leeway to be a uninsured ship or a ship with a Russian insurance group that may or may not be the real thing. There are countries that are not sanctioning Russia at all, such as India and China, who could absolutely just use their own insurance to insure their ships. And while clearly we're not fans of that here, that is why insurance, because you can't get all of the insurers to do the thing, getting 90% doesn't work, because all of the sanctioned business will just flow to that other 10% and they'll get insurance. So if you try on just the insurance side, it's very easy to get around. Does that make sense?
Yes. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, look, I'm all for using, financial levers of against Russia to try to make it harder for them to wage war and hurt their military-industrial complex and make them less internally stable, so they will knock it off. But unfortunately, marine secondary sanctions are just they're not the perfect tool for the job, simply because of all the ways to get around them and to send the business elsewhere or do it another way. As I said, they are being used as part of the price cap, so they do exist. They do have some usage, but the extent to what you can use them for is limited. Paul, I see your hand is raised, sir.
When AC 130,
Yes. Cut out there. Hello, can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Paul,
So you were saying the C-130?
I think Paul wanted to say more, but he hit his mic.
Yes, go ahead, Paul, if you have more.
why doesn't the Ukraine use the AC 130? It's a perfect cargo ship and gunship. It's a flying fortress.
I am not sure, though I've actually ridden on a C-130, and they are would appear to be a really good close air support to use and transport. You can drop tanks out of the back of them. I was about 100 yards away from one that did what's called a LAPS, a low altitude parachute assist drop, where an A1 they flew over, dropped an A1 Abrams, and it took out a target about 5 miles away within 30 seconds. It was incredible. They could definitely use something like that there. Primus, do you have something to add?
Yeah, I mean the C-130 Hercules is a great transport. They have an equivalent made by Antonov called the AN-12 Cub, which is useful. And that's something if you want to fly low, you want to land on a field somewhere or a rough strip, you can do that. A C-130 can do that too. They're both similar designs. Now, why don't we use an AC-130? It's the same reason why it's really difficult to do close air support anyways, because an AC-130 has to fly high enough over the battlefield that it's not going to be shot down by manpads, man portable air defense systems. But unfortunately, that's going to be high enough for basically every other surface air missile within 20 to 30 kilometer zip code to shoot it down. It's not really something you can use over a opposed battlefield at all, because it's still however heavily armed it is when you stick Gatling guns and 105 millimeter cannon out of the side and hang a couple dozen Hellfires or whatever off of it. It's still a transport plane, and it doesn't really have any defense. We tried using them in Desert Storm, I believe. I think it was Desert Storm, and one of them got shot down or at least seriously damaged. But I'm pretty sure it was a shoot down by just basically a man portable air defense system. So they're not really that survivable in that context. I mean, the person who would really know about AC-130s would be Chuck Farrer, because they often support special operations. But you're only using it in a permissive air environment, this is everything but that. So, it's a great weapon system, but it's not the right tool for this job. So,
I think it's kind of like the same reason why they aren't asking for A-10s either, because they can't get close enough either. It seems like the only helicopter is the only thing that can get close enough to the ground to not get shot out of the sky.
well, I mean, I personally, I'm of the mindset A-10s would be a great thing to send over. I know that's been much debate, but the Soviet era Su-25s is a 2-engine close air support plane, and the A-10 is the equivalent of it. They both are contemporaries. But, I mean, right now the Su-25s are rolling up on a target and just basically lobbing a bunch of rockets at it. And that is more accurate than people are giving it credit for. Because they're doing things like you have a computer controlled release point, like you slate the sensor to it, you say, hey, I want to hit this, and the bomb computer will say, okay, well, fly to follow this queuing and go here, and then you can release and you'll hit it. I mean, it's not great, but it's certainly not useless. But a A10 is going to show up in the battlefield with Mavericks, which can start popping targets from 10 kilometers away if you can put eyeballs on the target or at least a sensor on the target. So it does have some standoff capability. You don't want to get close enough to use that gun. If you took the gun off of the A10, on there, it would still be a fantastic close air support plane, because you never want to get that close to something, because then, if you can shoot at them, they can shoot at you. And if you can shoot at them with guns, they can shoot at you with, well, basically everything. And, it's not survivable in that context. But the Su-25s have been having a, pretty good war for the, for the Ukrainians at least. And I would think the A-10s would be an order of magnitude better than that, just by virtue of having the, the Western, sensors, and which are really the most important sensors, communications, and weapon systems. But it's still also a very vulnerable plane, but it's just as vulnerable as the Su-25s, and they're still flying a year into this. So, do with that what you will.
Yeah, but we have seen Ukrainians with man pads take out several Su-25s so far. But and if you take the gun out of the A10, it doesn't have that really wild fart sound that makes it so popular. So,
yeah, it is much sexier with that ugly sound. Yes.
yes.
My fiance says that about me.
Well, you should hang on to her. Abdullah, you have your hand up there. Welcome to the space, Abdullah. Appears he's having trouble finding the microphone button, which can be hard if your phone screen goes blank, and then you forget your PIN, and you don't have your fingerprint all set up, and it takes 10 years to open your phone. I can completely understand it. So we'll go back to Primus until Abdullah gets his device figured out.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. Another thing I heard plane wise is that the Ukrainians had supposedly requested F-18s from Finland. And, I just want to caution everyone, don't get your hopes up on that one, because, Finland takes their defense very seriously, and they only have a few dozen of those planes. And, as great as they are, and actually I think they're a better fit than F-16, in a lot of ways, just as an equivalent platform. It's I don't see them sparing the aircraft for that, unless they get backfilled by F-18s from the U.S. Navy or Marine Corps, like pretty much immediately. Now they're going to be retiring them in a few years, replace them with F-35, but that's a few years, and this is more of a today problem. And definitely nothing's going to happen until Finland actually joins NATO, which is still going to require Hungary signing off on it.
I'm pretty sure that I just heard that the only thing left is for the Hungary's president. I forget. Is that I get Erdogan and
Orban.
Is that Erdogan? Orban. I get Erdogan and Orban mixed up. That's all that left is for him to sign it. That the committee passed on it. So hopefully Finland will be.
Well, Orban is a great friend of both NATO and Ukraine, so
Yeah, and you're really good at sarcasm too.
Well, thank you. I'm also half fluent in French.
Oh, good. But so along with that, did you see that the Nordic states, Finland, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, all entered into a major agreement to basically combine all of their individual air forces into one joint air force?
I did see that, and that's interesting, because they're already kind of a integrated force in the sense of NATO and the coordination, but I mean, this is probably more along the lines of, common platform, sharing training burdens, and just trying to be, a bit more independent and protective of their own particular space. But it does give me hope that, in combination, one of them, or in small pieces, all of them may be willing to give up some airplanes if they have a collective defense agreement on, running a joint air force. I think the best possible thing the Ukrainians can get would be the Swedish Gripen, because I mean, that thing is designed to run off of a rough field with like 4 or 5 guys as maintainers. Or at least doing the fueling and rearming and basic maintenance. I mean, it's designed for the field. I mean, it's not a Porsche, it's a Toyota. It's not even a Toyota really. It's a it's a Jeep. It's something you can do a lot of the maintenance on. Simply, it's designed to live in the field and run off of runways. That they built it with that in mind. The problem is the Swedish didn't build many of them, but did they build enough to spare 24 or 18? I don't know.
I would say they're a Saab, because they're built in Sweden, right?
Well, yeah, good point. Yeah, Saab also makes planes. I think they mainly make planes. I don't know if they make cars anymore, at least not for the U.S. market.
Yeah, we had a Saab when I was growing up, and my dad didn't like it. He said it made him sob because of how expensive it was to repair it, because you had to import all the parts. Abdullah, have you figured out your technical problems? Going once, going twice. Okay, we'll go to Duke.
Yes. Yeah, perhaps he fell asleep. Devo, I want to help you out with the name. You couldn't figure out which one. Then remember, you could just call them this one and that one, and then it will be all right. I heard that Medvedev and his friend Moscow Midget were stating that if he gets arrested anywhere, then it will be a declaration of war. So we're supposed to be frightened, I believe now. And they're also ramping a little bit the threat with nuclear assaults, attacks in any way. But I just think they are scared. I don't know how you see that, but yeah, I think they're scared for what's coming and just screaming and can do little with it. Because yeah, it's an endless road, seems to me. What do you think?
I think that's that they are scared, and that whenever at this point, Putin's cried wolf so much that about the nuclear weapons is like, oh, you do this, and we'll use nuclear weapons. Oh, you'll do this. I mean, Putin, he may be a psychotic, a psychopath and all sorts of really bad things, very evil, but he's also not dumb. He knows what would happen. That he also wants to leave a legacy. I think that's more important than that. He wants to unite the old Soviet Union and leave this powerful legacy. And he knows that if he uses any nuclear weapons, that legacy is completely gone. His country will be ashes. There's so I don't. I think people are making too much of the nuclear scare. I may be wrong, of course, but that's my outlook. And as far as him getting arrested somewhere, I did read that Hungary said he could go to Hungary, so Hungary's okay with Putin visiting, and they're not going to arrest him. As far as him getting arrested and it's a declaration of war, does that mean they'll stop calling it a special military operation and actually call it what it is? I don't see what the big deal about that is either. They're already at war and they're doing it pretty badly. Abdullah is I'm gonna go with Abdullah's asleep or something. But
Hi, Nefo, can you hear me? Hello?
I can
Yeah,
hear somebody.
Yeah, sorry. I stepped away from the phone. I apologize. Sorry about that. Yeah, just wanted to ask about if the Russian dictator is selling the farm to the Chinese. There are a lot of Western assets that still remaining in Russia. I was just wondering if the Russians were to sell those assets, Western assets, that haven't been sold off by those Western companies. Can those Western companies go after China under WTO rules?
Paul, that's some serious sound effects. I also cannot hear Nafo Dave. Is Nafo Dave speaking?
I cannot hear him either.
All right. Dave? Dave? Oh, hold on. The Dave Dave?
Dave, I think you need to recycle. I think you have a problem with your mic. Paul,
I saw the message. I'm still coming up. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. Nafo Dave sent a message that he crashed. He's coming back.
All right. Awesome. All right. So in the meantime, I have a question. I think it's for Primus this time. It's about a Zoopark 1M radar. Can you explain to me what is one of these? Because I saw real excitement over one being destroyed yesterday. So I was wondering about that.
I didn't catch what kind of radar you were talking about.
So they called it Zoopark 1M radar. I will send you a DM.
Yeah, I mean, Russian designation systems are so confusing because they're all basically serial numbers and objects. But if you can send me exactly the object number, I can probably tell you what the relevance is. I got a pretty good idea of what I think it is, which is probably a air search radar of some sort. But yeah, if I can get the serial number, I can tell you more.
You have it in your DMs.
Give me a minute on that one.
Yeah. All right. So, Paul, sorry to say this, but that soundboard is really annoying. Like really, really annoying. Yeah, exactly that. Please stop that.
Paul, you're welcome to come back up, but I cannot handle the soundboard, dude. So if you come back up, please kill the soundboard, and you are more than welcome back up. Just without the soundboard, I can't take it. You're welcome to spam the emoticons. I find them entertaining, but soundboard is going to get you muted. All right, we're moving to Abdullah. Abdullah.
Yeah, Finance. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes, I was just wondering earlier. I don't know if you heard my question. I was wondering those remaining Western assets in Russia. Can the Russians sell it off to the Chinese under WTO rules?
I mean, WTO rules are so out here. I don't think we're talking about that. Neither Russia nor China particularly follows them to begin with. So asking about WTO rules when you're talking about Russia, China, and assets in physical Russian custody, that's just kind of funny. So I would say that they absolutely can. They're going to probably, if they can, they're going to steal it, give it to their oligarchs if it can be run easily for money first, and then take that money and give it to China. What China really wants, though, isn't random assets in Russia. What China really wants is cheap, discount Russian oil and gas. So the thing that Russia has that China wants is discount petrol products. And they're willing to buy discount petrol as much as Russia is willing to sell discount petrol. Also discount metals and other discount things, but the big one is the oil and gas products. Does that make sense?
Yes, that does make sense. But I know the Chinese are known to have been known to use the WTO against the West. So I was just thinking that if they were to go that route, that maybe Western companies might be able to do the same on them. So we'll see. Yeah, what's the story with TikTok in America?
I mean, one, it's highly popular here as a major social media network, and the other, it is every bit as corrupted by Chinese influence as people say it is. So I don't know. I actually wish it was totally banned.
Yeah, because I know the administration wants TikTok to sell off the American what do you call TikTok subsidiary. So I don't know if the Chinese will agree to that. They might just quit. I don't know. I don't know what the options are, but we'll see. We'll see. I know a lot of governments are telling their workers to not use TikTok. So.
Yeah, no, right. The government is telling its workers not to use TikTok because it is a known security problem. It straight up gives its data right to the Chinese government. This is known. As you know, people were memeing quite correctly that, like, you know, everyone's worried about this Chinese spy balloon, while at the same time half our country gives their location and all their personal data to China via TikTok, which is known to be a massive collector of data off your phone. Send it all to their applications, and also be giving all their data to the Chinese government, as you would expect from a major Chinese tech company. So yeah, everything about that is bad. I don't use TikTok. I don't like TikTok. I'm a massive TikTok hater. Unfortunately, I am in the minority here in America, especially for people younger than me. TikTok is ridiculously popular. And that popularity is going to cause some problems. So I wish there was an easy answer. I wish it was banned from existence. It also has all sorts of social media issues the same way everything else does. And the cyberbullying there can be particularly problematic. So yeah, I am a big old TikTok hater. All of the negatives about it are true, but the other side is it's just insanely popular, and at that level of popularity, it is a political third rail to try to completely throw out the country, and that's also, you know, something to consider as these political discussions happen. All right, I think
Perfect.
my order
Thank
of
you.
hands
Thank
is
you.
Primus. You got it, Abdullah. Anytime. I believe my order of hands is Primus, then Duke. Primus.
Yeah. I know with TikTok on there, I mean, not only would banning that be an issue for, you know, so many American, you know, teens and 20-somethings that love TikTok, it would put thousands of influencers out of work. So I definitely recommend that. In regards to Anda's question in terms of Zoopark 1M, that is a counter battery radar. So what that basically is, you know, counter battery radar means it's a radar which can detect artillery shells, right? And then the computer in that radar will say, okay, this artillery shell is moving at such a velocity, it's going from this altitude to this altitude to this altitude, and does some basic trigonometry, can tell you, you know, within 40 or 50 meters where the shooter came from, right? So then the idea then is to pass those coordinates on to your own artillery, and for them to counter battery or shoot that shoot your own artillery back at the shooter. and basically force them to displace, or this is otherwise known as shoot and scoop. So that's why you'll see Ukrainian artillery shoot off a few rounds and then leave, even though they might have like 30 or 40 rounds on board. They might only shoot 3 or 4 and then leave. And also, just when they're shooting the 2, 3, 4 rounds, they'll shoot all of those rounds and be leaving about the same time all of those rounds are arriving at the same time on there. So they just basically vary the angle of the barrel and powder charges and that kind of thing. So all these rounds can arrive at the same time. The Swedish archer system is apparently particularly good at that. But anyways, counter battery radar is how artillery fights artillery. And you're not just sitting there under a constant barrage of artillery. You're getting hit and then it's quiet and then you might get hit again because the artillery is moving to another location so it doesn't get destroyed. Now you can also use it to calculate things like where like a Gimler's or a HIMARS rocket came from. But the nice thing about those is they really screw with the counter battery radars because they don't follow a ballistic arc. What goes up, what comes down is in a very predictable path. Those rockets, they can maneuver a little bit, so it throws off the calculation. So you can't even counter battery the things properly. But taking out one of those radars just means it's going to make it that much easier for the artillery duel. It's going to make it that much easier for Ukrainian artillery to survive. Now, my understanding is, it's not particularly accurate, but it's more of a, I wouldn't say a nuisance, but it keeps you, it'll keep you honest when there's counter battery. Now, the Western systems are particularly good. I guess particularly like some French and Italian ones which have been sent over are particularly good counter battery systems. There was a German one everyone is excited about too. And now you're talking about just like with a couple of meters. For counter battery, and if you can, get those past those coordinates from the radar to the shooter, then they can counter battery pretty quick. That's why you might see, something like a Panzer Howitzer, 2000 sit there and only fire off like one round and move. They're not shelling a target; they're doing counter battery work. Is my understanding of that. Now, interesting thing about counter battery is before they did it with radars, they actually try to do it with acoustics and like acoustically triangulate where artillery was being shot from. So they had like big kind of almost like sonars. They put them on a battlefield and just do, you get 3 or 4 things, and it's like you figure out the bearing. Okay, so this is on 320 degrees, and the other one says this is on 40 degrees. The other one says this is on 90 degrees or whatever, and then you can just basically do some high school trigonometry and figure out where it is. So. And when you have, I don't know, about 100 guns shooting at that area, that probably works because you're just eliminating grid squares. But that's also important too, how they keep crying for DPICM, so dual purpose improved cluster munition, where a couple of artillery rounds will hit a particular area. If it misses, it just creates a hole in the ground, sends some fragments around, and self-propelled artillery is usually protected from that. And then you just move. With DPICM, you can take that accuracy of 30, 40, 50 meters, and then you can just blanket the whole area with cluster munitions, and you will absolutely take out some artillery. If you get lucky and if you're quick enough. And it doesn't seem like the Russians are particularly good at the move and shoot game because they have lost a lot of artillery. But mainly they're losing artillery because the barrels blow up, or they're not doing the maintenance. And I understand like about a third of our artillery forces in the rear getting refitted with new barrels and that kind of thing. And because you can only get so many shots out of the barrel before it's useless, and it takes a while to make barrels. And I don't know if they have much capacity for it because they're basically just living off of the Soviet legacy. They haven't really produced a whole lot. Russian artillery, the new stuff they actually have managed to produce, not to go on a tangent, but is pretty good. Some of them can shoot out to like 30, 40 kilometers out of the tube because they have a very long caliber barrels, and they put like a rocket assist on there, and you can really go out there and outranges things like U.S. artillery, M109s, and that kind of thing. And that's why we're doing the enhanced gun program where we're putting a 58 caliber 155 millimeter gun on an M109 chassis, and it's going to rock out to about 40 kilometers in the near future. It'll be probably coming in a couple years, and I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe do a little battle lab scenario in Ukraine and try a few of those for counter batteries, because it's going to be effective, especially when you combine it with something like an Excalibur, like a precision munition, and your drone control and that kind of thing. But anyways, that's I think I covered your question, Anna.
Yes, you did, and couple of two others in the meantime. So yeah, thank you very much.
I think I am back and functional. Can everybody hear me?
Yay!
Sorry for that. I had an app crash and then a phone crash, and it was one thing after another. But hopefully I'm back now, and so is Primus, and we're going to have the Primus hour here. Go ahead.
Oh God, I don't want that. No, I got but I did have a question for you, Dave. In terms of like healthcare in Ukraine, I don't know if you have an idea how that is going, but like if I were to get like a serious illness, like if I was diagnosed with cancer or something like that, just as like a regular civilian, I mean, how is the healthcare system standing up considering this whole war going on and the hospitals being targeted, that kind of thing? I mean, how are people with like chronic illnesses dealing with that, or someone was diagnosed with something? I wonder if you have any information on that.
Oh, we're playing softball here, huh? So the medical system in the western part of the from what I've read, the western part is functioning pretty normally, other than they have more casualties, more trauma. They need more trauma surgeons than normal, obviously, because they're getting people from the east. The eastern hospitals that are actually getting bombed, and especially the ones in occupied in the occupied Ukraine area, those are not doing well at all. And so people with chronic illnesses and things, diabetes, cancer, they're not getting the care they need. There are hospitals outside of Ukraine that are, and there's I can't remember the name of the organization there, but there's like 5 organizations set up now to ship to transfer people with chronic diseases into Romania and Poland to get the care they need. But yeah, Romania is really stepped up in taking in Ukrainians that can't get the health care they need from Eastern Ukraine. Anda, do you have any more details about what Romania doing about their hospitals and if they're staffing them okay?
Well, um, um, how should I put this? I know for sure that there are Ukrainian patients who arrived in Romania, especially because there is treatment for, there is availability on this, and specialized doctors um, um, to help treat. That being said, so there are some, for example, some child care centers for Ukraine, for Ukrainian children who arrive in Romania to help, to get help, not to help. So and they are not set up. So they were set up last year. So it's nothing new. They were set up in April, May last year. It it was a question back then, if it's an impact on the Romanian treatment center. We have several of them. One is in Bucharest, another one is in Cluj-Napoca. Cluj-Napoca is a city in the middle of Romania, over the Carpathians. But actually, the number of children and patients who requested was not that high. So it wasn't. At first, it was, people were like, we won't have. It's a classic reaction, right? We don't have enough for ourselves. What can we do to others? But actually, the care system who was set in place, the doctors really knew what they were doing, and there is enough. There is enough for everyone, and the number of patients who actually requested was not that high. So it wasn't a real problem, and people could actually get help in Romania over this. So there were coordinated transports and peer support and everything, especially in two centers, in Cluj-Napoca and one in Timișoara. The nice thing about Timișoara, which is actually on the opposite side of our country from Ukraine, so they have to go all the way on the other side of the country, is that in the Timișoara area there is a strong community of Ukrainians. So we have two bigger communities of Ukrainians in Romania. One is in the northern part of the country, a little to the east from the actual border with Ukraine. And the other one is near Timișoara. So the chances to find at least a relative or a person who speaks the same language as you is higher. Also, one good thing is that during communist times, actually, Russian language was one of the languages that was taught around the country, and therefore people over 50 do speak or at least understand part of the Russian language. And since many Ukrainians do speak Russian, it's somehow easier to find someone who will speak something that will get you by, like you need medicine, you need a bed, you need house, you need help from the authorities, so therefore you need someone to speak the language. The Romanian language is a Latin based language, so it's very different from Russian and from Ukrainian language. Different semantics, different words, we do have some influence. So we have some words which are borrowed from Ukrainian. We have, for example, horinka, which is in the north of the country, which is a spirit. It's 40-50 degree spirits which are made back home. So there are borrowed words, but that is different from getting along with a child or a parent who comes into your country and needs help for his kid. So yeah, stuff has been done actually, and people, there are several centers who help, and there are websites who put up information in Ukrainian and English in order to help Ukrainians who got into our country get along and find information and know at least where to go, which is important. There are some centers for adults. The centers for adults, actually, two of them are in Bucharest. One is in Iași. Iași is very close to the Moldovan border, and therefore closer also to the Ukrainian one, and also one a center in Cluj. So there are there are ways to help Ukrainian children, and not only that. I'm sorry, I have to mute myself 1 second.
It's okay. You've been speaking a while. Everybody has been sick, and so this is probably the most speaking she's done at once for a long time.
Yeah, I actually get closer to my actual voice. I'm really happy about that. So, but I still have cough fits. So yeah. All right, back to topic. I don't know exactly. I will research exactly for Poland. What I do know about Poland, for example, because you mentioned Poland also, and they are right across the border. I saw, for example, that there is one major private clinic which had the Ukrainian flag on it. So if you enter on the medicover.pl, which is the website for the clinic in Poland, you will see they have a Ukrainian flag on the main page, and I didn't search extensively, but I think they provide help for Ukraine. Also, one excellent thing that Poland did was early in the war to ensure that Ukrainian citizens registering in Poland get free medical service, just like Polish nationals. So basically, if you are in Poland, if you are Ukrainian and you are in Poland, you have access to the medical care system, just like a Polish citizen, just like an insured Polish citizen. And therefore, it's not only about cancer. People get in communities. Sometimes they get sick, like it's flu season. It's COVID didn't stop actually. um, among others. So there are a lot of things for which a parent could need a medical system, could need a doctor to go to when himself or his child is getting sick during winter. I would also I will digress and a bit, but I would like you to consider this and be mindful of this. There are millions at this point of Ukrainians outside borders of Ukraine. Like 1/3 of them are children. Children grow. They need clothes, they need new clothes every 6 months or so. Basically, when you change the season, you change the size of the shoes, the clothes, and everything. So please consider donating. If in your country you have centers for Ukrainian refugees, consider going there and ask what you can help with. Maybe your kids outgrow their clothes and you can give them there, and they are in good shape, like clean and not to wear down. Consider doing that. You might help someone, like really. In some countries, we have had here in the space some a lady from Austria, and she explained about the money that are given to Ukrainian citizens, refugees in Austria. The money are not a lot, so clothes is not. They are fairly expensive, right? They are basically as expensive as a grown-up, more or less, but they need more of them. So please be mindful of that as we change season and we go into spring, and help if you can by donating clothes or money to a local charity which helps Ukrainians. I think that will really help. We do support here at MriyaReport as a group. We support Maria Aid. That is help sent to Ukraine, non-lethal aid to Ukraine. But I kind of, as I was talking about children, I wanted to draw a bit attention on them also. So thank you for bearing with me this morning.
Oh, there was no bearing with you. We always appreciate your insight. Boots on the ground, such as yourself, are what is the word I'm looking for? Anyway, very helpful, irreplaceable, and so we appreciate that. One thing I would also bring up is Doctors Without Borders. So Doctors Without Borders, also known in some places as I guess this is like France and other places, Médecins Sans Frontières. So MSF for Médecins Sans Frontières, or in English, Doctors Without Borders. This is a international conglomerate of doctors that volunteer. They all over the world, as it says, they have no borders. Medicine shouldn't have borders. People that are sick in Ukraine are the same as people that are sick in South Africa or people that are sick in Iceland. The sicknesses are the same. And so the same doctors are needed all around, but they have significantly ramped up their efforts in Ukraine. So if you Maria Aid, we support Maria Aid, and they give non-lethal aid, but that's not all medical. Some of it's drones and other stuff. If you want to specifically donate to a very good medical charity, it's not really a charity; it's an organization. But consider donating to Doctors Without Borders. I have several friends, neurosurgeons that I work with, and they are part of Doctors Without Borders. They have, I know one of them has been to Ukraine already. A couple of the other two are waiting their turn, so to speak, in the rotation. So and it provides. This is something that's very difficult because while there are lots of people with very basic medical understanding, like medics. There's lots of medics. There's lots of nurses. It's really difficult to get somebody with the technical skills of a neurosurgeon, so to speak. So, for example, to work on trauma patients, which is exactly what they need. Ukraine has been able to do admirably with what they have, but we should always help them. They can always use more help, especially in the medical area. Let's see. Oh, and while we're talking medicine, this will kind of lighten the mood a little bit. So this is something you will not hear anywhere else. You will only hear this on Maria. You might see it on Twitter, though, I guess, because that's where I saw it. So one of the unexpected effects of sanctions on Russia is that they're having a hard time finding cadavers to teach medicine, because it's really difficult, and a lot of Russians do not donate their body to science like most of the Western world it does. And so they imported most of their cadavers from the US. However, they can no longer get US cadavers. They have this thing about they're burying a lot of the Russian soldiers that get killed. A lot of them are getting buried so that they don't have to tell the family that they're dead. So they can't use those bodies. And so the Russian doctors and Russian medical professionals are having a hard time finding these very essential tools in learning medicine, especially surgery. Anyway, little side tangent. We'll go back to Andis. She's got her hand up, and we'd love to hear her voice, even though it's not. I think her voice sounds better, but we like to hear it.
Thank you. So I'm sharing right now. I'm sharing a link with you, and I will start talking about this. It's really interesting. The piece of news is not new, but it's related to the subject, and it's an ongoing project, to my knowledge. So we will. I will actually look into it because it's really, really interesting. So one of the things that Romania has is IT guys, right? That was one of the sectors that gained traction here, both because we have pretty good math and polytechnic universities, and because well, it's high paid. So it's attractive for young guys and girls. Actually, we have, I think, if not the the best ratio between guys and gals. Um, it's on the better side, like 4 out of 10 developers are girls. That being said, one thing that was done last year, and the report I see is from August. It's a project which was called the Tumor Board. It sounds awful, but it's actually really helpful. The project was initiated, and it's a collaboration between the United States, Romania, and Moldova. And the the targeted audience, let's put it this way, is are the Ukrainians who are suffering of cancer. One of the things, one of the impediments, one of the problems they faced when running away from home is that you don't run away unless you have lots of money, which average Ukrainians don't. You could not pass the border with your entire house, right? When you flee your country, you flee with some bags with you, a car maybe full of stuff, but that's about it. And if you can manage to put your own home into a car, I will be amazed, because most of us we can't, right? So what happened was some of the medical records were back in Ukraine. Not only medical records, but also CT scans and other stuff that are needed. And they are expensive, right? To take all the analysis again, to have everything done again and have no history in another country, that's hard. So they basically set up an infrastructure that can provide access to information between, and exchange information between US, Canada actually was also thrown into this, and to Romania and Moldova. So basically they facilitated exchange of information between our countries, and this one is translated in Ukrainian and from Ukrainian to Romanian and English, so that the doctors here, specialized doctors, to be able to read everything, and also in US and Canada, for them to be able to read the exact analysis, records, to read the records, and see what was, and what's needed going forward, and stuff like that. And I think I'm really, really happy about this. Actually, I think it's awesome. And we talked yesterday a lot about we talked about having a need and searching for a solution, right? You do that in war. When you're on the front lines, you have different needs. Basically, how to kill your opponents faster, because that's needed. More efficient and with less casualties on your side. And maybe this is where, for example, that counter battery radar fits in. But on the other side, searching solutions for people who are displaced due to war, I think this is awesome. And Dave, I hope this will be extended to Ukraine, because I think like 10 million Ukrainians are displaced within the country, and that is a lot.
Yes, this is something you reminded me about, that there's been this company that you brought up, the it's called what is the name of it? MedTech? Medical? Yeah, Medical. They they are working with a lot of several other to make medical records, universal in the EU, so that you can go anywhere in the EU and your medical records follow you. You don't have to, have, so you can, any doctor that Ukrainians will go to, it doesn't matter what country, they'll be able to access their records, which is a huge need. I'm hopeful that this gets integrated quickly. And also you reminded me of the other thing that is going on is there is quite a bit of telemedicine that is going on, but of course it's usually with Western Ukraine, because it's much more difficult to get a good communication link for an extended video stream from Eastern Ukraine. So that's something that is, I guess it's an adaptation that people make whenever, like you said, with the radar system, they or artillery versus radar. So you have artillery, it fires, radar picks it up, artillery has to move so they don't get blown up. Those kind of advances of things, like having floating medical records, where that's not something before the war, nobody was really concerned about it. Now it's a real big issue, and so it gets addressed. And telemedicine is another thing that it's a good thing that the pandemic started before the invasion, because that really ramped up telemedicine in general. It became more standard, at least in the United States. I hardly used it before then, and now it's common. So the infrastructure was already there for telemedicine. Now there's a reason for the telemedicine for the Ukrainian doctors that don't have access to the specialists that they need in the country, so they can find other specialists. It's I don't know. I'm completely overwhelmed with how tough and dedicated the Ukrainian medical professionals are. But of course, I shouldn't be surprised, because you don't go into medicine because you like to make money, or that you want to be famous. You go into medicine because you want to help people. And so that's why I think that we're so dedicated, is that we don't care if we get paid. We don't care if we're famous. We care if we help people's lives. So I think
Okay.
go ahead, Anda.
I wanted to add. Oh, I know. I don't know. I will ask because I don't know that information. I will just give to you what's here. What what I know is that we call it Garda. So you have medics which are for 24 hours in hospital. In in this shift, the normal shift of a nurse is 12 hours, which is also really tough. You have to take into consideration most of us do jobs which don't concern the health and life of another human being. And we work 8 hours and we feel tired, right? Uh, um, I hope this I don't know how the setup is in US, and I don't know how or why the shifts are so long here in Romania. But I really hope in Ukraine. I'm not hoping for Romania, actually, but I hope in Ukraine after war they will consider changing this, because they were really strained. They are strained right now. They are not. It's not like you have an abundance, right? You were prepared for this. This is why uh, um, Dave said earlier, there are trauma surgeons needed. They were not as common. Maybe you had one trauma hospital in a big city, but it wasn't a common occurrence. You have some. How many? Let's put it this way: how many people do break their legs and arms around you and in your life and around you? Not that many, right? So accidents in which you have big trauma, they happen, I don't know, once or uh, maybe twice for really unlucky in their lifetime, right? And also in the lifetime of the people who are around you. So that's not a lot. And usually the number of doctors which perform a certain trade is somehow adapted to how many cases you have, right? And suddenly you have lots of cases with big trauma, and that's not funny. That's not funny because you don't have enough personnel, and you have to shift other people, other doctors with to get specialized, to how should I put this? Um, it's very bad to say trained on the job, but when you have no doctor and the only doctor you have it's I don't know, a pneumologist, but he knows about your body. He will have to see what he can help, what he can do to help you. And in Ukraine, they did. So they went outside their specialty in order to help people who were in pain, who were coming from the front lines, injured. It's not like they were prepared with thousands and thousands and thousands of um, doctors specialized in big trauma. Um, if that makes sense. Does it make sense, David?
Yes, that makes total sense. And I've read lots of stories of, of just regular nurses being recruited to be anesthesiologists, or nurses that have to fill in, for as a surgeon. That just because they were the only ones available. You may not be a specialized surgeon, but at least you understand what happens when things bleed and how to stop them from bleeding. Um, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Um, and it's that's what medical professionals do. They're there to help wherever they can. Now, on it's interesting you brought up the 24-hour shift question. That is uh, is quite a there's a lot of hospitals that are actually going to a 12-hour for the doctors now instead of a 24, but there are still some that are holding out. The reason for the old 24-hour shift was that gives you more consistency. It gives your patient more consistency. If they have this, if you're switching doctors every 8 hours, and your average, patient needs 12 to 16 hours of care before they can be stabilized, then they're going to have two doctors, and you have this, each time you change doctors, you have a chance for information to get to not get passed correctly, like the telephone game where, I think every culture has this game where you start with one phrase and say it to, and everybody whispers it to another person and goes around the circle, and by the last person the phrase is completely different. It's the same thing with doctors passing medical information. So that was the original logic behind a 24-hour shift. Also, it's kind of a badge of honor at least among the surgeons I work with. They kind of brag about how many 24-hour shifts they can pull, and in fact, legally they used to be able to work 100 hours a week, but legally now, but they passed a law that they could only work 80 hours a week now. And a lot of medical residents were just up in arms that they could no longer work 100 hours like all of their mentors did. They felt kind of ripped off. But it's just, I think in the medical community, it's yeah, unless you're in the medical community, I don't know if you would understand the mindset. But it's like you see if you can put off, being human, and you're this, you're not human for this 24 hours, and you can be more than human. You can work harder and you can work longer. But that's
It's
just
like
from my experience. Go ahead.
it's like a triathlon for doctors, right? Uh, so pushing your limits um, in some way, but it makes sense what you say about the 24-hour shift. It really does, and it's not only the passing the information; is the fact that two different doctors can have two different approaches um, on the same subject, and maybe changing the course of the treatment midway. It's more harm than it's more harm than good, right? So maybe that's also a thing. Like you take responsibility for that person's life and say, okay, I will do my best to save you and to get you to healthy, and you kind of see um,
side room. She put me on the stretcher. My colleague is coming to you, and she went off and went having her lunch. And 1 hour later, they found me. And it's van, the level of attention, especially also for a patient, it is very reassuring seeing the same face, because if I in the middle of a procedure or during the day every time another doctor, that's can be confusing. And I want to say about what Enda and you said about the Artsen zonder Grenzen, the Doctors Without Borders. I have read that they sent about 2,000 people to hospitals in Europe. There is a hospital in Belgium special. There are some people in hospital in Holland.
So I talked about two things, two separate things. One about exchanging medical records from and for Ukrainians who need cancer treatment, but not only. Who come in Romania or Moldova and then go, so the medical records, for example, so some of them do go outside outside Romania for to be read anyway, so read and interpreted, and this is why it takes, I don't know, 10 days to get a result, a written result of your CT scan, for example. So what this project was was meant to send and exchange information and basically provide you a database with which you can travel through the European Union and get treatment if you need, because it's really hard for them to um, as I said, to flee their homes with everything they need, right? You take your papers with you. At the beginning of the war, at the beginning of the second invasion, so in 2022, the first Ukrainians who arrived in Romania, some of them didn't have their papers with them, like their IDs, right? They didn't have anything. Like they have the clothes on their back and some money in their pocket, and that was it. It's like, I'm telling you, and I said that many times. Take your purse, go outside your home, and think for a moment how it would be if your home with everything in it disappears, and all you have is yourself, your clothes, and your bag on your shoulder, and that's it. So it's not like you have time when you're evacuated, when you know the Russians are coming, when the bombs are flying, when the air sirens start. You don't think, I will need my medical records, so maybe I should take them with me. I will need my laptop, maybe I should take it with me. I will need this and that. I will need a flashlight. Like, who thinks to flee out of their house with a flashlight? That's something you prepare for, and as a civilian, you don't prepare for this one. Like, really, if you have an insurance, you consider yourself prepared, because this is life. You have different challenges. So their lives were thrown upside down, and they needed to adapt and overcome that. But the illnesses don't go away. So basically, this initiative helped them get treatment, and helped information being passed from one doctor to another. Does this make sense, Duke?
Yes, absolutely, because I don't want to spoil the mood, but I produce about 1,000 pages every year for my medical record. And yeah, that's a lot of big pile after 20 years or so. And now we come up in Holland with a medical system. It's all integrated, and you have to agree that the doctor can. But everything is in there. All your tests, all your reports, all your illnesses, the date of birth, blood type, you name it. Doctors you've seen, appointments, everything. And yeah, I believe that system is likewise also in Deutschland, Germany. So yeah, but the only thing is that if people have lost all their info from the medical record, then it must be renewed. And yeah, that is, you can remember when you broke your leg, but how about your blood pressure and your heartbeat and etc., all your values? But is there already a way, or are you still looking for a way to hook up with other systems in other countries? Or is it possible anyway? I don't know if NAVO-DEVO has anything to say about it, but yeah, and being a chronic patient, and yeah, I know what cancer is. I had them all, but I'm still here, and I'm glad I have my doctors. And yeah, so if I anything can do to help, yeah, I would be willing to do so. So, what do you think?
Well, I think yes, we should all try to help wherever we can. And donating to Maria Aid is a good place for non-lethal aid. Or as I said, Doctors Without Borders, or there are.
Dave,
Yes.
Dave, so you are ready to help wherever you can?
Yeah, as long as it doesn't involve a bikini.
Well, I mean, for a big enough donation, I thought you said you were helping in whatever way you can. We have guests on here being shot at by Russian terrorists, and you're not even willing to don some outfit for charity here? Come on.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Yes. You twisted my arm here. Yeah, that I would.
Just Dave, just a picture of your arm, right?
Yeah. Okay. If you want one, then I don't know if the internet is ready for this or not. But
I have a web shop and I can put up a photo and everybody worldwide can order it and we can send you the money.
Actually,
Truly.
one thing you learn as a girl growing up is that you don't show everything from the first.
No
okay.
comment. No comment.
No comment. So, yeah.
Now we just pray that Abdullah gets us back on track. Abdullah.
Hey, finance. Yeah, just wanted to.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on you guys mentioned MSF. They do great work. I volunteered with them.
Excuse me. Can anybody else hear Abdullah?
No, he is hard to hear.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. You guys mentioned the MSF. I just wanted to give them props. I volunteered with them in Kenya for a summer before the pandemic. I'm planning to help them out again this coming summer. I couldn't go to Ukraine due to government regulations, and also my father. But and also the hours we work here in the UAE. I'm still in training in emergency medicine, so we work 48 hours. Some colleagues work 8 hours, 12 hours. So I work 4 days a week. At the moment, I'm in radiology, but
I think Abdullah, yes. So I think you when you talk, you look down or you move the phone from your from or the mic because you come in and out. It's like you're close to the phone and then you're away from the phone.
Sorry about that. What about now?
Right now it's not good.
Not good?
This is good. Like this is good.
Perfect. Now it's better, yeah?
Well, actually, it sounds more like a connection. Do you have a headset?
Yeah, just a second.
Yeah, I think your connection is not good to your microphone. Is it? Yeah, it was just kind of fade in, fade out, fade in, fade out. But while Abdul is fixing his mic situation, yes, especially in Oh, there he is.
Hello, can you hear me?
Speak. Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. I worked with MSF in Kenya for before the pandemic. They do great work. And also about the hours here in the UAE, we work about 12-hour shifts, 12-hour shifts. I do 4 hours. Before there used to be unlimited number of hours our colleagues used to work, but we don't do that anymore. Yeah, I was thinking of going to Ukraine, but due to government regulations and my father, so I couldn't go. maybe in the future. But I'm planning to work with MSF again this coming summer in Kenya to help them out for 3 months. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much. Sorry about the connection issue.
No, that's okay. And I applaud you for helping out in Kenya. I have a good friend that lives in Kenya, and he's a native Kenyan, and he's constantly um, telling me horror stories about what some of the native uh, quote unquote doctors do to try to help people. And so I'm glad that you were able to go there and help. There with the famine and everything going on right now, I'm sure they're going to need a lot for the next few years.
Yeah,
Um,
we were near the Somali border, so basically medical facilities are non-existent. So we have to bring our own supplies, and also sometimes we have to worry about security because sometimes they have people crossing the border and stuff. They have some militias, so it's a bit risky, but we have our own security and all that. But it's worthwhile. It's work that needs to be done, just like the volunteers in Ukraine. So I encourage all the doctors to to do some volunteer work with such organizations. Just take some time from their busy, schedule and volunteer. I think it's a noble cause when you volunteer. Give some of your time to help those who need help. Thank you.
yes, thank you for that and for helping out. It's I guess the we can do we want to continue the medical part of the medical finance night shift, NAFO night shift, or do you have any finance that you want to discuss? Finance.
Well, let's see. We are in the wake of the Credit Suisse and U.S. SVB and Signature Bank failures. The Federal Reserve, in its infinite wisdom, and by infinite wisdom I mean they have taken their heads, bent over, and kissed their own rears goodbye, raised rates. Unsurprisingly, to those of us who said we're in a recession and banks are failing, this is really dumb. Oil is now tanking. Longer bond yields are actually going the other direction. They're coming down. So the yield curve has gotten even more inverted. That is a recession signal. That just got worse. That was already bad. And Deutsche Bank credit default swaps have blown out. In other words, the market is suggesting that Deutsche Bank is in the deep doo-doo. And we're going to be watching that in Europe. And First Republic Bank in the US, the Federal Reserve plus JP Morgan and Wall Street attempts to keep it afloat are still going. But to say that it's running into problems is an understatement. My basic feel, just given by how much effort the private market's willing to put into that, is that their assets are probably pretty good, or at least were pretty good. However, their liquidity is done, right? They are currently being propped up by deposit. They lost their normal depositors enough, so they have deposits from the Fed, but hopefully the quality of their loans is quite good, or at least they were. That's the guess. We don't really have enough information to know for sure, but that is the basic guess. However, if Mr. Market starts shooting at you and doesn't stop, usually you're done if you're a financial institution, and that does seem to be what's going on at First Republic. Hopefully that gets worked out without another FDIC takeover. Needless to say, this is all particularly bad news in the West, but have no fear. Russia can stop smiling that we're having all sorts of struggles because the shipping data for air freight for the last year in Russia came out, and it was ugly. It was down 60%. The only bright spot in the data is the only spot that Rostat reported. If you've been listening to me on this space or reading what I write, Rostat is now a 100% Russian fiction writing organization. It writes Russian fiction and discusses economics as its subject. I highly recommend reading any other fiction writer if you want to read good fiction, even Russian fiction writers. But, they are a terrible fiction writer because unlike Stephen King, instead of writing interesting stories about people and monsters, I guess they do write about monsters because they write about the Russian economy, but they write about it in dense economic jargon, which is boring as all get out. So that's the only bright spot, and it's a pure lie. It's Russian disinfo. And the rest of the news was bad. And that's also at least kind of a lie because all reports like this are politicized in Russia, and there's a lot of head in the sand activity going around. It's the ostrich theory of economics. If you don't see it, it doesn't happen. So the economy in Russia is absolutely horrific. If the U.S. saw a 60% drop in air freight action, we are looking at things like the worst of the COVID pandemic is that kind of drop off. So it is an absolute disaster in Russia. Also, it should be pointed out that anything last year includes that part of January before they decided on a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. It also includes the fact that sanctions took a while to ramp up and things kept getting worse over the year. So instead of predicting a bounce back, like unshockingly all of the Russians do, my prediction is it will keep getting worse. Why will it keep getting worse? Well, there are no good months where they aren't in a full-scale invasion. These sanctions are on right now, and they are only increasing. And the Russian economy outside the military-industrial complex is dead as a doorknob. So that's what's going on. And that's the latest economic news roundup. Continued banking problems here in the West. We have recession on. The market is pricing recession now. It's not just me and some people who look at a bunch of employment numbers going, we're in a recession. This is bad and getting worse. They should stop raising rates. That's where we were a year ago. Now I'm running around like Kermit the Frog screaming, ah! What are you doing? And oil is tanking. Bond rates are coming down. The stock market's going down. Bitcoin's going down. Gold is going up. We don't know if that one goes up or down in recessions these days. It acts pretty funny since 2008. The only good news about all of that is that because oil is coming down so much, the gas station known as Russia is going to have their revenues hurt even harder. And so as they pay way too much money on a genocidal invasion, they could just quit. They're going to go broke even faster. So that's the only good news I can come up with, and all the bad news in the West. All the bad news in Russia, I just call good news. After that, we're going to move on to Anda's hand. Anda.
Wanted to ask about inflation. I know you love this question, but it's on my mind. I'm sorry. So in the last year, there was a lot of inflation, right? All over the world.
Let's put a number on a lot, and let's put it some geographic bounds on the world to be clear here,
okay.
right?
All
we're
right.
talking about 10-ish% averaged over Europe, with the worst places being Moldova and the Baltics, which were more like 12 to 15, 16%. I think Moldova hit 16%. Poland was also up there in that over 10% range. And all of those places were the worst because besides having all the causes of inflation elsewhere in the developed world economically, they also got their major energy supplier was Russia, or they were affected by the price and energy spike from Russia and the Russia-Ukraine war. So their supply chains and their energy prices went up a lot more because of the genocidal invasion of Ukraine. So that was where it was worst in the wealthier countries of the world. We're going to skip Turkey, who is winning the Argentinian Economics Award by pushing their inflation over 100%. Congratulations on Turkey. You are mismanaging the economy historically badly and heading your way towards the Zimbabwe Weimar territory now that you've passed Argentina so quickly. So the serious bounds are we're talking about an average of 10%. The U.S. hit, I think, 8%. We may have hit 10 at one point. So we're talking about 10% inflation. Now that's high. It's not the 2% we're used to, but that's a lot different than that Turkish 60+%. Now 80, now 100% that they're dealing with, right? So when we say a lot of inflation, unless you're horrifically mismanaging your economy or you're at war, right? So the two active countries at war, Russia and Ukraine, the horrific mismanaged countries, Turkey and Argentina, everybody else got up to the 10% range in the medium and higher income world. Egypt, maybe is the bottom of maybe middle income, and they're horrifically mismanaged too. So let's put a bound on that. That's how much inflation we're talking about. It's not zero, but it's also not a lot. So yes, please continue.
Well, it's when I say a lot. When I said a lot, I was thinking at Moldova, which actually in January they were like 28%. They kind of eased out in the meantime, but they passed the 28% in January. So for them, it was really, really bad. Estonia, from what I've read, it's about 6%, so it's way lower. Romania was around 15%. I think it's the worst from the EU in terms of inflation. And
yeah, so Estonia hit the teens of percentages last summer. Moldova is so as bad as it is because they are more tied to the Russian energy from their energy supply line, and that's what caused their inflation. They're also one of the two poorest countries in Europe. Before February 2022, the two poorest countries in Europe were Moldova and Ukraine, and now Ukraine is the poorest because of the war per capita. But Moldova already started with a weak economy, and it was the most deeply tied to Russian energy. So that's why it was having such issues, and why its issues were so much worse than other places. But also because it's such a small and unfortunately poor country, again, blame Russia. They just aren't as systemically important to other economies in the world, for better or worse. Back to you, Anna. Sorry, I need to clarify what we're talking about so you can think through why I'm giving news the way I am, and why I say, well, I might talk about Moldovan economics because it does apply to Russia. There's clearly the Transnistria angle. There's a lot of Russian actors trying to do to Moldova what they did to Ukraine. But when we talk about economics there, you have to think of that as somewhat isolated, just because it is so different than the rest of Europe, and let alone the rest of the world. Romania, again, is somewhat unique, also on the Black Sea, also runs into the supply problems from the war more than others, right? Eastern European problem there. So they're for those two countries, one of which I believe your Romanian memory serves, are gonna felt worse inflation than, like, everywhere had inflation that was at a medium to high rate, and you're in one of the two countries that was 50% higher than the rest of us, right? So that was not the universally experience. It wasn't good. I'm not saying it was a good thing. I'm just saying that's why it's a little more ring fenced, the level of inflation seen in Romania.
actually, we had a debate here in Romania like 2 days ago. Our national bank, who is the one who manages interests, just like in US, and not only interests, is pretty pleased with how Romania is faring. They consider us stable and everything. and people were like, you let the reins too loose. And we're we're running wild on inflation. Mostly it's on food, actually, and on energy. These are the two driving forces behind this inflation. And therefore people are starting to mutter, because in order for food to influence your inflation, the prices on food are really high, like 50% higher than they were last year. But yeah, we adapt. Actually, we mutter here at home, but we're after we mutter like 2 weeks or something, we will get back to work. And yeah, okay, we'll manage. We'll we'll see this through. We've seen worse. It's okay. So yeah, I see Duke has his hand up, so I will shut up for a minute. And then I have another question, actually, on.
Sure. And I will finish the answer with inflation is currently coming down quickly. We're seeing the oil prices come down. We're seeing a lot of other prices come down. And, this, and the result of that sort of drop in price and the problem with recession, one of the few benefits is it will bring deflationary pressures, which is currently what's being predicted by everything from the market to the economists that I actually like who've gotten this right so far. Professor Danny Blanchflower posts on Twitter often if you want a Twitter economist who posts well. So inflation's currently coming down in the U.S., in Britain even, and the broader Eurozone, at least those on the Euro. Again, I have not looked into the Romanian situation specifically. Between the independent currency and the Black Sea supply chain ties, it is a unique situation y'all have, unfortunately, in this case. But the inflation is coming down, and it's coming, and the way we measure it here in the U.S. is lagging. It's backward looking. So we just printed a negative housing print. So housing prices came down for the first time in 11 years, and we're seeing gas prices come down. And I'm expecting that we're going to be seeing a lot of inflation coming down as this all catches up with the way that we measure it, which is a backward-looking metric. Except that by the time that kind of hits the Fed, I'm sort of worried about what else might be breaking in our economy, and that might be costing lots of jobs. So that's what I'm concerned about and why I'm running around screaming like Kermit the Frog. I couldn't tell if Allie had her hand up, but Duke definitely does. Allie, if you'd like to speak, please put your hand up with a little heart button. We're going to go to Duke.
Thank you, Finance. Just want to add that I believe in Holland we had a peak of almost 17% of inflation, but it's a rich country, so we all got compensated. And I think that's the difference with a lot of other countries. They see the price rise, but we got compensated by energy and special funds by the government. So yeah, that it was and now it's like you said, all perfectly cooling down. Houses of prices going down, gas going down. So it looks promising again, I hope.
Wow, I didn't realize that y'all had gotten up to 17%. I missed that print. Yeah, clearly that's a high one. Again, we're looking at energy. You can't totally strip out inflation; it will find its way into everything else too. But as I said, these things are coming down. A lot of the problems in Europe that got so bad is that, of course, one of your major energy suppliers is that genocidal country to Ukraine's north, and they shut off their natural gas supplies. And then there was a boom, and some other things went wrong with their supplies to Europe, and now there's some sanctions. And I'm a fan of completely cutting them off of energy supplies. That does mean you need to get energy from other sources to keep running a modern economy. And that is not a quick fix. And unfortunately, inflation is the kind of junk that occurs in between the problem and the solution. That said, a lot of progress was made in the last year, and the way Putin attempted to blackmail Europe this year and this winter just isn't going to be effective in the future, because nobody lets their country go cold and grandparents freeze to death. So new supply lines are being built up, new facilities for LNG. Germany's keeping their nuclear power plants on. France is bringing more nuclear power plants online. If we're super lucky, God willing, Ukraine will get back control of Ukraine, and then Zaporizhia starts exporting power to Europe. So there's lots of reasons to be hopeful that next year we'll have a lot less energy inflation than this year. And unfortunately, you're also looking at the recession problem, which will cut into demand. Either way, that will bring the cost of energy down. We're going to go to Abdullah. Abdullah.
Hey, thank you, finance. Yeah, I was on a side note. Yeah, things are not bad here. Our inflationary pressure. I think
Abdullah, I don't know what you did, man. I cannot hear you. You got super quiet and really
Can you hear me now?
barely, and it's a little better.
Yeah. I was just gonna tell you things are not as bad here. Our inflation is below 5%. And I think the Saudis might be even lower. I think so. And also you mentioned Turkey. They're having an election this year. If Erdogan was to call you, what kind of remedy would you have for him for the Turkish economy?
My remedy for the Turkish economy were for Erdogan to quit and go retirement. I mean, like, I say that kidding, but at this point, like, so almost any sort of like when I'm giving you the Argento Award for economic mismanagement, for those who are unaware of Latin American economics or policy, Argentina has an incredibly well-deserved reputation for making Greece look responsible. They go bankrupt, they restructure their debt, they have super high inflation, they rework their currency. Basically, if you can mismanage your national economy, despite having plenty of natural resources, a good education system, and all sorts of other possible benefits to be a really wealthy nation with really good natural everything, from road systems to natural transit to fertile soil to resources that they can mine and drill for. Like, Argentina has every kind of resource to be very wealthy per capita, and they're not. And it's because they are one of the most horrifically mismanaged economies of this hemisphere. And if I'm giving you the Argentinian award for economic mismanagement, you done messed up. And the word here does not mess. We need to get the F bomb into that one. It's real bad. So, as tongue in cheek as I'm being here, Erdogan needs to quit. If he doesn't quit and bring democracy back to his people in Turkey, which is what he should do, he needs to look. They need to actually raise some rates. He needs to stop spending money in the government like he's a drunken sailor. He needs to get the spending in the same arena as the tax revenues, and he needs to raise his interest rates like by a lot to try to get inflation under control. Like, I have a more dovish approach to inflation than many other American-minded economics people, but when you're where Turkey is, you got to get drastic, and you have to bring it under control, because this kind of inflation will eat your entire economy from the inside out. It is sort of not an acceptable status quo, and he continues to make the problem worse by lowering rates as inflation continues to go up, and continuing very large amounts of wasteful spending. He's building the Turkish equivalent of a bridge to nowhere in a couple places. They just had huge earthquakes. That isn't helping anything. It made it very clear that the building codes weren't very good in Turkey. So a lot of the spending that went into housing, which was related to his administration, isn't building the kind of good stuff that lasts, where there's some crazier long-term arguments to like build everything you can, crash your economy and start over, and you've got a whole bunch of new housing and buildings that are good for you. Like, there are some sort of crazier economic theories that can work out that way. But in Turkey's case, if you're going to build bad buildings that sadly don't hold up, besides the horrific cost of human life, which should come first, the longer term economics, which again is just the study of lots of people making decisions, it's also a human measure. The long term economics aren't good either, because you're not building the things that last and will give you a nice, long term lasting economy, right? Turkey's still full of Ottoman era buildings that were built really well, right? But the buildings that weren't built well in the Ottoman era were gone before modern Turkey was even founded. The more your country's going to be spending money to build stuff, build it like those high quality old buildings you see in medieval European towns, 1900 Americans housing that still exists, etc. That's going to give you a really long lasting, good piece of real estate for somebody for 100 years. Don't build the trash that gets somebody killed when an earthquake hits. So, every which way Turkey could do something wrong, they're doing it. And I have limited expectations for things to get too much better while Erdogan's in the helm, given that the party that once got into power, his party, on economic stability in Turkey, has since turned into the party of Argentinian mismanagement. But yes, so there's the answer on the Turks. We have lost Anda, my favorite ridiculous. It has to be a fellow picture is gone.
Oh, yeah, she probably, I think her battery died. But speaking of Romanians, we haven't had our usual appearance of Daniel Larfire. I wonder if he's doing okay.
There's nothing quite like the late night U.S. time when Daniel Larfire wakes up in Romania and walks to the office in the middle of a wind tunnel hurricane. And we all get to hear his deep Sam Elliott level voice, which, by the way, gets more compliments than any speaker on the MriyaReport. We all know who you like to hear. It's Mr. Larfire. His deep, curse-laden Sam Elliott style voice surrounded by a hurricane, making him hard to hear in the first place.
Yes. Well, in lieu of that, you get my voice, and I don't swear, so there's no cursing either, unfortunately. So I guess I'm kind of boring. But I do have some a little bit of exciting news that further points to Russia's inability to supply modern weapons to their troops, which we all applaud their inability to do so. There were several tanks, lots of a T-54 and a T-55 tanks, which were built roughly at the end of World War II. So these were being shipped east or shipped west in Russia. There's a few videos of the train carrying these things. They're commonly known as a coffin on treads, because most any modern anti-tank weapon is going to completely destroy them. We're going to have a lot of what is it? Turret, the turret lofting competitions where we measure. It's kind of like horseshoes, where you see how far the turret flies and how close to the other tanks it can get. But yeah, if they're shipping, if Russia is down to using T-54s, T-55s, these are, I mean, they're museum grade tanks. They don't belong anywhere on a battlefield unless you want the people inside of them to die. Which, of course, we know that's Russia doesn't care about its people, and that's exactly why it's taken the approach to this battle, this invasion, and this genocide that it has. But I find that funny, sad, and interesting, and I'm going to use this in, I as a good NAFO doggy, I bonk fat nicks whenever possible, and they're always talking about how great Russian is, and that the real Russian army is going to, come out and be revealed at any moment to just wipe Ukraine off the map, because the real Russian army is back in reserve, and I'm going to use this as some troll bait.
Is that the Ukrainian topsoil reserve?
Yeah, it is Ukrainian topsoil. That's that's another good one. Where the Ukraine.
Hey, look, we should thank the Russians, okay, for being the #1 supplier of military equipment to Ukraine. Nobody has donated more tanks to Ukraine than Russia, and for that we thank them. Actually,
Yes.
I have a theory, right? That in preparation for this spring offensive that everyone said coming, the reason the Russians did their thing now with I can't call this an offensive, since driving your own tank over a mine is only offensive to the former life inside it. Really, what they were doing is they were also trying to help with the Lend-Lease for the Ukrainian armaments for the spring offensive, right? And, they had to get that last bit of kit in before the offensive started. And so for all the equipment that they've donated to Ukraine, I want to give a thanks again to the Russians for donating so much hardware to Ukraine. Without them, Ukraine would have far fewer tanks. And so for that, I would like to thank the Russian army, the #1 supplier of Ukrainian tanks.
Yeah, especially those T90s that are top of the line Russian stuff. They tend to just leave those sitting around unattended on the battlefield. It's kind of weird. It's like they're almost trying to get rid of them.
Ukraine can put them to really good use. I think that that's a perfectly excellent way of making sure that there's a competent driver and a good a good tank crew, a good tank crew for every tank, right? I think that that was what Zelensky is working his re-election speech on, right? A tank crew for every tank.
Yeah, exactly. And they actually are just voluntarily giving up these tanks, like the tank crew that evacuated their T90 when a Ukrainian popped up and showed an empty javelin. So just the javelin, shell, empty javelin pops up, shows that the tank crew sees it, they jump out and run away. So,
As they should. As they should.
yes, they should. So we have no hands up at the time. The what I call the doldrums of the MriyaReport, where it's too late for most Americans to be up, and it's too early for most Europeans to be up, and unfortunately, we don't have our resident resident of the penal colonies here. He's out doing a lot of work, supposedly.
I'm actually trying to get Jingu to come in, because there's the great question earlier about what is the effect going to be on Chinese money from SVB Bank. And as I said, while I do follow the fact that there was a lot of Russian money in Credit Suisse and UBS, especially Credit Suisse. I don't, and I know that the Chinese money's there. Jingyu would actually have a good trace on what's going down, and if the failure of SVB Bank is going to cause problems for Chinese money in Silicon Valley and California. Here he is, the one and only Jingyu, our resident Chinese expert. When in doubt, ping Jingyu for all your Chinese questions. I seriously have learned more talking to this man about China than I ever knew before, and that I would have ever learned in college. So, Jingyu, thank you for coming
I'm
up.
here, yeah.
Did you hear my question, or would you like it restated?
Just go ahead and restate it. I haven't heard what you were asking.
All right. There was an excellent question posed to me earlier tonight. And the gist was Chinese money, especially in Hong Kong, is in California. And how is the failure of Silicon Valley Bank going to affect any of that? Is that a big deal or a smaller deal for the Chinese money in the tech field and in that bank specifically? What are the ties there? I said, I don't know, but I'm sure Jingyu would.
I don't have anything off the top of my head, but this is my guess, okay? Just my guess. I think it's a big deal, but it's not a crippling deal, meaning that the lots of money I don't think is in the SVB bank, but the Chinese investors would suffer tremendous loss on this one, not to the point they're crippled, but it's a very significant loss.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, no, I said I didn't know how tied in they were. But for those who don't know, our good friend here, Jingyu, besides, as you can tell, is ethnic Chinese. And I believe you worked for a Chinese bank at one point?
Yeah, at one point I was the CIO of the East West Bank. So, for example, we know a lot of money come into East West Bank. So I don't think people put money in East West Bank had much to do with the SVB. It's a different clientele.
Thank you. All right. And can I ask a political question on this Russia-China deal since we have you here?
Go ahead, see if I can answer.
Sure. I'll tell you my perspective, and if I'm wrong or if I'm right, you will always have a better perspective and understanding of China than I ever will. So my basic understanding was they both agreed to disinfo and work together, and China agrees it will still buy discount oil and gas from Russia and sell them cheap, crappy stuff. But other than that, they didn't really promise anything, and they just wrote a long piece of paper and had a junket to show sort of moral support. Did something actually change hands or occur in this meeting that I misunderstood or didn't catch? Was there any real major change in the status quo from the China-Russia summit?
It's a very significant, much more significant than you thought. So the right now there's on the BBC Chinese there's a clip, okay, showing that she was partying with saying goodbye to Putin. Okay, so it's a very clearly recorded. This is the last word by Xi. Okay, so he said, "This is part of the 100-year change." Now, you need to understand that in the CCP narrative, they have two 100 years. Okay, the first 100 year was from 1840 to 1949. That was a 100-year humiliation, according to CCP. So that was a Western influence coming to China, right? So the result was Shanghai and Hong Kong. The Brits turned Shanghai and Hong Kong, both small fishermen's village, into major financial hubs. Tremendous achievement, right? However, in CCP narrative, these two cities are nothing but symbolic symbols of Western humiliation. So you need to understand, in CCP or Chinese nationalists, their narrative, it's a great city like Hong Kong, doesn't matter, okay? This is not mine.
This is built by Brits. So Brits built this great city on my land. That's my humiliation. It's sort of, funny if you come to my home and you bring a large LCD TV installed on my wall. So instead of me saying thank you, finance, how nice of you, I should say that's an insult to my family. Because, no matter how good your gift is, it's my home. Okay? So that's the CCP mentality. Then there's another 100 years. That's from 1949 to year 2049. That's CCP's mission. So what does that mean? CCP said in this 100 years, the trend that the West would dominate the East will reverse. The West is on its decline. The East is on the rise. So basically, he said, whatever happens right now is basically an extension, as part of this second 100-year change, which is unfolding. Both you and me will drive it. He has made up his mind. The second part is, if you look at what's going on. So India and Japan got together, right? Modi even joined the rank to condemn Putin. Whenever that happens, China is for sure going to, especially someone like Xi, will choose to be on the other side. There's no way Xi will be on the side with Japan and India. Okay? So, like I said, whatever was agreed upon in Moscow, even if they agree upon nothing, does not matter. What you will see is that gradually, but very surely but steadily, China will double down on Russia's side in Ukraine, except for two things. If there's a coup, Putin was toppled, or there's a coup, Xi was toppled. Short of that, they will continue. Definitely not, like you said, that they bought some cheap gas, they pulled out. No. What the Chinese open source information has got is China chose to pay above the market rate for its oil import from Russia right now. For what? It's a way to give Russia support without basically it's a flying under the radar way to give Russia support. So it's a much more significant than you read.
Well, that's a wet blanket, but I do appreciate your clarity on the issue, Jingu. I think Chris came up to ask you a question. Chris, we're going to you.
Thank you, Finance. Greetings, everybody. Hi, Jingu. Jingu, we were talking the other day about Chinese direct influence in Ukraine, and there were three things that we ended up talking about, which I'd like you to comment on, if you wouldn't mind, please. So the three things are. The Chinese attempted takeover of Motor Sich, the aero engine manufacturer in Ukraine. That's number one. Number two was the wheat deal that was signed between Russia and China on the 24th of Feb last year, and the fact that when the Russians actually invaded Ukraine, wheat and grain and that was almost immediately stolen and being exported. And I believe that there's a connection there, but I want your comment on that. So I believe there's a connection there between the deal between China and Russia on wheat and grain, and the fact that all of that was immediately stolen from Ukraine. And then the third thing, which Axel mentioned, was that the Chinese wanted to steal the beautiful Ukrainian mud and transport it to China. And apparently there was advanced deals in that direction. So I don't know if you can comment on any of those things.
Yeah, the first one is very important. The third one, I think it's kind of a far-fetched scheme, maybe in some people's mind. But in overall, what I would say is that these deals, understand this one, in anything about the Chinese, the geopolitical play, specific deals are tactical. Okay, so I can sign 300 deals. Okay, nothing is more significant than the comment made by Xi, right? He said, in Chinese, this is what he said. 这是百年变局的一部分，你我共同推动. So in plain English, it says, this is part of the 100-year transformation. You and I will both push it. Okay, you and I both responsible. So like I explained, Xi's vision is that right now it's in part of this final 100-year, in this 100-year transformation, in the final stretch to soundly defeat the Western influence. The Oriental influence will dominate. You and I will both see it through. Then all the deals is to serve that vision. So that's a very significant thing. That thing overrides 300 deals you can imagine. Okay. Now let's first go down one by one. The engine is a very big deal. Okay. Despite many people allege, China does not know how to make engines, both for the jets and for the warships, and even for the tanks. Okay. China makes much better electronics than Russia. But when it comes to engines, there are two primary sources. There were two primary sources. The first one was from Ukraine. The second one was from Russia. So if you look at all the, most advanced airplanes China was putting together, most of their jet engines were imported from what's called the Saturn, I don't know, conglomerate or something in Russia, right? Is that the ALN 31 or something like that? So that thing is significant. Now, when it comes to the grains, I think it's significant because China relies on the import of the grains. However, I'm not so sure China sees Ukraine as its only source for strategic supply. Engines different. The Chinese are making the knockoffs of the Russian jets. In order to do that, they have limited choices, either Russia or Ukraine. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you very much, Jingu. Okay, so now I have a sort of like a bigger question. I understand that, and thank you for the 100 years perspective. I shall certainly remember that. I don't know if you know Peter Zayan, and I'm not saying that everything that he says is correct, but before the Russian
Chris, I hate Zion.
Yeah, no, I know you do finance. That's why I said that bit at the end, mate. Yeah,
he's the Ian Bremmer wannabe that was saying pretty pro-Russian things at the start of the war. That was absolutely gross on human nature, and has now changed his tune because, well, reality just doesn't fit his former relatively pro-Russian narratives, and I guess it wasn't selling as well. And he also is super deterministic and doesn't understand that economies are dynamic. So I absolutely abhor the man. Sorry, I must say, do not listen to Peter Zihan for the rest of the thing. At least that's my view. Everyone can listen to who they want to. He is not himself directly a Russian stooge. He's just weak. Sorry,
Yeah.
please continue, Chris.
No, finance. Listen, I understand, mate. That's why I said what I said at the end, right? You know, but you are quite right, actually, because he was pro-Russian and he was very negative about Ukraine's ability to fight off the Russians at the beginning. And you are right, he did change. So I totally agree with you. Nevertheless, finance, right? So let's just say, let's put this to Jingu, right? You know, that he believes, and I think other people believe, that if we wanted to, we could choke China. Okay, no, actually, let's take a step back. He believed that you know, even before the Russians invaded Ukraine, that China and Russia were, you know, on the way, if you like, to crashing, inverted commas, right? He also, you know, maintains that if we really wanted to, we could choke China to death, you know, because of their dependence on imports and exports. Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe you could comment on that, Jingu.
Sure. I have very mixed view about Saihan, because there are many things I strongly disagree. Now, he probably get to the conclusion much more correct than many of the top scholars, not by the right approach, but by somehow he got it right. So there are a few things I can agree. First, he is absolutely right about China's dependency on the oil and the grain. Now, this is why the Japan India kind of alliance in Asia is significant. Okay, so once India joined the rank, so to understand this one, about 70% of China's oil is imported, and 70% of that 70% is shipped from the Middle East, which is from Hormuz, south tip of India, Malacca, and then Taiwan Strait, then to China. Okay, so with that's also the reason China went in with Saudi Arabia and Iran. Why? Because China was thinking, if there's an alternative, right, going by the land, can somehow transport the oil into China, then probably it can secure itself. Now, you got to understand, right? There's no threat right now to cut off China's oil supply. Why does she go to mess with the Iranians and the Saudis, who he apparently didn't understand very well, in such a hurry? That tells you he has something in his mind. He's preparing for a scenario. Okay, so that, I think Peter's right. Now, what he is not right is his entire analytical framework. So he still views China as a unity, which is wrong. Okay. Second, why would China crumble? His conclusion on China's crumble and its demographics is correct. But this logic is that no country can survive that. Now, if you apply that same logic, you would get the same conclusion that South Korea and Japan are both crumbling, right? I disagree. Now, why China is in big trouble right now? And this is also why I believe the window for Xi to take some action is actually in the next 3 years. The conflict in Taiwan will come much, much sooner than many people think. And China will fail. Okay? So the reason is because of this. Many people are saying China made an economic miracle in the last several decades, right? By joining the WTO.
Did we just leave Jingu?
It seems that way. Jingu, you went on mute, sir.
Jingu.
All right, I'm going to remove Jingu from speakers in the hopes that he notices he is not speaking. Jingu, please come back when you are back at your phone. I don't know if you realize that you went mute on us or not. Welcome to Twitter. It's ever an adventure. Please come on back when you do hear us. Obviously, you are more than invited. We would love to hear you finish. So we were hopefully or likely nearing the end of a Jingu segment when his Twitter died on us. Hopefully, he will return to finish that. But literally, the show must go on. So, speaking of interesting segments, we
have Ryan.
Yeah, straight from the Ukraine aid organization, Renegade Relief Runners, delivering aid to the near front areas where some of the major aid organizations just often can't make it to. We have Ryan. Ryan, welcome up.
Good morning, Finance. I am currently driving like a bat out of hell towards Lviv, not the front, but I'm headed to pick up a truckload quantity of medical supplies and some other hygiene items for children and elderly. And then I will be headed back towards Kyiv this afternoon once I transfer the goods from people that drove them all the way across Europe for us. So depending on how you want to look at that, I have the easier part of this job.
Ryan, your signal is very lots of background noise and white noise there, but I could make out that you were driving like a bat out of hell on your way to Lviv, and it sounded like you were listing out some of the aid, and I couldn't even make all that out.
How's this audio? Is this any better?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I was using my headphones. I'll just switch to the handset. What I said was I am on the road this morning headed to Lviv. There is an aid organization that's been gathering up all kinds of stuff out of the UK, and they arrived at the border last night about 1:30 in the morning. So I got up first thing and I'm headed to meet them to pick up all the medical supplies they brought. And Jingu's back, so I'll shut up because I want to hear the rest of this.
Okay, sorry about that. So the friend just called. So basically, I want to go back. So the economic miracle and so on. One is you read basically the thread I made. There's a long list of commitments China agreed to, but brushed aside, didn't implement at all. Okay, so joining the WTO, coming to the global market to propel some economic reform has a precondition. The precondition is you will gradually democratize yourself, which China didn't do, right? So now, as China's demographics is collapsing, this is what happened. So when China still had a lot to offer, can generate a lot of, it has a lot of, labor forces and also a lot of cost potential. There are many people in the business world would be saying, well, don't rush, right? Let's not turn the switch off on China. Let it keep going, because even though China did not implement what it promised in the past 10 years, how do we not know it will not implement in the next 10 years? But as China's demographics is collapsing, this side, the voice gets weaker and weaker. Now all of a sudden, the West has come to the point, right? China is not going to implement whatever it promised. It's here to mess up with the rules. It's here to be very predatory. At the same time, there's nothing for the West to gain on the China market. The labor, the entire workforce is aging rapidly. There's a lot of pollution pent up, right? Needing to be cleaned up. It's a tremendous cost, right? So the West is pulling out of this mess right now. But as it pulls out of the mess, imagine what Xi Jinping will think. First, he thinks it may be a good thing because you know what? Those technocrats siding with the West are not my people. I use them to get my resource, get the technology, everything I need to be a world power. But after that, I have no use for them. This is why you hear the prominent banker Van Bao. He is detained. And I heard his property is facing some very serious trouble. Okay. Then he's also going to look at the situation and say, shit, in 3 years, everything I got will be very obsolete. So if I am going to attack Taiwan, look at what the United States and the West are doing. They are revving up, right? So the America right now, its wartime production is fairly low because we're transitioning from the peacetime to the wartime. So our inventory is very low, right? But in 3 years' time, imagine what's going to happen, right? Our monthly production of artillery shells, everything will be at a totally different level. So therefore, to risk something with Taiwan, I'd be foolish not to do it quick before the America and the West gets ready. So my belief is something is going to happen, very likely in the next 3 years. And because of that, she will